think it's very exciting for us to see many more and more ladies would be interested in this game, and as long as they can see both of us get on the stage and have the courage to have a try, I think it's worthwhile.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood, rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory, and taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace the ones ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's till the moment the sky rain down. It's till the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest night. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it
satriya saka saking manca negara sami prapta ing bumi Indonesia. 16 bergodo duweni pengajap sawiji dimen antuk jaya jayaning sayembara.
After our challenging times, I think we are much stronger than before.
Last time I checked, we're starving to take down any team. We see you as nothing but meat.
It is nice play in our home ground. We won't let everyone down.
上次失败是个意外，等着瞧吧。We will not only defend our home ground, but we will strike them on it as well.
No time for clowning. Watch us unleash our wild side.
Big boys don't cry. Big boys make little ones cry from defeat.
Far from home, it doesn't matter. We'll bring the sandstone to you.
Gumuruh warta sayembara gedhe wis sumrambah saindenging bawana.
We conquered the South. Now we aim for the world.
Novo oponente? Eu gosto disso. Vamos deixá-los cegos com o nosso poder.
I cannot wait to step onto the stage and watch them struggle to get a point against us.
Just wait and see. You'll find yourselves on our win streak list.
You win some, you lose some. No, we'll win it all.
You all are just rookies. We will send you home.
这里是战场，不适合弱者。
There's only one king. Remember the name.
Para pinunjul miwah para satriya ngaluhur sing kalah bakal kapikut pewayangan asoring jurit, ingkang menang bakal sinurak asma luhure kuncara saindenging jagat. Gumregah kanggo bombonging manah, gumregut kanggo ungguling kaluhuran patut.
Welcome to the 5th day of 2024 Honor of Kings Championship Group Stage!
Woo! With Miss Sevilla Aprilia and...
Also that is who's gonna accompany you guys throughout the whole day today.
Yep, of course. And today, as usual, we're gonna see 4th match for today. And I'm pretty sure today is gonna be more intense than yesterday.
Exactly, because every team needs every point to maintain their position and bring them closer to be the kings of kings.
Yap, dan pastinya kita semua tahu teman-teman yang dari tadi udah nungguin live streaming kita, udah pada tahu mereka tuh berjuang untuk memperebutkan total prize pool yang luar biasa sekali, yaitu adalah 1 juta US dollar.
Wow.
Luar biasa banget, dan pastinya untuk pemenangnya ataupun di champion kita itu akan ada 300.000 US dollar.
Betul banget. Jadi udah pasti mereka harus bertarung dan memberikan performa terbaik mereka.
Yep,
But
betul
before
sekali.
that, Sabila, we're gonna look for the excitement yesterday, okay? So here we go.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. Catch today's most exciting moments. Come and watch your favorite players in action.
Welcome to 2024 Honor of Kings Championship Group Stage Day 4!
Juicy 90 here, trying to get a few more blows on to clear the way for onto Highland. He has to get out of there or he dies.
Just go for it. He goes for the meteor kill, the death that sets him right on top of this one, does some serious damage, but Hakan is actually going to be killed. Mono Fries are still up, and Beningus with the triple, and Petroni just one last hurrah, trying to go against the... Comes in, Azaz saves the day. Hey, Agisic turns the fight around. Shen taken down as well. Agisic in the middle of 4. Can he do it? Sun gets the kill as well. And suddenly, Team Secret, they found the form to get the kill. 2 deaths in the space of 30 seconds. And it's a crucial crowd control. TNX doing so much for Team Secret. Dodges over the wall with the extreme speed. He's continuing to fight. He's been knocked up again. He does have the shield one last time. Do they have the damage that they do? They slice him down. Listen.
Wah, as we see on that yesterday recap, we know all the matches going to be fair match, and I can't wait to see how today's match going.
Exactly Sabila, karena seperti yang tadi kita udah bahas juga ya, hari ini bakal intens banget pastinya.
Yep.
Dan kita sebelum masuk ke pertandingan kita lihat dulu kali ya standing group. This is the group standings right now.
Oke, dimana kita sudah melihat di grup A, Dominator Esports masih berada di peringkat yang pertama, masih ada di top, dilanjutkan oleh Blacklist International, lalu ada Mahadewa serta ada Food Esports.
Exactly, dan di grup B masih ada Nova, tim Nova Esports, lalu disusul oleh tim Vitality. Berikutnya di posisi ketiga dan 4 masih ada Kagendra dan juga Falcon.
Wah, ini yang luar biasa banget ya dari grup B, karena nanti kita akan melihat nih ya, sebentar lagi ya. Oke, kita akan lanjut ke grup C, di mana ini udah ada tim Secret yang berada sementara di posisi yang pertama. Terus akan ada Boom Esports di yang kedua, di yang ketiga ada Alpha 7 Esports. Lalu ada Influence Rage di peringkat yang terakhir.
Betul, dan di terakhir grup D masih bertahan di posisi paling atas ada Black Shoe Esports. Disusul oleh posisi kedua ada Fearless, Impunity, dan Remnant Esports.
Yap, itu dia kita sudah melihat current group standing kita, dan sekarang kita akan melihat untuk today's schedule kita, di mana kita akan melihat pastinya seperti yang kita bilang tadi di awal pada saat opening, akan ada 4 match ya, betul banget. Di match yang pertama ini datang dari grup B, berarti ya dari Vitality versus Nova Esports, lalu dilanjut dengan Revenant Esports versus Impunity.
Dan berikutnya ada di match ketiga ada FUT atau Food Esports yang akan berhadapan dengan Blacklist International, disusul oleh Influence Rage dan juga Boom Esports.
Ya, pastinya untuk match terakhir kita ya, kita akan melihat banyak sekali kejutan-kejutan pastinya. Betul, dari 8 tim yang akan bertanding hari ini.
Betul sekali, karena kemarin aja kalau kita lihat ya, kita cukup terkejut dengan aksi 21-21, ya kan, balas-membalas. Hari ini juga kayaknya bakal seru banget sih pasti Sabila.
Ya, aku juga benar-benar yakin banget hari ini akan jadi semakin seru ya. Apakah kita akan melihat adanya clean sweep atau bahkan adanya reverse sweep dari kedua tim yang akan bertanding mulai dari match yang pertama sampai dengan match terakhir kita, match keempat hari ini.
Exactly. So, we're gonna start soon on the match and we're gonna call the first team to join us for the first match. Please welcome Team Nova Esports!
And the next team, please give applause for Team Vitality!
So, we're gonna have both teams to have their fist bump and handshake in the middle of the stage. Please team Nova Esports and also Team Vitality, you may join and the fist bump in the middle of the stage. Ini dia Sabila, pertarungan kedua tim ini akan sangat berpengaruh sekali terhadap poin yang nanti akan dihasilkan, terutama untuk tim Kagendra dan juga teman-teman lainnya.
Yap, dimana mengingat ya, kita akan melihat ini adalah match terakhir dari teman-teman Vitality ternyata ya. Dimana Vitality sudah main di match yang ketiganya hari ini. Ini juga adalah match terakhir, jadi kita akan melihat apakah akan ada kejutan dari tim Vitality atau bahkan dari Nova Esports sendiri yang akan tetap mempertahankan posisinya nih.
Betul, karena satu poin aja sangat penting sekali.
Betul
ya.
banget Drew, dan itu yang membuat kita semakin tidak sabar lagi untuk melihat bagaimana berjalannya match pemanas kita ataupun match pertama kita hari ini. Kalau begitu sepertinya langsung saja we're gonna give it to the casters. So casters, the stage is yours.
We start off the day, this is of course the group stage, day 5, and we're gonna be in Group B. It's gonna be Team Vitality, Nova Esports. My name is Holler, with me is Blam and Kindo Fu.
That's right, it's a big start to the day. This is tournament life on the line for Vitality. And of all the teams to try it against, they have to try it against Nova, one of the biggest teams in this tournament.
Yeah, one of the best ones. But I mean, if we're gonna go Nova Esports, I mean, Team Vitality is no small team as well. They did all right yesterday. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it was all the BP, right? So I've had extensive words with many people about the Mai Shiranui because we know that obviously players like Ray don't go for those assassins in the mid lane. He's a control mage player. They didn't have to worry about it. They could have gone for something else and banned bigger picks. But they didn't. And that's where they've got to improve in this game against Nova. But hey, if Falcons can take a round from them, I've got full faith that we may be seeing a full best of 3, and it could swing in the favor of Team Vitality.
Yeah, and that's actually the craziest part about Group B. The fact that none of the teams have kind of cemented themselves into the knockout stage yet, so everything's kind of up in the air. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of pressure, but going into this one, this is Team Vitality's last game. Your thoughts on them?
I think I would like them to have a little bit more clarity about what they want to do, especially the BPs, right? So, of course, with clarity, we are looking for something else. I would jump right into the strategies that I would like them to explore. But one of the things you want to take a look at is the Realme 13 Plus, right? So you want to have the max performance. This will be at 5G, 120 frames per second maximum, and best quality for you to win your ranked games or even just have fun in the casual modes as well. Now, let me jump into what I think they should do today. I'm expecting that they might pull out the Giant again. If that's the case, I would like them to have more power, more firepower, so they can have the damage instead of, you know, relying on their heal.
Speaking of firepower, let's talk a little bit about TCL. This is, of course, the X955 QD Mini LED HDR 5000 nits. This is a great TV. Of course, it will change your viewing experience. Watching all of this on the screen right now with YouTube, with the Honor of Kings Esports Championship, it's going right now. But, of course, one other thing that we need to kind of take note of, right? We also have the Zhao Yu skin. This is the Purple Thunder Blaze. All you need to do is kind of log in. Of course, you got to do a couple of in-game activities to get yourself that one. Your thoughts on this skin, Blam?
It's a British person's favorite price. It's free. All you have to do is put a little bit of legwork in, but that's it. No money comes out of your wallet, so that is my favorite kind of price, and I'm sure the whole of Britain would agree.
Yeah, and it's great to do it. I mean, having this opportunity, especially going on while the Honor of Kings Championship is there, it's going to be a great opportunity to get that skin, but we're going to get into it. These are the players. They're seated down. They're getting ready for the ban picks, the draft, all of these things to kind of prepare themselves for this one. It seems like spirits are kind of high, at least on the Team Vitality side. You're seeing a little bit of smiles. There's not too much stress. But are you stressed, Kindo Fu?
I don't think so. You know, I think at this point that stress is going to be in the camps of both teams. And of course, with the loss yesterday, Vitality wasn't too happy with it. But it's good to see them in high spirits, right? That's what we want to see from a team that is looking to pull themselves out of the depths and maybe put themselves perching at the top.
And with that said, there's only 2 games left. Nova Esports still has to play. They've only played 1 game. They won one against Falcons, and this is the one where they need to kind of cement themselves in. It looks like Nova Esports very relaxed here, very comfortable, understanding that, hey, they have 2 more games ahead of them. I hope they wake them up by the time the game starts here.
I share this energy, right? I share this energy. This was me maybe 30 minutes ago, just back in my chair, like, right, let's just have a fantastic day 5. Let's get some banger matchups. And hey, Team Nova are thinking the same thing.
You know, but Nova Esports not out of the woods just yet. Of course, they have that 1 victory. They need to cement themselves with a 2nd game victory and getting themselves into this one. I mean, Team Vitality, this is all or nothing. You've got to win out. I think, okay, if we're going to kind of look at the board right now, Team Falcons, actually, they're very close. They have a 4-5 game differential. They need Nova Esports to 2-0 both of the other teams.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And you know what? While we may perch Nova is one of the strongest teams in this group, there is no guarantee about results, right? So Nova, I think, yes, they have showcased that they are a very strong team, but I hope they do not have a lapse in their concentration as well. And based on what we have seen, you know, them being surprised by Foot Esports is something that really caught all of us off guard. And I think Vitality definitely looking to, you know, replay that performance as well.
Yeah, and so Nova Esports was always the 3rd best team in Malaysia. They were behind Team Secret and, of course, Black Shrew Esports. and so they never really had the opportunity to go international, to take this to the international leagues and the tournaments, right, that are there. So playing on stage is a little bit more nerve-wracking. It might have been that going into that first series. I mean, there are huge expectations because they did dominate Team Secret in the Malaysian qualifiers, but now that they're here live, we're seeing some chinks in the armor, dare I say.
Yep, exactly. Actually, this is something that I am really proud of for the side of Team Vitality, right? So Winter, of course, mentioned that it was her first ever competition, and now she's here playing live on stage for the first time. And look at her performance. She is going to be very integral in the way that the game is going to be influenced, because her roams have been really critical in helping Team Vitality win a lot of those big fights.
Yeah, and of course it's super important, right? I mean, she's an amazing player, right? Just checking some of the highlights and just seeing how she kind of helps out and contributes with the team. She's on the same page. Team Vitality has been very well coordinated. You know, going into these things, you kind of worry about, are people 100% on the same page and able to kind of go in? We've seen some of the teams that have come out with some losses have not been, and Team Vitality on the up and up. But again, that Team Falcons game kind of shook things up where we don't exactly know if they're going to make it into the knockouts.
Yeah, and one thing that I think that is certain at this point is that Nova has done their homework, right? So they're going to ban out the Yuan along with the Dharma. These are specific bans against City Boy and 90 as well. They have performed spectacularly on these two heroes. Now this is going to allow Nova to pick up the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, started off, but go.
Yeah, this is Wendy on Mai Shiranui, man. This is something that I fear is going to be a Game 1 run-through for Team Nova. He's had so many MVPs on this hero. He is a high-ranks player. He's probably the most combatant mid-lane for Highland, right? Because now Highland is either going to have to go for Shangguan, which we got the Dolia, so it could be an option, right?
Yeah, and Wendy is one of the best mids, as you rightly highlighted there. But of course, this is just one pick, man. They got 4 more to go. I don't think that they're, they can just pick anything that they want, but it looks like they're going to go with some very meta picks here, Zhang Fei and the Musashi.
I like these picks, right? And if this really allows Highland to pick into the Shangguan, it's not going to be a good game for him because the finishing stroke can be cancelled out and kind of negated with one illuminating slash, and that's not a sight or sound you want to hear from the side of Vitality.
Yeah, but okay, Team Vitality, they've got the Arlie, we've got the Dahlia, and it looks like the Elaine. Very, these three have kind of been picked quite a bit in terms of, a first phase pick, especially with the Dahlia, really helps out with the Celestial Melody on that Elaine, so you can kind of get in and out with that Death and Sunset.
Yeah, and I think they're expecting that Nova will actually pick up the Lady Sun for Muji here. And no, in fact, they banned it out. That was one of the better picks for the side of Muji. He has performed pretty well on this hero as well.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of leaves open less picks here now for Muji, right? They have already taken out the Lady Sun, they've taken out the Long, Arlie's already been onto the side of Team Vitality. Shangguan pick, a very based pick onto Highland, but I really like the Elaine and Dahlia combo. It's been something that's been quite successful, and most times out of 10, the Dahlia without the Elaine has been something that's been a bit lackluster, so you can kind of understand why they've gone for the Q1 pick, right? Q1 has got a greater win rate than the Dahlia, and that's a good reason to get that banned off rather than Dahlia herself.
All right, so we're going to have to see. I mean, the Menki's been banned, the Shangguan, that's a lot of respect going up against Highland here. Team Vitality has not shown all of their cards, especially with that mid lane. What hero do you think is best, taking bans into consideration that can deal with this Wendy Mai?
I think some CC would definitely do well. You can take a even bigger risk with a Princess Frost, or they could go with the traditional Lady Jun as well, right? So it looks like they want to go for the known and tested combinations. That's going to be the Lady Jun with the Flowing Sai, Ocean of Tears, Destructive Deluge as well. But I'm a bit more concerned for Vitality because it takes a lot to make this draft work, right? We need this Elaine on 90 to pop off for the side of Vitality fans. Now, Nova, it's not as easy, of course. Right now, if Musashi gets torn behind and there is a gap in the jungling, it's going to be tough because he has to enter first. he needs to be the front line. And the save from Zhang Fei on that unbridled outburst has to be reserved for Muji, and Muji only. It can't be used to save the job.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? We saw Musashi yesterday, and some of the matches were very lackluster, especially those that were playing from behind. I believe it was in the Brazilian matchup, right, between Influence Rage and Alpha 7, when we saw Benignus play the Orgren. But the Lady Gen, like, I'm going to go back on that point there, it's going to be great for zoning, right? Because you can kind of use a Death on Sunset to make sure that they try and dive out the way, and then they're going to try and place that Destructive Deluge wherever they try and escape to, right?
Yeah, and one thing I really like, okay, there's one thing to note of Team Vitality, very squishy. You catch them out, it looks like the Burning Sun Arrow seems to be the answer for all of that. In yesterday's matches, we saw the Burning Sun Arrow not do as much because they needed to rely on the Hao Yi to do all the damage. In this case, Nova Esports, if you're looking at the Mai, you got the Musashi, and even the Maien to some degree, they have all the damage that they need. They just need that setup. So Hao Yi could be split pushing and just throwing out those Burning Sun Arrows.
Exactly, taking a page out of the Boom Esports book, right, which was using Hou Yi as a utility tool, that Burning Sun Arrow gonna hit its target. And if you take a look at the roster on Nova, 5 different sets of control. You have Ma Yin, you have Musashi, you have Zhang Fei, you have Mai. The knockup, Ryu Engine, you have the Unbridled Outburst, you have Ma Yin's Get Serious, you have the Whatever, and of course Musashi Duel to the Death. These are no joke when combined with each other layer after layer. Not a nice time for Vitality.
Yeah, and it's all about those layers, right? And it's just being very complex going into this one. It's going to be super important going into this game because, again, Team Vitality, yes, they can finesse you, and it is a difficult lineup to play, but man, if they hit a single stun, that guy just might be blown up.
Yep, so there is a very tight timer, right? If you can get a kill onto Muji before he hits level 4, you do have a slight advantage. And I think Vitality definitely will be looking to open up one of these options, right? Either take out Muji, or maybe you can take out the top lane as well.
Okay, I think we're kind of, I just want to be very clear with this. We kind of both think that the Nova lineup is a little easier to play.
I'm not falling for the
No gaslighting today.
I'm saying it even for myself. I do think that the Nova lineup is a slight edge because of that.
Okay, I'm just gonna agree with you today, and then we'll see how what happens from there. But it looks like, you know, Vitality in agreement. Unfortunately, it will be Waypit that kind of gets the steal, right? And little steals like that really go the distance for both teams.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where Team Vitality were actually spending time dealing with that spike tail piece, right? Yeah. They were going out, they weren't in the lane contesting. And because of that, and Waypit just walks over and actually takes the gold and you know, he basically walks away with their wallets.
Yeah, so it starts with maybe, what, 300 gold, 400 gold. Slowly, this will suddenly snowball into 1,000, 2,000, and suddenly you're waiting on it.
Yeah, and it looks like Nova Esports, nothing too crazy. It looks like they're forcing the mid lane to kind of ensure that Wendy has a good start. I think that this is a really good idea. Just, you know, let Wendy have a good game, let him carry.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Mai, right? So Mai definitely wants to play with an advantage. That's where you get the burst. And at this point, it looks like Nova have a more stable start to the game.
Yeah, stable, definitely. And it's very smart in terms of how they want to proceed here. They're forcing it out. Look, Pheasant was just spawning. Knight, really no chance. But who's getting the last hit? Don't know. Got that in the end.
Okay, Invincible Warrior does come through. CC the unity from the Elaine as well. He's going to keep him from being not to fight whatever. But right now, you get the Death on Sunset, the Duel to Death, sorry, and the Death on Sunset. Loads of death up into the Clash lane. That is going to be a 1 kill for Nova.
Nighty survives. I mean, he's a sliver of life, but that was a great rotation by Nova. It was one of those things where, okay, you're going at them. They had the Invincible Warrior. There was T-Boy was kind of flaunting that. Obviously, he's not as tanky as he should be mid to late game, but, you know, he was kind of a threat. So they backed it off, but it was actually just a trap.
Yeah, and this is the Nova special, right? Once they get one, they always have a deal somehow, 1-for-1. Now they're going to steal away the Tusk Boar camp as well. So this is going to dwindle the EXP growth as well as the gold for City Boy. And as a Kaiser, you are already having that deficit because you're dealing with a duel to the death. And what happens when you have less gold slow up itemization. It's an easy kill, right, for the side of Nova.
Yeah, and it's turned into a 1.5k net worth lead already. Nova Esports making their way, just pushing the envelope a little bit. You know, just forcing it down. I mean, having a good lead at this point is a little worrying for Team Vitality.
Yep, he missed the first marker, right? So Muji is already level 5. You can see that Burning Sun arrow taking its flight across the map.
A bit of a miss there. 90 again, scared away. Almost every time the Pheasant is showing up, even Wendy is joining in, ensuring that there's nothing, there's no shenanigans, nothing is being given up.
Wendy trying to dictate the fight there, but we do get the Invincible Warrior from Kaiser comes through. I thought we was going to see a blazing Sun Arrow come through there, right? That would be perfect in that game.
CY about half-life here. CT Boy, they're trading blows a bit. Wave Pit is a little bit more of a dangerous spot, but now with the Tyrant spawning here, this is going to be the next
Catapult.
They have to take advantage of it, right? And right now, Burning Sun Arrow going to miss the mark, which means they have one less time to try and lock down the team members of Vitality.
Yeah, I might have been used a little too early. They were fishing for something, but it looks like the Tyrant has been defeated. CY doesn't even have to smite this one. They're going to walk away with that, and then the rich are getting a little richer.
Yeah, unlike the UK's travel system, it was early, not late, but I think it really helped there because Elaine could have come in with the Death and Sunset and try and steal it.
Someone's a little bitter. I can feel it, the animosity, but you know, I do agree, a little late on that one. But nonetheless, Wave Pit's still up in front, and Nova Esports doing a good job. Hey, you don't have to steal everything, but you're providing vision. We know where the enemy team is.
Yep, and this is a difficult situation. When you have a Wave Pit as Zhang Fei, okay, on top 90 body.
Oh, this is just going to be a clear take there, right? We saw the Death on Sunset try to be used defensively there, but that's not going to be any match for Wendy.
Yeah, and this is why Wendy will pick my first pick into anything. Like, come at him. He's going to outclass you. He's going to be able to outplay you.
But it's Sun Arrow connected onto Highland. That was perfect from Nova right now. Shank's looking very low. He gets taken down. Down goes City Boy. That's a 3-0 trade between the turrets.
Yeah, that was a pure tenderizing moment for the side of Vitality, right? So they knocked them up, and very nice combination. This is what I spoke about earlier, right at the BP stage. There's 5 different stuns coming in from the side of Nova.
There's so many stuns. The umbrella output was insane. Wave Pit actually got the double kill. How dare you steal away kills from your cores, Wave Pit?
Yep, and if you take a look at the gold, right? 4,500 already in the bank for Wendy. 4,000 for CY as well. Close to almost a double, but at least 1,000 gold ahead.
It's actually huge. The rich are getting richer. They're just starting to play with really well with the lead. I mean, understanding that, hey, Team Vitality are looking to defend, but all 5 of them literally just stealing, like, sticking around for the Hounds.
Yep, and Wendy, he's super happy with this, right? Just staying on the back lines, throwing Kachosen. Every single hit is going to be something that recovers his energy as well. And, you know, Vitality, right now they're just sitting ducks.
Yeah, and look at Muji, right? Happily just taking the bottom T2, not really much to do. They didn't even have any minions. They're gonna happily take this one, and again, now they focus their attention on the mid lane.
Even with backdoor protection, this is the lead that Nova have acquired for themselves, right? And rightly so. I think they've made all the right calls, all the right decisions as well. Taking camp by camp, I think this is the 4th time they've stolen the camp away from Vitality.
I mean, it's a 7k net worth lead. It's not even 7 minutes in the game. I mean, this is starting to compound crazily in favor of Nova Esports, pushing back Team Vitality. I mean, all they could do, oh, nice Burning Sun Arrow, that does connect.
It does connect, but is it going to be followed up? Probably not. We do see that Knight comes into that a little too late. Wave Pit looking low, but there's the Unbridled outburst, split it away. Team Vitality, that disengage mechanic that Zhang Fei really offers his team fights work phenomenally for Nova.
Yeah, take a look at the decision making by Nova, right? So they thought that they were gonna have a fight against Nova on the side of Vitality, and they chose to back off. And nice stun. Okay, unfortunately, he is going to be CC immune. But look at what happens, right? Nova just makes space around the map for himself. I don't think they want to chase this on the side of Vitality. It's a huge risk.
Okay, you said unfortunately when he was CC immune, so it looks like you're a Nova Esports fan. Huh?
Oh, here comes the gaslighting.
I can smell gas.
Oh my god, another Burning Sun Arrow connecting in, and Team Vitality, all 5 of them, just kind of hunkering down, trying to defend.
Oh, the Invincible Warrior and the Death on Sunset looking for an aggressive engage here, but the up below with the gold, right? Wendy gets caught into the back line. He has actually not taken down. He is falling now. That is going to be a kill over to both Vitality and Nova. So finally, Vitality getting some blood spilt.
Wendy a little risky on that play, going into the heart of the enemy, under the T2 tower, tried to fight it 1 versus 3, was almost so close to just picking off Nighty and getting on out of there, but again, the rest of Nova kind of weren't on the same page on that fight.
I think it's a well worth it risk, right? At this point, take a look at what happens, right? The reward is the Tyrant. It's not even the Shadow Tyrant at this point. 8 minutes in, they have, maintained this 7,000 lead.
Tyrant has been defeated.
6. So that's about 1.5 minutes of extra time.
Oh, burning donk.
Wow.
We need like a little sound effect for when those burning arrows land. There's like a donk or a ding.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many. But again, they know where he is because of the fact that Waypit is providing that vision. These are not like completely random arrows that are being tossed around. They ensure like roughly he's going to be around here. They know that the Crimson Golem is going to be up. So again, it's just a matter of, that intuition.
But it's the exact same area, right? 3 arrows, 3 hits. So far, it's a 100% hit rate for the side of Muji as well.
I mean, I think he had some misses earlier, some random ones, but a little bit
Scouting arrows.
Scouting arrows, you're right, but you still got to count those for some of the arrows. He missed another one, see?
Scouting arrows, that gave vision.
So he's 3 for 3. But what about these other arrows? Do they not count?
We must take a look at the intention behind it.
The intention of the arrows.
Before I could smell gas, now I smell bias.
It's a very smelly cast today. But Nova Esports again playing well with the lead. Like, look at this map control. But Team Vitality really don't have much. I mean, this lead has only kind of gone to an 8K, especially after Wendy dying on that one. But again, it looks like they're just going to take another Tyrant.
Yeah, man, this one is really close towards that Shadow version. But it looks like, you know what, Nova, they have nothing to lose. Let's just play with the Primal Bond, it's fine.
Okay, yeah, you have nothing to fear. I mean, you have the damage, you're able to just kind of take
Dark
this. This is no small, like,
defeated.
it's a very easy task for Nova Esports here again. Just full control at this point.
Yeah, and with Radiance on the side of Waypit, that's one of the reasons why they are able to catch Vitality continuously, right? Because the slows come in, really sets the tone for the match. And at this point, Wendy gets that knockup with the Blue Engine with ease. Whenever the target is slowed, he gets the Chosen as well. So there's additional damage. And paired up with the knockup, it's a death combo coming in from Nova.
Yeah, it's a combination to fight into. I mean, they just have so much control. Everybody has a specific role, and they're coming in with like a utility belt. They can do almost everything. They have damage, control, I mean, almost everything that you can want.
The mind games that Waypit was causing up there because they had no vision onto anybody else other than Zhang Fei. They would probably expect it. A little bit of a gank here, but he was able to just keep up 5 players all by himself. Why they take the neutral objective?
Yeah. Very tanky, very, just up in front. He has mobility too, so he can get out anytime.
Yeah, I mean, he has a get out of jail free card, right? The Unbridled Outburst is definitely something very useful. That's why, it's a final pick for a lot of teams. And at this point, the base is going to be cracked open. Nothing too big just yet, but at this point, you can feel the pressure building onto Vitality.
Yeah, Shadow Vanguard is going to be pushing in the bottom lane. It's just going to be a matter of time before these Vanguards put together. Nova just sticking around. They're going to, assault the base at the same time. They're going to kind of coordinate and do as much damage as possible. But with Mo mid T3, this is a little worrying for Team Vitality.
Yeah. Shanks as well as Winter, Highland, the 3 of them will do well for themselves not to overextend in terms of positioning. I think at this point, it's almost a guarantee that your T3s will be taken apart by the entirety of Nova.
Yeah, and it's like, you have to just watch them take your base. There's really not much you can do, but at some point you have to go. Looks like the Burning Sun arrow misses again, or does that one count? Because I don't know the intention.
Okay, I'll count that as a miss.
Finally, he admits it.
All right, but it looks like the T3 is going to be sieged up top. They do have one Vanguard just getting whittled away. Muji doing some serious damage to these structures.
Okay, so they're looking for that final kill flow. Nova, I think it's safe to say it's a low kill game. 7 kills between the 2 teams and the 12-minute mark. And Vitality, is it possible for them to come back into this? That's the biggest concern here, right? Do they have enough damage?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's just the damage, but like if you get on somebody and then the rest of the team come in with all their stuns, you're gonna have a hard time. So I mean, you have to defend the base. Maybe you look to split pushing, but I think with the base wide open, I think it might be too little too late.
Yep, the minions are here as well. We see the Death on Sunset fall into the backline. That is the Unbridled Air Raid once more from Wei Pet. And they are into the thick of it. CT Boy is just trying to keep them out of there. Juan looking pretty low as well under the Mai Yin. But this is going to be the opening right. This is going to be the curtain call for sure. Vitality does pick up CY. And right now the Chosens come through with perfection. Game 1 is looking like a done deal for Nova.
Yep, big decision making there, right? They chose not to push the minions away. Unfortunately, that means the backdoor protection is not there, and they take it with ease. So Nova Esports, I think it's safe to say it is a expected result, but was it as easy as we all thought it was going to be?
Yeah, nothing is easy. Yeah, let's be honest, especially with these 16 teams that are here. All teams are ready to go, and they come back at any moment. But Nova Esports, this is kind of why we thought they were a very smart team. You saw exactly what they were doing. They were kind of choking you out, making it very uncomfortable for Team Vitality.
Yeah, very, very uncomfortable. Like you were saying in the early game there, Ken, I mean, they had like, what, 6-7k gold lead from like 7th minute? Absolutely nuts. Like, that's something that's really hard to come back from, especially when we know that Team Vitality's strength is trying to bait abilities for them to then go in. But I feel like they had none of that moments where they could put the foot on the gas and actually just commit to a team fight where they would actually come out on top.
Yeah, and I kind of go back to this draft a bit. It was a little worrying. We were talking about how much CC they had, and they had everything in the the kitchen sink, so to speak. But okay, now we're going into game 2. Team Vitality, what are your thoughts? Is it an execution draft? Like, what is the biggest issue here?
I think it is the execution. Actually, their draft was okay, but you need to have the lead. And the moment they lost that advantage for City Boy, that's where it kind of goes awry, right? Because he is supposed to be the tank. But at this point, I want to take a look at the highlights because I think we will have moments where you can really pinpoint how it's done by the side of Nova. So Yuan, please help us out over here.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
Right, thanks to the Lady of the Day, and this is where it kind of fell apart, right? This first blood, especially onto City Boy himself, was a very big marker in why they established the lead in the first place. And consistently they were taking up the objectives, but more than that, it was really just stealing away so many different camps. And when they have a small advantage, you need to buy, it's no joke.
Yeah, this is one of the greater fights by Wei Pet. Just the amount of control, he gets the double, he's all the way up in front. And I mean, yeah, you have the Invincible Warrior with CC Boy, but you're just taking it with all of your guys and just your damage dealers have been killed. So you're kind of on the back foot. You really can't fight for these things. So it's like the engagement, how you want to fight into the Nova Esports Deathball was super difficult. And Team Vitality really didn't have any answers.
Yeah, my biggest concern at this point actually is the amount of damage output that Vitality has, right? So I know Lady Chen is able to dish out quite a lot of damage, but this is a very fast-paced team coming out from the side of Nova, right? They are able to get onto you with instant burst. You have people like Wendy, you have people like Strength, who once they catch you, it's pretty hard to survive as well.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think that the Wendy Mai did some serious damage at times, picking people off and just blowing them off. But your thoughts on the MVP, Lamb?
Oh, let's see. It is going to be Wendy. I mean, that was a great call for everybody to admit that the gaslighting was enough, the bias was enough, and then the MVP for Wendy, like we said, in the BP. This is one of his signature picks, and this is just another MVP on Shiranui for Wendy. This is just amassing a big amount of awards for this player.
Yep. Looking for more, right? 40% of hero damage across from this team. And this is to make it sure that there was no biasness, there was no gas. I'm just speaking facts, right? I'm just relaying information, guys.
Yeah, okay, look, all jokes aside, obviously we're neutral in this. So I want to be very clear with this. I think we definitely have some fun with that. But again, Wendy having some fun with the enemy team here. 4-1-1, Muji, backing it off. I mean, his structure damage was on point. I mean, he was doing most of it. He was not really in the team fights. Again, he was throwing out those burning sun arrows and just taking down towers.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about Muji's build is that he actually goes a little bit more defensive at this point. He wants to use the Sparkforge Dagger Lightning to really burn them down, along with the percentage damage of the Doomsdinger, right? So it's actually centered around Wendy instead, not Muji, which is kind of a cool theory from the side of Nova. And I think Vitality they recognize this, but they can't do anything about it because they're so far behind on farm.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, the defensive items for the lane, we have the Death on Sunset twice, so you're going to see, if Vitality were playing on the front foot, that would have been the case, right? Going for the Hou Yi, make a tree, take down that huge damage from a distance, and he has the Sun Chaser as well, which means he just provides even bigger range.
You know why he has a 0% team fight lead?
Died before the fight.
Yes, because when he jumps in with the Death by Sunset and he gets taken out before that combination is even complete. That's a bit unfortunate, but we all know how the lane operates, right? He's meant to jump on the backlines. So this itemization by Muji, actually tanking up 25,000 as a Hou Yi is pretty sick, right? Because normally you don't get touched, but he was in the face of 90 all day long.
Yeah, I mean, but 90 was going after. He was definitely focusing, trying to prioritize Muji as much as possible. But again, Nova Esports is like, okay, that's fine. We have the rest of them, CY and Wendy, just on the back line, just blowing people up. And again, the gold graph kind of tells the tale, right? Everything was in favor of them. They knew how to close the game out.
Yeah, this is a standard gold graph for teams like Nova, teams like DSC, and even teams like Secret, right? The three Malaysian giants, I think this is what we expect out of them. But at this point, let's not count out Vitality, right? Vitality fans, I think they still definitely have some hope with them. And Vitality, I think if they can change certain markers within their draft, they will definitely be able to bring the A game to Nova, right? Nova is not an unbeatable team.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, markups in the draft, but then also the focus of neutral objectives and those towers as well. Like, they had 0 across the board, and that just goes to show Nova's control on that Gorge in that game one, right? They were able to just deny any kind of macro play. It's not like Team Vitality were trying to make the macro plays either, like we were seeing yesterday with few other teams where, especially on BSC, where we'd have loads of team fights, 4v5, and then Siang just pushing the lanes. There was none of that at all to try and regain that control.
There was no space, right? I mean, when there was that one attempt from CT Boy, who went in the top lane, tried to go for that gank, and then it turned it around, and then they lost 2. That was kind of when the wheels kind of fell off a little bit, right? It was one of those things where, you know, Nova Esports were able to counterpunch, and they hit them twice as hard.
Yeah, it was interesting to me because during that first gank, actually I think the entire team was there, with the exception of Muji, right? So 4 different members to rotate all the way to the top, and it didn't fit with the expectations on Vitality. I was thinking that Vitality would have expected maybe 3 different members to come in. They'll be looking for a split push. That's why they put other members on the other sides of the map, but it didn't happen. So Nova took a bet. The gamble paid off.
Yeah, it was a good bet, right? And their strategy was on point because, again, you can have everybody kind of grouping up, and then you have Muji on the side just kind of split pushing so that no lane is really threatened, and you're constantly just funneling them or hurting them in like sheep, so to speak.
Yeah, putting shields for themselves, right? So they don't get punished if they get the things wrong. But in any case, Vitality, I think it's time to deep dive into Yao Yao's mind. I hope we can kind of see what she has in store for the team, and hopefully they can execute it as well. But first, let's take a look at the player interviews for both teams.
我觉得小蜜蜂还是很强的吧，他们的队伍团队磨合也是很厉害的。
I think we can beat them, and also in the previous game they are not playing very good, so the chance to beat them is still, we still high. So we will do our best.
我觉得 Winder 吧，他的发挥还是比较亮眼一点的嘛。
Nova, we will beat you.
我希望我们2个队能一起出现吧。
There'll be some fighting words on that one, right? I think going into this one, it's a do or die at this point. Both of these squads must win here to ensure that they kind of continue on. Nova Esports, a little less pressure, but still, every game matters.
Every game does matter, right? I mean, at this point, if they don't even get a round on this one, Team Vitality will literally just be out of the competition. So I expect all guns blazing in Game 2, and all those cylinders have got to be burning for Team Vitality, or as Nova called them, Little B.
Yeah, and I mean, to give themselves a chance, they need to, Team Vitality, need to win at least one game. Because currently they're behind Team Falcons. I mean, we're going to have to come back to the tiebreaker to see exactly how it kind of shakes up, so to speak. But again, they need to go the distance. They need every single point at this point. So, you know, Team Vitality really need to strike back.
I hope they have something more in the bag, right? At this point, I think we've already seen the creativity and the brilliance of Yao Yao's mind in terms of drafting. She has given Highland such powerful picks from qualifiers to even the actual competition here today. And right now, it's go time, right? Vitality need to hit the gas on that, pedal on that gas.
Yeah. I mean, it's about all the gas. But, you know, again, when you're playing defensive, you're not really able to kind of put the pedal onto the metal in that sense, right? But, okay, support your players, rate and win at the championship. Join the HOK camp to rate your favorite players in the championship to stand a chance to win some exciting game rewards. This is very easy to do and fun, by the way.
Very fun. I mean, you can make your opinion heard. If we're not giving that right opinion, you can do it in that camp.
All right, of course, Mengya, we've seen this guy. He's going to be out on the 19th. He's an interesting hero. Your thoughts thus far? We've seen him in, I think, 2 or 3 games already. Your thoughts?
Glass cannon. I think that's the best term to kind of describe him. But at the same time, this is something that maybe Vitality can explore. But, you know, Mengya is a huge risk because you need to have a good game from the get-go. And right now, that's exactly what Vitality needs as well. So they're going to start off with their own Mai Shiranui this time, Highland feeling confident.
Yeah, you gotta go confident. I mean, trying to be in, you know, take it away from Wendy is one thing, but then to just first pick it, you gotta be super comfortable with this. I think Highland is up to the task. He definitely plays the high risk, high reward type of heroes, and he tends to just blow people up. So I think there's a little bit of revenge in his blood in this one.
Oh, for sure. But you know what? I think this Nova bans coming in from for the Dharma as well as the Yupan have really hurt Vitality because I think we all know 90 is a absolute monster on this Dharma, and the fact that he does not have one of his best heroes to play is definitely hurting Vitality at this point.
Yeah, teams have done their research. They're seeing exactly the win rates and what's going on. But again, okay, let's Team Vitality going with the Mai, Lung, Mayin, all very meta, all very kind of, you know, you're able to do so many different things with Lung. The Mayin can kind of initiate, kind of help out with Mai, attract a little bit of attention away. I kind of like Team Vitality's first 3 picks here.
Yeah, but once again, it puts a lot of pressure onto 90's shoulders. He needs to be perfect with the catches on his Get Serious, on his whatever. And playing against a Diadea coming from Nova, it's not the easiest thing because she has heals, she's pretty mobile, she can jump on you, and with the Heartlink, the heals are quite hard to deal with, especially when you're busy dealing with an Ogren that is probably going to go into the hands of CY.
Yeah, it's looking that way, and I think, you know, just the amount of sustain, the damage, everything that you want from Ogren, very good, but the Diadea kind of taking the Ogren a little bit further. I think it actually enhances the hero quite a bit. It's a very interesting combination.
Yep, imagine wearing 3 winter clothes in the blizzard. I don't know whether that makes sense.
no, it does. I've definitely been there where it's been so cold I need multiple jackets. I get that. I'm just a little warm now, so like envisioning 3 jackets right now is not helping.
Okay, well, at this point they need a lot of defense, but they also need the attack, right? So Nova, I think they've done well for themselves. This Liu Bang adds on to the fact that this is a huge healing and shielding composition. Vitality needs, I don't know, a big cannon.
Yeah, I think the Liu Bang here could be a possible great macro shift for Xuan because we saw it with Xiang yesterday. I feel like they could still go for that same kind of thing because when you've got something like the Ogren in the thick of it into a 4v5, you kind of don't need that 5th hero, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, look, the Diadea with the amount of sustain, the Liu Bang with all those shields, and of course the Battlefield Command, you have multiple ways to kind of keep everybody alive. But the only thing is that you're kind of lacking on the damage department. Not to say that we won't see it from the Arlie and the Ogren, but these last 2 picks from Team Vitality.
Okay, I think Vitality, they're going with what they feel is comfortable to them. Yeah. I think that's the best way I can put it across now. Menki and Chai are going to be the final 2 picks. I mean, Nova's draft is just so strong. So I want to be positive about it. Vitality, one of the things they can try to look at is to have heavy invasions into the jungle, right? They need to stop CY from getting the farm.
Yeah, I think if Team Vitality can kind of just hold them up, kind of like what Falcons did yesterday, where we saw Bobby on the Lung, we could just hope for a stalemate to the point where Nova can forget, I'm not saying they won't forget, but they could forget about the Lung, and then at that point we could see that all the damage is going to come through before we can.
Yeah, but Vitality, they are on a huge timer this game. They have to end this game within 15 minutes because if not, this Taiyan's going to expire per se because she's not going to be able to sustain against the damage coming in from Arlie, and we all know Muji's Arlie.
Yeah, going into this one, I mean, this is going to be game 2. We know the picks, it looks like the draft is completely done and dusted, so to speak. But going into this one, I think that, hey, if your backs are on the wall, this is a must-win game. I think Team Vitality, it should be comfort over having the far superior draft that you might not be as comfortable with. So going into this one, of course, best of luck to both squads as we find out who's going to take game 2.
That's right. So right now, Vitality, they have to figure out how do they get their hands into the necks of Nova. And that's a good start, right? That will be what we're looking for. Shanks with the Flaming Palms as well.
Doing a little bit of damage to kind of start things off, tenderizing them, making it a little bit easier, making, threatening them a bit. I mean, everyone starts off at level 1 here, so definitely a good start to that. But now Waypick, being a nuisance, he's gonna just kind of, when I see roam on, roam action, I always think it's like a pillow fight.
It is, right? And you see feathers all over the place. So, of course, with that being said, we are looking for, who do we want the growth to go into, right? And at this point, for the side of Vitality, the 2 members that you definitely want to funnel farm into and EXP is going to be Highland as well as maybe City Boy. At this point, City Boy, because they need to get that aggression. They need to start making like
the immobilize comes through from the Diadea, but nothing's going to actually come of it yet. It's too early. There's no gank from the mid lane as well, but I feel like that's going to be the issue into the late game, is that Waypit has that immobilize. So if Highland tries to dive in deep for, say, for example, the Angela, he can immobilize and just really upset the flow.
Yeah, it could definitely upset the flow, make it uncomfortable here. But CY, Wendy, I mean, both of them will just kind of make their way into, it looks like the top side of the jungle. CY, I think that, talking about the other one, funneling farm, CY definitely the one that you want, as well as the Muchi, right, to kind of to carry this game.
Yeah, they are already doing that successfully, right? City Boy actually trailing CY at this point by a little bit of experience. Thanks, though.
Gank's really low, but again, still no mid lane gank, so there's not enough damage in these early games just yet for Nova.
Yeah, but Shanks here has to recall. He's going to do the walk of shame back into the lane. Loses out on the Firehawk as well, as maybe this next wave, assuming Winter could maybe freeze it in place. Yeah, he's going to take it a little bit here. Nova, this is a good opportunity to do a little bit of damage.
Highland.
We'll let him go.
Highland, cap.
Not going to hit the mark with the Kachosin, right? And one of the things that it's really difficult for the side of Vitality is they have not taken a single camp away from Nova, and this does not play well into their plan. The 15-minute time space that they have is now left with 12 and a half. They have to do something.
Yeah, they have to do something. They have to make some sort of play, make them uncomfortable. Right now, they've been kind of playing more of the standard. It seems like they're playing a little bit more on the scared side, dare I say?
More passive, right? And I understand, because this is a tough situation. You don't want to risk giving the lead to Nova again, because you know what they can do with it.
Looks like Shanks is going to ride the Muchi away, pushing them back a little bit. The 3 members of Nova Esports trying to funnel as much farm onto Muchi as possible, even letting CY free farm in that mid lane. It seems like Nova's strategy is very clear.
Yeah, and it's making Shanks' life a little hard as well, right? Shanks is below Muchi in terms of farm, but besides that, I think everyone else on the side of Vitality have a gold lead. Now the question is, can they get the EXP lead? Because that's exactly what they need to try and make a turnaround play against Nova.
Yeah, but the network lead, neck and neck. I mean, it's tied at this point, which is fine, but we haven't seen any sort of real commitment. I think that with the 4 minutes approaching, the Tyrants are going to be spawning, and as well as the Overlord. I think now is the good time to find some sort of pickoff. But again, both teams are very wary of this, and they're going to play a little bit safe.
Yeah, my big concern here is Highland.
Oh, there is the blazing brilliance has come through, but it's again just a little bit too late there. We know that both these teams, especially Team Vitality, playing passive. And from what we know from Team Vitality, Highland likes to get something done within that first 4 minutes. How successful are they in this game too? Getting something done before the neutral objective. But they may look for a steal here. We do see the back of the line there, but it is going to be awkward that picks off the kill. But there we are. There's the Battleground command coming through from the Lu Bang, and it's quickly, easily going in favor of Nova.
Yeah, Highland with a nice Shinobi, just like the launch up was on point. They did end up getting first blood on the Wendy, but then the rest of them, CT Boy and Highland, not able to survive to live the tail, and now they've turned it around. Nova Esports forcing down this 15-1.
Has destroyed
and once again, that's not the only one they will take away. They're going to take away the Azure Golem as well. And at this point, it's all heading into Nova's pockets, right? 15 minutes, you have a much shorter time now. You've given them the EXP lead, you've given the objective lead, the map control. the fact that your T1 in the mid now is gone, vision is going to be so small in that middle area.
Yeah, I kind of want to see the highlight on that one because I felt like CT Boy had just removed back to safety. So he was on cooldown, so he wasn't able to kind of further like lock people down. I needed to see the
I think that one wasn't the biggest issue. He actually smited earlier than CY did, but there was still a lot of life left, and that allowed CY to get it.
Okay, but now Team Vitality on the defensive here, down about 2K at this point. Nova Esports just way pit getting in on the action, making it uncomfortable even for Nighty here. Just everyone just in your face, just being super uncomfortable.
Have you ever seen a Diadea win 1v1 with Mayin?
Oh, okay, speaking of Diadea, going back in. Oh, down goes City Boy.
Not a sight for sore eyes at this point because Vitality, they're struggling to keep up. 3 kills only going to the side of Nova, but the goal lead is starting to be a gap that's widened.
Yeah, look, again, Nova Esports forcing it down. Nighty, not really, he's getting jumped on.
Yeah, into the thick of it.
Yeah, but
into the thick of it. He's going in, but there we are. The Flaming Pops are trying to connect and do damage onto one of the side of Nova, but it's not going to be it. They trade, they get a kill, and they get the T2 in the mid lane for Nova, and not quite done yet, but they are going to just leave it there for now.
Yep, this is my main concern about the draft coming in from Nova, right? There's so much live bars coming in, the Qs coming in from Waypit as well, and the NTCC doing Blazing Brilliance helps out Wendy so much. When he comes into the Battlefield Command, he's not coming in just with shields and heals, he's coming in with damage as well, because the Staggering Charge, the passive, the Dominator Shield, all of this do damage, and once you get the control and EXP advantage to Nova, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, it's definitely hurt. I mean, Nighty ran away, but then Highland was like, no, I got this. And he went in, and he got blown up. It just seems like, hey guys, we're not on the same page. If we're going in, we're all going in. But, you know, again, why would Nighty run in that case? There was a lot of question marks on that last play.
Well, I think you can refer to the interview, right? I think Winter was saying that Highland is the main shot caller, but Nighty does some of the shot calling as well. So perhaps there was really a huge miscommunication about the intentions behind the team.
Okay. Seems like you're trying to start a little team drama internally, huh?
Oh, I'm smelling some gas here.
Looks like they're gonna put Nova Esports, that is, into the bottom lane. It looks like there's really not much Team Vitality can do. CY just running at the guys. They have to kind of just, you know, back off. They have not much they can do.
Okay, so Blam, you were saying that you did not see the split push. They're trying it now, but it's not really working out.
It's not working at all, right? I mean, Nighty here is a little bit lost for words and lost for a cause. We see the path of passing come through. Just trying to really impress him, but unfortunately for Nighty, he's going in the wrong direction, right? Like his Satnav is taking him all down the country lanes, and then sees immunity. He tries to get out of there. There's immobilization. It's going to be enough for Wendy to come through. We see the flash from Nighty as well. Coming up to the top lane is Muchi to try and finish off the Mayin, and there it is. The kill comes through.
That actually is a super big play. Look at the time that Nighty bought for them. Unfortunately, because of the deficit, Vitality could not capitalize to get that Tyrant as quickly as they wanted to, right? So Nova, once again, back in the driver's seat.
Tyrant has
kind of
been
felt like my uncle chasing around a chicken.
A tower.
For, you know, he's gonna just slice and dice for dinner, right? It seemed like it was going on for quite some time. Nighty was just like a ring around the rosy on this one, but unfortunately, Nighty does die in the end. You know, again, Team Vitality really didn't get too much out of that. I mean, yeah, you bought a little bit of time, but unfortunate for them, they're still behind in this case.
Okay, and if you feel like they had a lot of damage, it's going to be even more, because now with the Stains of Sorcery coming in for Xuan, it's not going to be a pretty picture. He's going to be able to burst down the backlines pretty quickly.
No, but I like the thought process. I do think that Team Vitality need to be split quickly. You need to create a little bit of space. Make Nova not just death ball you down one lane. You need to kind of split them out a little bit, but it's kind of tough to do with Xuan on the Liu Gang with his Battlefield Command.
Well, maybe they can try with Highland, right? Highland just got the Savage drop. And in fact, did they burn out the Flash? Yeah, Waypit actually expended the Flash. Maybe this might come back to bite them.
Yeah, it might be here, but Nighty pushing the bottom lane. It looks like Muchi's gonna just kind of deal with that and protect it. Team Vitality, you pushed him one lane. Now can you get something else in the other lane? Juan in the top lane, not really much you can do because you don't really have the lockdown.
Yeah, and at this point, I want to just explore potential of winning, right? The potential here for Earworm, because it looks like Nova's draft tends to like to stick together, and Earworm works wonderfully against clumped up teams.
Yeah, it could definitely happen.
Dark Tyrant
That'd
has
be
been
great. That's like the
defeated.
miracle Earworm, right? When that team fight, when they're all grouped and everything. But Nova, I mean, it's one of those things when you have the Diadea as well as the Luban kind of attach onto that one, they will be cool. So there is definitely some merit in this pick. But the team fight hasn't really worked out that way. Nova Esports right now has gotten that pick, and then Team Vitality kind of run. They don't really take a full 5-on-5.
Yeah, that's the benefit of the Liu Bang, right? So Xuan doing a very good job because he will be responsible for catching out Highland or Shanks. You know, Muji, he's gonna have his eyes on Winter all game long.
Yeah, okay. Which is a little uncomfortable for Winter, I'm sure. Nonetheless, if we're looking at this one, it's going to be the Overlord picked up by Nova Esports. Again, taking all of the big neutrals, pushing out all the lanes. It's tough sledding for Team Vitality here.
It is, but let's explore the items a little bit. Gold difference-wise, nothing super monstrous. It's about 1,000 gold, right? Which is not too bad. But we want to picture Shanks because right now, 8,000 gold. He's pretty close towards that 6-slot item.
Yeah, and once he gets there, it's going to be super scary.
Muji into the thick of it once more. He's able to use the Parasol to get out, kind of bait all those skills from Shanks. But that is not going to be enough for them to take that high ground turret. But Vitality actually doing a really good job here in cleaning these minion waves.
Yeah, but this is not a dagger cut, right? This is a cleaver. So every cut is going to be deep. It's going to be spreading that wound pretty big.
Yeah, and I mean, everything hurts at this point. Nova Esports right now with the Vanguards, they're going to be pushing this bottom one with the Shadow Vanguard. It's going to make it super uncomfortable. How does Team Vitality hold?
They probably have to give the T3s at this point. Can you deal as much damage to deter them from coming in?
Oh, there goes the Cinders, there goes the Blazing Brilliance, down goes City Boy. We see the Flaming Palms trying to connect onto Muji. It does hit, but it's not going to be enough right now. He's healing back as quicker for the Diadea there, but right now it's looking hard for Vitality.
Yep, that was round 1. Welcome to round 2.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to push here. They're just forcing it down the top T3, and that's going to be the last one.
The Battlefield command come through from Shu1. The Canuck Souls as well lands onto Winter, but they don't need it right now. It is Shanks, Winter, and Nighty against the world. And we have Nova and the Crystal. Supernovas are normally the death of stars, but this is the birth of a new one. Nova taking a 2-0.
Wonderful game.
What we expected from Nova. Team Vitality really not able to get their footing on this one. Just on the back foot from the beginning, but Nova Esports exuding dominance.
Okay, so the nap that Waypit took was a good one. The power nap.
No, I recommend power. I think that they're very important. You're kind of seeing the power of it with Waypit. I mean, just in full control here. That's got to be heartbreaking for Team Vitality. Unfortunately, you ran into a giant that is Nova Esports. And of course, Nova Esports with that 2-0 clear control.
I mean, this is the reality of an international tournament, especially one on the world stage, right? So you have to come in swinging, and unfortunately for them, Nova was swinging harder. Let's take a look at the host who's going to ask some questions.
Wow, itu dia tadi kita sudah menyaksikan secara langsung ya.
Itu dia match yang luar biasa sekali, match pemanas kita langsung di clean sweep oleh teman-teman dari Nova Esports. Luar biasa sekali, memang performance dari tim Nova Esports benar-benar luar biasa karena kita lihat tadi untuk gamenya sendiri di game yang pertama kurang lebih itu 13 menitan kalau nggak salah ya, benar ya. Untuk di game yang kedua juga cukup cepat juga.
Cukup cepat. Dan itu tadi sangat ya luar biasa banget ya, kita bisa ngelihat bahwa performance dari tim Nova berada di top notch-nya mereka.
Iya, and as always, we're gonna invite one player from Nova Esports because we have interview winners. So please welcome Waypit, the roamer from Nova Esports. Wow, hello.
Hello.
Hi Waypit. Wow, you guys did it again. You guys haven't had a loss in this competition yet. So maybe can you tell us maybe about a glimpse how you guys train and how you guys able to perform very well in this competition?
I think we just wake up early and training. We don't sleep late like this.
Jadi tadi Waypit bilang ya katanya latihan mereka adalah pertama disiplin, bangun pagi, tidak tidur malam.
Tidak tidur malam-malam.
Latihan, bangun latihan, tidak tidur malam.
Iya, jadi untuk jam tidurnya juga benar-benar diperhatiin banget gitu ya. Oke, maybe next time. Tomorrow you will face Kagendra, right? And Kagendra is the one of the strongest team in Indonesia. Is there anything you want to say for Kagendra?
Be ready for tomorrow.
Be ready for
Be
tomorrow.
ready for tomorrow, Kagendra.
Siap-siap
Siap-siap
ya.
ya buat besok ya Kagendra ya.
Siap-siap ya Kagendra.
Oke.
Okay. Last question. Once you get to the playoff stage, maybe is there any team that you really want to face off?
I think it's BSE.
BSE!
Okay, 2 times and always BSE, right?
Black Shoe Esports.
Black Shoe Esports. Okay then, so once again, congratulations to Nova Esports and thank you for Waypit. You can join to your friends again.
Thank you so much,
Thank you
Waypit.
so much.
Please, you may come down to the stage. Thank
Oke,
you.
itu dia ya. Memang kalau misalnya kita ngelihat dari Nova Esports sendiri, dia selalu bilang loh, kalau kita tanya nih ya, siapa yang mereka pengen banget ketemu di playoff, jawabnya selalu
Black Shoe Esports.
Black Shoe Esports. Itu selalu, bahkan udah 2 kali. Mungkin nanti yang ketiga kalau udah ketemu ini makin bikin kita penasaran ya. Bagaimana kalau nantinya mereka akan ketemu nih di playoff kita nanti.
Nah, sebentar lagi kita juga akan lanjut ke game yang kedua. Tapi caster-caster kita punya sesuatu yang ingin mereka bagi-bagikan lagi. So, we're gonna throw it back to our caster. So, caster, take the stage.
I love the fact that Waypit is not scared. He's just like, he wants all the smoke. Come at him. Let's go for Black Shoe Esports. Let's go right to it.
I mean, this is what they came for, right? End of the day, we have been consistently, saying that they were the 3rd seed in Malaysia. And we're speaking facts here. So at this point, I think definitely when someone keeps telling you that you're behind where you think you should be at, you definitely want to snatch that position away.
For sure, and you want to do it, you want to be aggressive, you want to be confident, you don't want to show any sort of weakness to these other teams, but there are a lot of other good teams ahead of them. I mean, Nova Esports, your thoughts on this matchup and the road moving forward?
I mean, it was clean, right? There was not very much way of movement for Team Vitality to actually even come out of that one as victors. They lacked the control of the map. Game 2, yes, they got a turret or 2. That's not the biggest improvement or the fastest improvement that you need going into this best of 3. But the road ahead for Nova is looking very stellar, right? Because, I mean, right now, they're on top of the board in this group. So it means that the first round, they won't fight BSE, but they will be able to either pick or choose one of the second seeds, right?
Yeah, and I think it's a huge confidence boost going into this one. I think that that's a good series that they needed. The first series they played earlier against Falcons, there was some, some shakiness. Really, like, it was some nerves going into this one. But this is the Nova Esports that we've seen in the Malaysian qualifiers. This is why they were the top dog and were able to just kind of dominate Team Secrets. And they're back to their old form.
Yeah, at the start of this competition, I think they were kind of chasing pavements at that point, but now they're really chasing the dream. And so congratulations once again to Nova, the winners, and I think it's guaranteed, right? They will make it into the knockout stages. So we have the first out of this group. The main thing is who is going to follow suit as well, because that's going to be determined, I think, tomorrow over the next few days. But first, let's take a look at the highlights. Miss Yuan, please help us out.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
All right, it looks like Nova Esports, this is a pretty big one. I mean, they had first blood, Highland had actually gone in, gotten it, got the pick off onto Wendy. Great start, but then the rest of Nova was here. They just have so much sustained heal control and made it very uncomfortable for Team Vitality to get anything going.
Yeah, they rendered 90 kind of muted, right? So there was no potential catch coming in from this Mayin, and that's where you see the gaps filled. He did one very big play, which was this. I think it was close to almost 30 seconds of running around. Right, they were chasing him. They committed 3 different members to try and get this kill as well. They bought enough time, but unfortunately, because of the cooldown, death timers, and reset of the Tyrant, they couldn't capitalize on that space given.
Yeah, just too much like too much farm. Like the items, like Muchi was starting to blow people up. Wendy was there with the Blazing Brilliance, always just like destroying people. And Shanks really didn't have the time or the items to really compete in these team fights.
Yeah, and Waypit has given me a absolute confidence. I'm gonna start taking Diardia, the 1v1 my Yins in the Clash lane.
Yeah, something we rarely see before, right? A level 6 Diardia going up against, I think it was like a level 8 or 9 Mayin. It's just like, bro, what's this guy going on? What's he had for breakfast today?
Yeah, what kind of itemization he had?
Yeah, we're gonna have to check that one out. But I thought you were gonna go not just play the Diardia in the wrong lane, but I thought you were gonna talk more about, hey, you're gonna start taking some power naps. Because he had one pregame and actually just might have paid off, and the MVP is gonna be Muchi.
Okay, he is the game MVP, Muchi. I think he did really well. The amount of times he managed to catch out Shanks is impeccable, because you don't expect the farm lane to be able to catch the farm lane because they are on opposite ends. But Muchi, he made it work nonetheless. 5 for 1 and 5, dealing a total of 29% of the hero damage. He did take quite a lot though, 22% of hero damage taken on his end.
He played a little riskier. I mean, you had the idea and then the Lubang with the shields, and you had ways to just survive. So you can play a little riskier. Not how I like to play the Arlie, but it's not like I'm a good Arlie or anything. But I think, you know, very squishy. You got to be super careful. And taking that much, but dealing it out, plus taking all the structures, Muchi clear MVP.
Yeah, so obviously at this point, fortune favors the bold, but it also it favors those who are prepared. And I think based on what we have heard from Waypit, Nova, they definitely have prepared tremendously for today, because they were just so much cleaner. They were very systematic in what they wanted to achieve. And even take a look at the itemization, right? I like the fact that Xuan went in with a very aggressive kind of itemization, breakthrough rope, stay for sorcery, and this is not something we expect, right? We always expect the full-on Blazing Cape first, and maybe a more defensive item, maybe even Dawnlight to support the team. But they were so far ahead, he had the confidence to say, I will just help you guys deal more damage.
Yeah, it just ends the game, right? When you have the guy on the back, you've knocked him down with that first punch, you're just able to just kind of control it. And look at people that are punching. Muchi, again, the 52,000, you talked about the 28% damage. But Wendy, no small feat in and of herself as well, with 45,000, kind of just supplementing that. But mind you, it was a 12-minute game.
Yeah, this is the thing I like about Wendy as a player, right? Like, he could take that role of the Mai Shiranui, get the MVP, but then he can also go onto something like the Angela, play a little bit more of a back role by just using the Blazing Brilliance to run down the minion wave, but then also just give over a lot of damage and just assist his team.
I like the fact that Waypit actually had 16% of the hero damage, much higher than Xuan. But in any case, once again, it's a replay of the Nova Graph. I would just call it the Nova Go Graph at this point, right? So Nova Go Graph, this is stock standard for them at this point. This is the base expectation we have as they make it out into the knockout stages. They have one more game, and that's against Kagendra. So that is actually going to seal the fate of Vitality, right? If they win Kagendra, where does that place Vitality?
Vitality, I think, are out at this point.
No.
Because they got O2'd as well. I mean, it's going to come back to, you know, how Kagendra does end up playing on Nova Esports, but right now it's looking bad for them, right?
Okay.
So they would be able to jump up in that case. But again, we have many more games. We have a whole nother day tomorrow in terms of the group, so we're going to see exactly what's going on. Team Vitality are going to be done. That was their last game, unfortunately for them. They're, you know, kind of on the bottom looking up. But again, if you happen to be one of the viewers at home, I just need your help to just follow our channels, right? You have a chance to win the Realme 13 Plus from today on to all the way to Halloween. All you need to do is follow the Honor of Kings Global Esports channel and tag championship participating teams in the comments for a chance to win not only this phone, but also some other great rewards.
That's right. Now, I'm curious about Blam. Blam, what do you think about this Vitality team? I mean, I know that you really had high hopes for them. Did they perform to your expectations today?
In some series, yes. In this series, against Nova, I had this expectation, unfortunately.
Okay. All right. To be honest, it was a tough task for every team. We weren't exactly sure what Nova Esports was going to show up, especially after that Falcons matchup. But you know, they're here to stay. Yes. I think it's very clear this is a team that needs to be, people need to do a lot of research on. They need to figure out how to shut this guy down, because they're looking like a top 3 team right now.
Oh, easily top 3 team, right? I mean, Black Shrew Esports, Fearless Esports as well. But then you can't really count out Team Secret. I think that's going to be like the mix, right? Is those 4 teams. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, yeah. And you know what? Let's throw some Brazilian teams in the mix. I'm looking forward to Alpha 7's game. I'm also looking forward to our Filipino teams. I want to see Boom Esports as well as Blacklist. I think they have very high standards. They have learned so much over the past few days. Remember, we are in day 5 and we are totally live. So I would like to see how this really plays out, because end of the day, it is a championship material that makes it into a champion.
Yeah, all right, well, we're going to find out. We're going to take a little bit of a break before we go to the SCA wildcard rematch, let's say it. It's going to be Revenant, Impunity. That's coming up.
Pulang, udah cepetan. Teknologi Fastcoolin dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman. Dengan Edgarment, tumpukan cucian kotor gone, semua yang ada di dalam jadi lebih terjaga, lebih dingin, dan lebih segar dengan Power Cool. Nikmati gambar yang lebih real dengan Kilet Pro dan Dolby Vision. Rasakan pengalaman suara yang mengitarimu dengan Dolby Atmos.
Sayang.
TCL, semua jadi mudah.
Jenno ye apaidama, akwai yego, mye shapun ni bade. Jenno lashi boa go, piang le nai me, akwai yebo. E-sport ye atebe ga, luran to mutu nai ma bu. Daga apan phi se at ku phin nai de lo. Boa to xiaolan ya me, khi de ku le phin nai ma de. Professional gamer phit pho ga, jenno boa go, piang le pho akwai ye ji de ku ba be. ဒါကအားလုံးထက်အရေးကြီးပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘဝမှာအခက်အခဲတွေအများကြီးရင်ဆိုင်ရပေမဲ့လည်း HOK ကြောင့်ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုကျွန်တော်ရခဲ့ပါတယ်အရာရာကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ဆုံးဖြတ်ထားပါတယ် HOK မှာကျွန်တော်လိုဘာမှမဟုတ်တဲ့တစုံတစ်ယောက်ကလည်း game ကိုစိုးမနိုင်ဖို့စွမ်းအားတွေရှိလာနိုင်ပါတယ်
It's Friday! It's your payday!
choke attack!
Jago jungling, huh?
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
Choose how they win, which is definitely a strong point to come from. Almighty going in, Bilal taking a lot. He gets blown up to kind of start things off. Raiku's still up there as well. Freaks is trying to just go for it. He goes for the meteor kill, the death at sunset right on top of this one. Does some serious damage, but Hakan is actually going to be killed. Mono Fries are still up, and Benign as well. G6 spot 3 in the middle, but it's a G6 turns the fight around. Shit, taken down as well. A G6 in the middle of 4. Can he do it? Sun gets the kill as well. And suddenly, Team Secret, they found a form to get the kill. 2 deaths in the space of 30 seconds. And it's a crucial crowd control. TNX doing so much for Team Secret. Only 1 casualty. Anything with the Trevor Smash, he's going to take a lot of damage. And Impunity all on the run, but Xiang did find Lin Feng. Dodges over the wall with the extreme speed. He's continuing to fight. He's been knocked up again. He does have the shield one last time. Do they have the damage that they do? They slice it down.
我常常在想，如果我不执着于梦想，我的人生将会如何？这是我的热爱所在，可是这份热爱似乎不被认可。也许这只是梦。就让热爱、勇气成为我追梦的燃料。要实现这梦想，就必须马上行动，做就对了。HOK 或许就是我实现梦想的地方。
I'm Winter from Vitality.
Hi, I'm Yao Yao from Vitality.
Winter, are you the main shot caller in the team?
No, actually it's our mid lane and our top lane is the main caller.
How does training dynamic work out in the team? Are you able to keep up with the boys?
Yeah, from the start it's a bit tiring because we have to play in full focus for maybe like 4 to 5 BO3s a day, but then now I'm coping well with it.
Coach Yao Yao, what are some unique values that Winter bring to the team better than a boy roam?
I think esports is an industry regardless of your gender. So the reason why I choose Winter to be our starter is because she is capable of it. She is patient and is willing to communicate with all the players. That is really good.
Do you think we are going to see more female players on highest professional esports stage in the future?
Yeah, I feel like it's an honor to be the first, and I feel like obviously there will be more in the future.
I think it's very exciting for us to see more and more ladies would be interested in this game, and as long as they can see both of us get on stage and have the courage to have a try, I think it's worthwhile.
最后你死无你死。
牛逼！
牛逼啊你！
牛逼
！OK。射手死，直接一波神。
慢流，慢慢流。我可以下湖。我一滴血啊。
Saya mid，
继续。
mid。
我先开大走廊。我后续打不了了，蛮小心，不要上头。我后续打不了。
Oh fuck. It's fine. 142.
哎，接上慢走。
Look. Nice. Look.
慢点。
Nice. That's Simic.
Look。
Yeah.
一波。
Nexus.
颠倒。
Crystal.
颠倒。 操！我操，这节奏太稳了呀！我操！
Foi não, ficou em dois. Vai.
Tudo Byron.
Virou flash. Sem flash, Byron. Sem flash,
Byron, rato.
Morto. Achei que ele ia morrer, mano.
Vem pra mim, Almine.
Não consegue passar.
Gol.
Não grita, tá, guys?
Classe.
Não grita, tá, guys? Não grita.
Nice.
Não grita, tá? Não grita, tá?
Boa, porra. Nice, guys.
Boa, rapaziada.
Linda, caralho. Vamos. Chega, cara. Vou pra caralho, cara. Boa, guys.
来我这边。
哎，推爆了，我战斗能力很强，不要推好不好？过来。
可以打，不要怕。我有推上嘞。
没有鸟了，来，我送他。哎，打爆，没有鸟了，可以打。
可以打。打爆没有打。
我在。
我被打了。
我帮你奶钱。
109，大魔飞人。
奶钱，被奶钱。
大魔飞人，不要急，真的。大魔出飞人。10分钟。帮我拆他们
我送大流可以打，来。
哎，打我。
来，我来，你们没事，我就送他。
打没有闪。没有。
我护你，来。
没有闪。
护你，
跟我一样。OK。追队。
可以追，刚
留。妈，没有闪。
一个。我的问题，
连波。
不着急，秒了再说。OK。他不换。挤一下。没换吗？没换。我没什么状态。
安吉拉，我操！来，顶住！动作。
来，中打！中队！
我去过边。
对。来。
呼没闪。
接！我在搞。蔡文基没大，挤啊！这边过来，挤这边，不要给他切线。
一波了。
一波了吗？乖。
他还要干你吗？
打。预备。
来一波。哇，闪现点不出来了，这个直接秒了，懂吗？
牛逼。
Pulang, udah cepetan. Teknologi Foskulin dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize of a toad. Ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside.
When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain. I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest night. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now. Give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies
All right.
Welcome back to 2024
Exactly.
Honor of Kings Championship Group Stage Day 5.
Exactly, with both of us, your host, me, Darius Drew, and also.
Sevilla Aprilia.
And we're getting to have our second matches.
Yeah, our second match is, I believe, This is gonna be more intense than last match.
Why? Kenapa lebih intens, Sabila?
Ya karena kalau kita ngelihat ini udah ada 2 tim ya, dimana permainan kalau misalnya kita ngelihat dari based on yang kemarin aja dulu ya, dari Impunity dan juga Revenant Esports. Dari Impunity mereka mainnya cukup baik banget.
Cukup baik banget.
Iya kan?
Tapi Revenant Esports juga
Revenant
nggak mau
Esports
kalah.
juga, makanya ini yang aku bilang bakal jadi lebih panas banget. Dan aku yakin kalau ini kayaknya aku yakin 99% deh.
99% ya?
Bakal jadi 2-1.
Bener, apalagi ini mungkin pertarungan terakhir juga buat mereka berdua. So let's start our second match and let's welcome the first team, Team Impunity.
Okay, the next team, please welcome Revenant Esports. Okay, team.
Please do the handshake.
Yep, and then go to your seat to prepare this match.
Exactly, so this is both of the teams. Revenant Esports versus Team Impunity. And they're gonna bring us a very tense and exciting matches. Let's go.
Ya, sekarang pastinya kita udah gak sabar banget untuk melihat gimana keseruan di match kedua kita pada hari ini. Bagaimana berjalannya match-match kita setelah tadi kita udah ngelihat kedua tim yang sudah bersiap di tempatnya masing-masing akan memberikan performance terbaik mereka di game kedua kita kali ini. Baiklah, sepertinya langsung aja kita akan berikan kepada caster. So casters, take it away.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Championship 2024. I am Blam, and with me again is Hola, but joined us now is OSX. We'll be getting into match 2 very soon between Impunity and RNT. A matchup that we're not used to, right? This is something that we've only seen in the qualifiers of the wildcards of SEA.
Yeah, I believe, and unfortunately, that these two teams right now is actually gonna fight for just maybe for the places. But one thing that that stands out in this series for me is you have this stress taken out of you, right? So maybe today we might see them perform at their very best.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, right now it's basically just all for Honor, but the way the players are playing Honor of Kings in this tournament is on the Realme 13 plus 5G, so 120 frames per second on this snazzy mobile device. So make sure if you come to the MG space, you're able to get your hands on one before you decide if you want to buy it or not.
And if you want to keep going and watching live in our live stream right now, we have some tags yesterday, right? So if you're watching at home with your TV, be sure to have the best one, X955 TCL, QD Media LED with HDR 5000 with the nits of 5000 plus with local dimming zone. So guys, you can't miss a pixel when you use My Shunery with this TV.
Yes, I mean, all those plays that we've been seeing throughout all the group stages so far could not be missed on that one, but right now you can log in to get that Zhou Yu skin, the Purple Thunder Blaze. It's a free prize. All you need to do is watch the championship to get to the points to score the skin.
Yeah, I've been grinding myself up. Like, it's been like 2 or 3 games. I keep on losing, so I need to double time as well just to get this skin in my hands.
That's it, yeah. You don't want to miss out, right? 'Cause I mean, it's a limited one, so once it's gone, it's gone. But hey, another way that you can support the Honor of Kings scene is by supporting your players on HOK Camp. Rate and win their plays to see and win rewards in-game. Let's look at these teams now. We are going to be looking at Revenant Esports, so take it over to Revenant Esports.
Yep, this is the grassroots team who had really had a chance to put into their biggest chance in the Honor of Kings Championship. WJ, Sierra Raven, YH, and Tenmo. We expect them to confront their best today against Impunity Esports.
Yeah, but the SEA wildcard #1 team was Impunity Esports. It's going to be Megumi, Up, X-Hero, Linfeng, and Shaolin. This is a team that kind of dominated Team Revenant in that wildcard playoff. I mean, I'm hoping that they learn their lessons, Team Revenant that is, and is able to put up a like a really good fight against Impunity here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you really want, right? And they've been beaten twice by Impunity Esports, Revenant have. So maybe this is the whole thing. Yes, they can't do anything within this matchup to secure any further points in terms of trying to claim up to actually qualify for the knockouts, but what they can do is just try and get a win from their nemesis, per se.
Yeah, I have seen this kind of series, right? Like Blam and Hall. I think you two as well. Like, once the stress and the pressure is taken out of you, we've seen some teams actually perform better, right? And I think, yeah, it could be it's a too late situation, but it's like a chance for them to show what they can do even on their last moment here in HOKC.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. I mean, Mongye is coming out very soon and will be available now. And it's, we've seen it a few times within the tournament already. A really stellar performance from Team Secret Sun yesterday that really shocked me on how this hero can be utilized for not only vision, but so much suppression onto your enemy team.
Yeah, and I think going in for this one, I think it's going to be super important. I mean, yes, they might have been eliminated at this point, but they need to kind of consistently play on this one, get that win, hopefully build onto that, because in the future tournaments, they're going to really look back on that as a positive outcome.
Everything what you see here in our screens, these teams need to perform at their best because right now they have nothing to lose. Now going into the draft, we might see some staple ones. Oh, Lady Sun Ban as well. We've seen this hero doing a lot of great work, taking all the damage as well as a great lineup composition ingredient. I believe this is one of the things that Impunity doesn't want to say against RNT.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of very quick picks going on within this game. There's not a lot of hesitation, right? We saw the Ali come through, then it was the Diadeer, and then the Orgren, and then as soon as Impunity went over, he was like, hey, let's go Masashi, let's go Dharma. There's a lot of CC on the BPs already for Impunity.
Yep, speaking of which, the idea as well, we've seen some great combos in the front line, as well as the Orgren and the Luong. RNT want to seal this kind of power push in our meta for you guys watching as well. It's a great composition, yes. Good thing that they ban out the Dolly and the Zhang because this is the things that you need to watch out for. The outburst coming in the right angles. Impunity have been landing it perfectly yesterday. We've seen some great plays from Impunity using the Zhang, but it was completely countered by BSE. Dharma, a great option too, but combined with the Musashi, yeah, it's a building momentum in Deadly Force.
Yeah, it's just a way into the backline of RNT, right? You're able to use the Duel of Death, you're able to use the Truth Mantra as well. So a lot of CC, but also access into the backline. And we see the RNT are going to ban out the Modsu as well, because again, that gives you a lot of room to breathe within these team comps. Those Cannon Blasts can be super oppressive, but speaking of oppression, the Lu Bang comes through for RNT, being able to be absent from the team fights, and then in an instant, with that Battleground command, you can be right with your comrades.
Yeah, speed of the battle command, man. This hero alone, I think, I hope Impunity didn't have any nightmares with this hero from their match yesterday with BSE, because it gave so much control in the map. This hero alone can dictate fights, or even control where to put the enemy right onto the macro control. So I hope they're more prepared to answer this, because RNT is going to use it against them.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that Chao right now is going to be going into the support role with the Ali, so we're going to be seeing a lot of the Paracells being paired with the teleport. So a great initiation that's going to mean that she has the great escape.
Well, speaking of the great escape, right? I'm really kind of like worried about how the front line will go here for the middle stage of the game. One thing that I wanted to consider is how will the Dharma utilize more of the movements around the map? We've seen some clash lane heroes that gets a lot of the pressure and the effort, but what if the defense is not enough, right?
Yeah, the defense sometimes cannot be enough for them. But the Dharma, with the Truth Mantras, I feel like he's going to be able to lock down Lu Bang before he's able to use that battlefield command. But they do lock in the Angela towards the end there, so I feel like this is only the third time we've seen Angela in this championship.
Yeah, and it's an effective tool as well on how to take over like the tanks. An instant melt, right? From everything. A very lucky situation that we are about to see with the Angela. I hope you guys right here who's watching us, you can still join us in MGP space. It's game number 1. Let's see how the adjustment will go in these two teams who's fighting for honor. Nothing to lose, and we will see them perform completely and finally at their best.
I think it's really going to come back to this split push. The Da Xiao, like the Sea of Fake, the Whirlpool, the potential, plus that you're going up against the Liu Bang, who, I mean, we saw yesterday just kind of, you know, dominate the top lane and just kind of split push, being very, like a nuisance, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how these heavy hitters kind of counterpunch each other.
The Angela pick nowadays on the last situation, specifically on the last pick, it's a very important thing to note for teams of today, since we mostly prioritize the front line so much, we tend to forget the most basic and possibly an OP hero out there. Angela is not a worthy of a bat, right? But if you do take it on the last situation, depending on who you're up against with, it's an effective tool for like a combo ult disappear.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for the slows, it's good for the anti-tanks as well. I mean, Musashi, as he gets that automation, can be quite tanky in those team fights, but that's nothing going to be short of a job for Blazing Brilliance. But right now, we're seeing that the goal difference is actually going over to the side of Impunity for now, so let's see what they can do in there. Getting that Crimson Golem, looking to leave potential setup here for the neutral objective in about almost 140 seconds. They need to get some lane dominance down to farm lane before they try and take this.
I think Megumi right now is really doing a great job to zone out everybody.
They're going for this one. He gets it. He's going to give up first blood. Sarah's going to be good. Going down. YH is killed as well. And Impunity, man, 2 first kills. This is a great start.
Yeah, speaking of great start as well, yeah. As we saw that moments ago, like how Megumi wanted to zone out everybody, they're doing a great job on how to utilize this Da Xiao quickly.
Oh, looks like they're going to get Raven. They've got that, and they want to go for WJ up, going in for this one, but he's been slowed down and stopped, and unfortunately not able to proceed with this.
Going back on the top roster here. Oh, another one. So much happening, guys. I'll take a pause for a while.
There's no room to think right within this one. There seems to just be action left, right, and center. But hey, this is what the people at home want to see, right?
Exactly. Like, if you want to go up against this kind of team lineup, you want to surprise them at where they are hitting. Look at that. The Dharma against the Angela. Tenmo, you have spotted 1 here from IMP.
Yes, it's already 4 kills up to Impunity now, and that gold lead is definitely gone skyrocketing to their favor. Currently 9.2, 6.9 of RNT, and we're seeing a big invade already. It's like not even minute 4.
In the heart of this one, what are you doing, my friend? You walked into 5 members, and yes, you will be food for Impunity on this one, but the Chaos Center slowing down X-Hero, not really much else to get.
Megumi doing a really great job once more, using the portal as well as to call everybody to take resources out of RNT. In this kind of situation, this is the window of the line of Impunity, and they want to capitalize on that just now, because if you lose the chance to get the game, this is where the line of RNT could actually show up. But if you do try to pacify this kind of power spike, you gotta keep going until you get powers out of RNT.
Oh, Sarah going in for the charge. YH has been knocked up, but the Truth knocking them both down. YH is down as well as Sarah. X-Hero with a nice saddle.
Very nice setup there by our Impunity, actually like trying to mitigate any kind of gaps going over to RNT right now. And that was a really great play, right? You saw X-Hero kind of just oppressing YH and Sierra, and then all of a sudden we saw the mid lane come through as well as Fang just going in there like, hey, right, this is the time to take some more kills.
More kills could happen in possible seconds. And RNT needs to be sure how to defend this. Going back on the resource, Impunity has eyes on the Tyrant as well.
Yeah, eyes on the Tyrant. Neutral objective is looking like it's not going to be contested.
Tyrant has been defeated.
And they do get it with ease right now. RNT playing on a little bit of a back foot because they are going to take goal behind. Trying to clear this mid wave, maybe try and go for some domination in these lanes, but WJ is playing a little too close to Impunity for my liking.
Oh, this one going in, WJ,
he gets knocked up, he's going to be taken down. Up will take this one. The flash away from Tenmo, keeping him alive. YH, here's the battlefield command. Do they turn this around? It doesn't look like it, but Impunity just going all in, taking out the blue buff as well.
Yeah, Megumi utilizing.
Seems like it's gonna be repeating what happens in the qualifier.
The items, not just the items, but mainly the vision of this hero alone can do. It is so important for Impunity right now, and so much for RNT to respond right away, because this kind of situation, you really don't want to keep pushing or only just farm in the farm lane.
Yep, either Whirlpool is down in the mid lane. I thought they were going to try and recall everybody into that mid lane to try and take the T1, but as we saw that last little team fight there, Impunity
all going in right for this. He gets the charge, and X-Hero not scared, takes out WJ yet again, but X-Hero does die in return. He gets guillotined by YH, but here's the infinite fastness. He's gonna back on in, or back on out, excuse me. It's a 1-for-1.
Yes, that was a good little use of the infinite fastness there as a defensive mechanism, but hey, taking a kill for a T1 in the mid lane, I think that's a better trade for Impunity right now because they're able to get a lot more dominance into the lanes.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing the lineup of RNT's front line struggle, mainly because of Megumi trying to get everybody inside of the portal at the right time. So this kind of checks out, like, how's the defenders going for RNT right now? How's the damage showing up? Because if they want to rely on damage, yeah, we're slowly looking at the difference of Lin Feng and both of the jungler and the farm lane is way too ahead right now against RNT.
Yeah, that's not kind of the point you want to be when you're going against an Arlie. That Hero is a late game charm, and right now it's definitely working for Impunity. He's already lost a lot of health there. Laser Release has come through for him.
Yeah, but Tenbo getting focused in. He's going to be killed. Megumi gets the pick up. X-Hero takes YH down, and they are just killing anybody at any time at their own will. But Lin Feng in the top lane, he's going to be fine. Raven gets a little bit low as well, so again, they're going to back off here.
Yeah, Lin Feng, level 10 against their ADC and their Clash lane are both level 8, so we can see here Lin Feng is not messing around in terms of XP, but here is that instant replay of that 4-man dive under the turret there, taking down 2 of the members of RNT. Another T2 looking to get a brutal assault.
Yeah, good location of Ocean of Tears right away if you were IMP. One thing that you wanted to do against the Angela once you use the ultimate, yeah, that's completely stationary crowd control. With the kind of reach that Shaolin has, this is initiating follow-up for Impunity to keep on doing rinse and repeat until they reach the base of RNT.
Oh, Tenbo taking so much damage, he's gonna have to back off. Wow, but this mid T3 is starting to go down. X-Hero just focused to get down, and Team Revenant, all they can do is watch.
Yep, and it looks like they got front row seats to their own demise.
Conductor of Souls is going to be committed here. He's trying to fight this, the Battlefield Command, but WJ gets enlightened. He's going to back off, go back into the hit. But the Conductor of Souls is on point. YH gets the kill onto X-Hero, but Impunity don't care. They're going to continue to fight. They take the top 2-3.
Wow. Just keep pushing. That's the mechanics and the strategy here of Impunity right there. Just want pure domination of the game.
Only just having the frozen breath and as well as a massive agony for Shaolin here. Completely damage burst.
He's looking to this, fight this 1 versus 5. No, the Sea of Fate says bye-bye.
Good recall though. An amazing fallback once again. It could be a lure for RNT, but good thing IMB was also securing the consequences there, and there was 4 already. So it was like a signal for RNT, like, no, we're not going to commit to that.
Yeah, I think it was a wise choice not to commit to anything too early, especially with only Nakao around.
Blue team has destroyed a tower.
With that little lady on her own, but hey, high ground turret looking to be pushed here to wait for the medium wave to come through into the farm lane. Few things he's thrown a bit here, passing as well.
Yeah, YH at half-life. He's gonna limp away. Not really much they can do. The the bottom T3 is gonna be taken down. It looks like it's gonna be there, but the minions are now crashing in. Lin Feng still up in front, but it looks like Impunity, they're not ready yet. They're gonna look to just back off.
So far, we're seeing good signs here for Zero. We wanted to utilize this Salute Bell as well. Try to maintain the control of the waves up top though, because right now they don't have the tools and defenses to answer the damage of IMB. Yes, they can sit and watch, but this is like a slow and steady
Tyrant has been
they can completely use against the base of Impunity right now.
Yeah, I mean, ticking time bomb is the actual way of looking at it, right? I mean, you can see there that Ali has a lot of gold, a lot of everything going on right now for the side of Impunity. 12 kills to 2. And
X-Hero going in for the engage, very nice. Up going in for the follow-up.
They found Sarah, he's going to be knocked up, and it looks like the Blazing Brilliance trying to cover the retreat. Sarah gets knocked up yet again, not able to get away with the Battlefield Command. WJ is going to be taken out second up on the backside, takes out Raven, and it looks like they've got YH as well. They've taken the ace, they have the minions, and it's just a matter of time before they take game 1. Impunity Esports strike first.
Yep, striking first and strike working hard, but are we surprised when this team almost beat BSE yesterday? It was a very hard-fought victory, defeat in Game 1 against BSE, and obviously Game 2 a little bit demoralizing for them. But hey, Impunity's still here, like saying, we may not get into that top 2, but we want to make the most of this tournament.
And you can see in their faces how they're relieved they are as well having that win. It wasn't easy yesterday, but looking back on how they won that game, it was a good way to know that, yeah, we have nothing to lose here. We're here to fight and we're here to show what we can do. Maybe from all of the learners that we have, we can take it together as they go along.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, right? Championships are, yes, intended to be won, but not everybody can be the victor. So taking things from it like information of teams, how you played well, what you didn't do well, is also very fruitful for future.
Yeah, and Impunity might not have had an easy time yesterday, but they're definitely having an easier time today. That was pretty much all Impunity. Full control, dominant throughout, and it seemed like, you know, Revenant Esports were kind of, you know, dilly-dallying in places, not really confident with their movements.
Yeah, and there was some hesitation as well. Angelo, yeah, he had a way for an instant kill, but the follow-up on how to defend the front line of team RNT was really hard to approach the Impunity's rage and damage.
Yeah, it was really hard for them, right? I mean, even with like the likes of the Path of the Passing for the Org, when nothing really was set up and utilized the way it normally is on some of these other teams that we've been seeing in the KC 2024. But hey, RNT, they've been beaten already twice in 2 different of the series by Impunity. So did they do better in those previous ones? Potentially, because there was more on the line. Let's see what they could do in Game 2. But we're still in the Game 1. We're going to be looking at some of those major highlights, especially all those kills that took place in Game 1 for Impunity. So it's going to be very interesting to see what comes through.
Yeah, it's always about the tempo, right? The lineup from these two teams, all about how they start and how they manage to approach everything macro-wise. So let's see what happened in that game. Let's go back to the highlights.
And here we are into the highlights. So right now you can kind of see that the first blood was spilt in the Clash lane, but then there was even more kills taken in the middle lane from Impunity. It was just kind of like a really hard brawl for them and a very hard game for RNT straight from the word go.
Yeah, it's always about like a continuous snowball fight, and I would like to comment how Megumi was the one to give any information and data against where or when RNT would really find those resources. They have completely shortened it or made the map so small because of how the Dasher was so important in this kind of call to fight for the portals in.
Yeah, I mean, we saw there not only the Chao, but also the Dharma, right? So for the past 7 series of mini games, this has been one of those Clash lane picks that's been taken off in the PP, but this time around, it looks like Impunity was like, hey, let's go for it, let's make it work with that pick number 3, and it worked very well into these team fights. A lot of CC.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hear, I mean, Sarah on the Liu Bang, WJ and the Dia, like, it didn't seem like they were 100% comfortable. Like, there were moments where, you know, the Battlefield Command, you can get away, but he seemed to have gotten caught out. He thought he was a little bit, you know, he could take a little bit more risk, and it just seemed like they weren't really on the same page with what the hero composition could have done.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows that hesitation is a crucial thing to just try and take off your mind when it comes in HOK, right? Because you can hesitate, they could have been a play you set up, and it would have gone a lot more smoother for your team rather than just backing off and then letting one of your teammates just take all the brunt.
Yeah, that's 100% insta-kill for UP as well. And to look at how they wanted to approach team fights, it was like a pursuit, creating a borderline that you can't escape, like creating an invisible like wall right in front of you. So our MVP for this match is none other than Lin Feng, the Musashi. I hope you're happy, man.
Oh, absolutely. As a Musashi main, absolutely. 6-0-4. Total gold is 25% and only dealing 20% of the damage, but that's not the function of the Musashi, right? It's getting into that backline, it's disrupting your enemy's confidence.
Yeah, every single time Lin Feng would go in and initiate, he would just set it up, and then there were bodies just hitting the floor. All of them tended to be from the Revenant side, unfortunately for Revenant, but, you know, Lin Feng, he really plays his hero to the next level.
He really does. He plays it very, very well. Extreme speeds, illuminating slashes, and duels at depth are all calculated and methodical. But speaking of calculations, let's look at the itemization.
good thing that we've seen the Dharma and the Dashao do the work as well. I mean, commending how the vision and how the damage was completely in Symphony, because one thing that they capitalized on the portals against the enemy camp of RNT was mostly taking all the resources in. It's almost like an item lock for Linfeng as well to keep that Musashi in, but one thing that stood out is the whole lineup of Impunity to be online as early as possible. Like Arlie stands for like an early snowball on how they want to take a damage to RNT. It was like a problem for the Diadea and as well for the Angela to just keep on burst, but it wasn't enough for them to handle. That's why like the sun, the blazing cape of Sierra didn't take much, plus it's a good score.
Yeah, and draft here, Team Remnant here, you have the Angela. Tenmo, he plays in a great Angela, but there's really no setup, you know? Like, previous teams have kind of used the modes to kind of cannon blast it, then you got the Blazing Brilliance, Chaos Enter, like the combination, right? But this one seemed very isolated, and it didn't seem like the draft synergy was really there.
Yeah, the funny thing is, RNT banned the mode suit. So they banned it out for themselves. Obviously, they had the Diadea first. But yeah, you could have maybe replaced the Angela for the mode suit, just give it more breadth for your team to get in on the Ogryn, use the Conductor of Souls, the Death Precipice as well, but then also setting up those Flaming Palms for the Lung. But right now you can kind of see here that the difference in the damage is night and day. Also night and day is that overall objectives, right? One tower, no neutral objectives for RNT, but then looking at Impunity, they take 2 Tyrants, 1 Overlord, no Shadow. Neutral objective being taken here.
Yeah, we didn't even reach the Enhanced Overlord as well. It was like a growing tidal wave for RNT, and it was so hard for them to actually evade the possible scenario of a full ace wipeout from IMV. So they could do nothing but watch, as you guys said throughout that series, the game rather. It was kind of like a difficult way to come back, right? And it would take a lot of like a macro play from the Liu Bang. It wasn't utilized as well, so we might see some adjustment, hopefully, in game number 2 for RNT.
Yeah, it's kind of like they have front row seats to the end of the world, right?
Yeah, yeah. Do you think that the draft is more of an issue, or is it just like the execution? Like,
well, that's one note. I think we could share something like this. First, it's like the connection in the synergy was like a big question to me on how they want to symphonize and layer the Angela and the Diadea as well. The timing of this is kind of like okay, I have my own thing, I have my own thing going here as well, and it's so hard to like complement everything. That's one. How about you?
Speaking of compliments, obviously you can complement your skin collection with the Joe Yu Purple Thunder Blaze. Free price, Britain's favorite price tag, and all you need to do is log in, watch the tournament. I mean, you even get to see 3 beautiful guys while you do it. You get a skin, you get some eye candy. What more do you want from us?
Well, that's going to be very interesting, but we're going to find out after this interview.
The matches that we play against them, and they play around their jungle a lot, jungle and mid, so we'll watch out for that.
我们之前有打过比赛，所以感觉他们没有我们强。
Good luck against us. Even though you guys beat us 3-0, we'll 2-0 you guys back.
祝你们在印尼玩得开心。
And there we have the fighting words from RNT. Even though it's not going to be a prediction that they thought they were going to have, because they said they were going to see 0 Impunity back, but it's currently already a 1-0. So if they do take a win, it'll be a 2-1. So
yeah,
prediction not quite landed as well.
That could be like a great scenario to like recover from that kind of interview. But one thing that stood out of also is confidence for Remnant Esports is there, right? All they need to do is just to adapt and also adjust on how they want to complement each other in the battlefield. We've seen some plays from 1, 2 from the back line and also from the front line. So for them, or to make it work once more against Impunity, they need to have one call in every situation for them to not to break down as early as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it also comes into the draft, right? So that BP, I feel like, was very strong on the side of Impunity. A lot of CC, a lot of access to the back line, and it was rightfully executed on that game 1 against RNT. So we'll have to see what they do in game 2 now, and see if they can just either draft the same thing. We've seen this time and time again, right? Where the teams have drafted the same composition 2 games in a row, but it was just all down to execution.
Well, execution is going to be a question as well for Team RNT. So we're looking forward to how they want to advance and how they want to adjust for this game. Because Impunity, they're very happy to take that win. It wasn't easy coming from a loss given by a BSE last night. So when they knew about the Liu Bang, okay, we kind of had the hard-fought experience. Yeah, we need to counter that as much as possible. There's so much utilized heroes as well from RNG, and I hope with this kind of problem, I think the front line as one of the most basic solutions on how to counter the impunities plays out in terms of like early game aggression.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, they need to kind of draft something a little bit more of a mix of early game heroes, late game heroes, but then also have the confidence to kind of do those level 1 invades like we saw from Impunity yesterday onto BSC. And I can imagine we're going to get into that sticky draft very soon with these BPs.
Okay, it's bat and pick. It's game number 2. Let's see how this one will go. RNG has priority. They have taken out the Dharma as well as the Yuan. I've seen some great games how this combo is just so deadly. You can't move. It's like Medusa staring right at you. So better not get into that situation because IMP as well taking out the power picks right now, especially in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, we saw there that I was thinking maybe, just maybe, they don't ban out the Dolia and it goes over to RNT, but because they're not on the blue side, Imp was like, no, let's not give it over. They do go over the Arlie, which was on the side of Imp last game.
Yeah, one thing that I've noticed from Revenant is that they had a lot of success with some, you know, not exactly the meta drafts.
Yeah.
They had an Athena strat in their back pocket. They used Sun Tzu to like its extremes, and it seems like they were kind of shaken in the first matchup that they had, where the Sun Tzu didn't really pop off. So they kind of had an off day. But I think that they need to go back to the drawing board in the sense of just, hey, what got us here? Let's continue to play that.
I think that's a good thought, right? Like, go back to the roots. Again, they have nothing to lose. The pressure is off, and if they just can play on their own way of doing things, has the way like how they started here in HOK, I think that could be a good sign of change.
Yeah, good side of change here as well for the side of Impunity. We have the Dune coming through as well as the Lady Sun. So another big pick. Oh, he has reared himself onto the Gorge. It is Liang, the man with the suppression and the bugs that deal damage.
Yeah, always there's knowledge in there's power in knowledge.
Yes.
So if you have Liang as well with you, so this actually sums up like, yeah, you have frontline, suppress, as you mentioned, and slow and crowd control. But how about protecting our lane? I know our lane needs space, as we always say here in the desk, it needs a lot of space. But Liam, I hope this would be a great complement together with the Musashi as well.
Yes, the Ming and Lady Sun combo is pretty deadly, and we've seen it already plenty of times within KC 2024, right? It is that hyper carry potential into the farm lane, a very sticky duo when it gets onto the Gorge. But let's look at these next few bans rolling through. We have the Mayin and the Byron, so both heavily clash lane orientated bans, and once more the lane does get taken off as well. So Dharma not coming into play today, a lane neither, and Byron being taken off, so maybe we will see a little bit back to basics with the Sunset.
Yeah, I think they're basically covering the tracks here for the Ming and Lady Sun combo to work. You don't want that back one engine with that at Sunset. You don't want the Mayin as well. And that kind of crowd control, quick reaction is kind of like so hard for the early game for the Lady Sun to handle. You just want to just stay relaxed and chill on how they can amp up this Lady Sun too. So the Lady Jeanne, yeah, I think one of which, either Lady Jeanne or Princess Frost, is actually the great counter for an Arlie, mainly because of the flowings as well as the first skill of this hero. It could actually mean deal or deal damage. Yep, it's the Princess Frost going for IMP. Either that.
Yes, a great zoning mechanics for the Princess Frost. A lot of nuke damage as well as we get towards the late game. But if this is going to be anything like a game 1 for Impunity, it looks like they might not want to even get to the late game. They might just want to get Lady Sun very fed up with the itemization, with the gold, and then just use Dune with the Unruly Blades, just be able to cut through your enemy team.
Ooh. Angela. Well, it could be a counter for a Princess Frost, but okay. Going back on the field as well. So we've seen two great possible changes for RNT. I know we've seen them like the same stable counter. I love that they're adding flavor to their own possible way of getting back for this game alone. Guan Yu, it's a better option now in the Clash if you want to immobilize everybody in a very team fight heavy stationary team fights.
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty of the Guan Yu, right? You're able to kind of dictate where your enemy team goes thanks to the pushes and the shoves. You can kind of push them into your turret or push them out of theirs, so they have no safe space to sit nicely, get breath, and go back at it again. You are basically denying that access to any kind of relaxation or moments to think.
Wow, full on damage and full support for IMP. This is like a trust a full trust on this composition that they can actually do against RNT. Again, they have crowd control. Yes, they have immobilize too, but it has a time. It has a time to actually work. So if Impunity really does a really good job in early game power spikes, this could mean something, right? And this will really put pressure on RNT to build defenses across the map.
Yes, a lot of pressure, right? I mean, the Angela didn't quite hit as well, like we said in the post games of Game 1. There was no real setup, and the only setup you're really going to have with this one is the Liang, but you have got to get quite close for this time to go.
We're about to find out how the adjustment will go for Revenant. This is a game that you will just really have to check on where you could do your power spike in this lineup. Let's see how this goes. Early game pressure as well against Imperial.
Yeah, they're trying to stop the Princess Frost here, trying to get a little bit more of dominance into the mid lane, giving it all over to the Arlie, and though nobody's taking it one side.
Oh, so much damage. Tenmo flashing away. He's going to stay alive, but my gosh, this Ming Lady Soon combination is starting to do some damage. Lin Feng will actually take the red.
Yeah, look at that. Almost like a four-man rotation here at the RNT's camp, and really putting pressure. Tenmo's on half HP. Somebody could actually jump potentially, but look at that. Charlotte Rex here is being chased down by 3. The guy's in the motorcycle, by the way.
Yeah, a bit of an unfair advantage, right? He has 2 wheels in this case, not 4 legs like he normally does on his normal skin. But he's able to get there, and okay, we are seeing a bit of a 1v1 between X-Hero and Seira, but nothing really going on up into the clash lane. A little bit too early, with not a lot of itemization to actually claim the kill on either of these heroes.
Yeah, to add more to Seira as well, they're sticking to the playstyle. They're sticking to the identity, like, okay, if you want to do mobility as early as possible, this is like map control that you want to pull off. Like, since game number 1, we've seen the Liu Bang pick, but for the Guan Yu pick, I hope this will have an advantage against the Charlotte. You have damage, yes, but if you do aid everybody to just go and gank their lanes, this could mean something for RN to just push, like, dictate much as well in the map.
Yes, bottom lane, Tenmo taking some damage. Megumi doing a little bit of work up with those rolling raids, just kind of knocking him out. And he's ultimate shell as well. Sarah looking for the right angle, pushes him back with a nice heroic charge. Lin Feng up front, does get the wind slash though, and he's been knocked up though. Sarah continue to fight, but he's going to give up first blood. Lin Feng will take this one, but YH gets him in return. Megumi has joined the fight. YH limps away.
Yeah, a lot of limping away from that one, and even into their own jungle, right? They weren't in enemy territory, they were behind their own lines. But again, we see that it is going to be a bit of a trade for the first one, so a little bit of an improvement for RNT, but not in terms of the goal.
Yeah, going back on the focus as well, the far lane. Arlie can
Raven hit focused in here. He's got going the wrong way, but the list that we tried to dance around it, but he got stoned cold with the winter is here.
Why did he go back? Oh, that was really a bad spot to go back to, you know? Raven and the zone out by the winter is here by Shaolin, a perfect way to seal the exit. Yeah, no one's going home safe.
Yeah, it's a great little bit of intel from Shaolin, right? He's like, hey, I can see the Parasol, it's clear as day. And no matter how strong your Parasol is, it's not going to stop shards of ice coming down onto you. And that's what was able to claim the kill onto the Arlie. Raven takes the second death for RNT right now. We see that the neutral objectives are going to be up in about 50 seconds time. But itemization-wise, we see the magic penetration from the Princess Frost. We have the health item within the jungle for the Dune and the Musashi, and we kind of see the meteors being built here on both Charlotte and the Lady Sun. So that armor piercing coming through could go even into Axe of Torment, which is more likely for Charlotte or Starbreaker as well.
Yeah, this is going to be the Mask of Agony being prioritized by Shaolin, which would aid a lot of pressure for the Arlie. And looking at the passive of the Magic Wave, additional magic damage, as you can see, that's why IMP right now is really confident to rotate as early as possible, because RNT right now is not having the right defenses of items to go ahead and give a counter back.
Yeah, no counter back just yet, and you can kind of see the goals. Still going over to Impunity, but
YH gets a duel and that knocks him up, but instead he decides to go for Lin Feng, pushing him back with the Razor Cavalry, the heroic charge, and they push him under a tower, and they take him down, but Tenmo did go down in the end.
Has slain an enemy.
Actually, no, that was
Red team has destroyed a tower.
Like the one of the counters, if you're like an Angela up against a Princess Frost, you do have the ultimate, yeah, you have the instinct, but you need to connect the KO Sims in the right perfect situation.
Oh, Sarah going in for this heroic charge. He pushes him back. Megumi, they're just going to shrug it up. They do have the heals.
Yeah, they need to be careful where to position here because Impunity, the zone and the area on where they can really fight is just too hard to handle. If they really start with their windows here most of the time, it's a complete zone out and it's slow. And we haven't seen the Liang being up front just yet. It kind of like negates the fact that, yep, you have magic damage, but you have to also make way for the slow in order for your team to cross that kind of situation.
Yeah, but I mean, we're kind of seeing right now, Impunity do the same old song and dance. They have the priority in the Gorge right now. So 2 T1s are taking down both on the side lanes, and the T2 up into the Clash lane is looking pretty low. So RNT need to give that a little bit of a TLC.
Tyrant has been defeated.
And as they want to prioritize damage here, the schools really have a big advantage for push as well. Even though this is not enhanced Vanguard just yet, this would just still be a chance for them to fight back and continuously gain a tower out of Impunity because right now it's still standing strong.
I mean, it's not an equal trade, right? I mean, this turret, it means more than the
Red
Overlord,
team
because that Overlord
has
can have a
destroyed
Vanguard,
a
give
tower.
him more gold.
Oh, he gets knocked up. Soaring Great Dragon, Razor Calvary, not yet. Sarah get a little bit low, but it looks like they've got Lin Feng all the way in the back line. Wyatt continuing on, gets the second pick off on a Megumi, and then now they're on the run. WJ taking a lot of damage. X0 did some, but now YH turning this around. Raven is going to be there as well, but can they do this 2 versus 3? It doesn't look like it. YH is down. Raven just wants that 1 kill. He does get 1 on his way up.
Man, if you were Harley, you would really want to prevent those moments, but that situation, RNT literally overstayed.
Yeah, overstayed their welcome. It was RNT, even though they were in their own lanes and it was their lane to be stayed as long as they wanted to, but not the situation themselves. It was in the control that.
Going back on this replay, this was the angle. We had a great first right onto 1, but this was like the composed situation of having a Ming on your side. But this was like the second one to go. But this is like everybody's low on HP, and they have more ways to extend the team. But it was still here being trapped on a situation, and the fight continues.
Tenmo, and it looks like WJ Raven all down for the count. Sarah getting focused. It's going to try to fight this one out, but all 5 members are down for Revenant.
Yeah, it's a bit of a revenge tour, right? Impunity is like, right, okay, you got a few good kills on us in the early engage, but now we're just going to completely run you down and look at taking this T2 into the mid lane, as well as we can see X0 in the team.
Yes, Sarah on the motorcycle, he's like, we ride together, we die together. Unfortunately, they died.
Yeah, really not a good way to start a long road trip, right? But this is like an IMP, continuing to rise up. And that is the chance that he wanted to against RNT right now. But Impunity with the dominance they had, no turrets taken as well. And the turret, the T2 turret, slowly taken too, as well as the T2 up top.
Yes, T2 up top is getting taken down, but also the more important
Okay,
one,
what
the high
has
ground
does
turret in the mid lane.
flanking?
Now we can see him looking to try and take another high ground turret from them. RNT
On the backside, they do have the duel to the death. YH continuing to fight Raven, getting a little bit low. He's going to be killed. And Opus as well. And Sarah pushing him back. He's going to look to fight this, just control them. Give YH a little bit of space, but it's going to be too disjointed, too much. And they're not able to do it with Sarah going down. And they've taken YH as well. And Tenmo has survived. It's going to be a 1 versus 4. He throws out those searing cinders. And he's trying to keep himself alive. But Tenmo, he gets gone on and he's going to be focused. And Shaolin will take that kill. They've got the ace. They're going to take down the base. And Impunity do it in style. They take game 2.
Yes.
And they won the race.
They won the race. I mean, the ride together, die together. There was more dying than right.
Hit
right?
minutes. Oh my god, it just gets faster.
Yeah, guys, if you want to plan ahead, be sure to have insurance. Yes, you don't know what's going to happen ahead. But that kind of a dominating start by Impunity, yeah, I hope this kind of thing they had throughout HOKC can really turn things around as they go back and fight once more.
Yeah, Impunity winning 2-0. They have the right to check in first at the airport.
Oh, right. Well, it's, as they say in an international fight, be early like 4 hours. So, you have unexpected things coming your way.
Yes, a lot of unexpected things as well. So we'll be hearing from the host very, very soon under the MVP interview from Impunity. But for now, we are just going to be waiting until that moment. And again, that was just another clean 2-0, right?
Yeah, but where was this? Where was this Impunity that we've been looking for, man? They had a way to take out BSE last night, but it was like a too far gone situation. A very amazing series, by the way. But here we see some glimpses of like silver lining for Impurity. Like, guys, yeah, I know time is too late, but I'm loving this kind of version of them.
Yeah, Impunity left a little bit speechless there with that 2-0 victory, I think, so there won't be any host interview for their team. So, again, well done to Impunity taking 2-0. Obviously, it doesn't really affect anything in a great manner at achieving anything more in this competition, but it does mean they did finish third place in the group of death.
Yeah, it is a tough group, right? I mean, going up against Fearless Esports as well as Black Shrew Esports, they had a tough time. I mean, just getting into this one, we expected more, but man, being drawn into Group D, very unfortunate for them.
Yeah, but I hope they take this as an experience, a learning curve, by the way, on how to address like the most experienced teams moving forward. Again, we're still starting. This is like the first that we actually look forward to the year. But how about the months and years to come? This is like a great reminder for them on how can they reach greater heights. So guys, keep doing the best.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to point off that again, because obviously Impunity from EWC is not the Impunity you see today. This is a much more improved team. The fact that they almost got a win on BSE is definitely the litmus test if you have improved as a team.
And I can still remember that series in my stream yesterday. We casted that, right? So it's just amazing to see that these teams of the day, even though without kind of changing the top two right now, I'm looking forward to how they progress. Let's go back to the highlights.
And here we are looking at the Game 2 highlights here, the closing game in this series. And right there, we saw a little bit of an improvement from RNT, right? They were able to get a trade at first blood rather than just losing it all.
Yeah, this is like the continuous run of IMP completing their first blood here. So this is like the court that they established. This is where the point that the Revenant overstayed their welcome.
Yes, overstayed it indeed. Even though they're in Rodo territory, like we said, it was overstaying that fight. Just wasn't a good choice from RNT. Impunity fighting a fight here on two fronts and came out very strong, wiping out the whole of RNT, really setting up that game finishing movement.
Yeah, you said it best, right? Impunity does a great job of isolating people and getting a numbers advantage and taking them out. It was very difficult for them to team fight because Revenants were not really sticking together and they were kind of separated all over the map.
Yeah, and this really gave them so much power in the early game to finish the base of RNT as early as less than 9 minutes. And this kind of situation that they were in, it was too hard to handle. And they completely accepted that. They still have smiles on their faces, but looking back on Impunity gaining that series win, yeah, they needed this, and that was the approve that they needed to have. And the MVP of this one is none other than Shaolin, the Princess Frost.
Yes, this Princess Frost play, I mean, even that one, very smart play onto the Ali, right? Seeing where that Parasol was coming in through, dropping the ultimate there, and then was a very good call for Shaolin. And then from that point, as you just saw in those highlights, it gives even more rhyme to the reason why he got MVP. 5 kills, 1 death, 7 assists, but doing 28% of the damage. Whew.
5, 1, and 7. A very perfect scenario for what you can do as a Princess Frost. The Mask of Agony build as the first item, it was like a great way to deteriorate the HP, and it really caught the Angela in bad situations that it was completely underutilized.
Yeah, speaking of situations, let's look at the itemizations. No, I'm not a poet, and I do not know it. Let's have a look here. So, Shaolin, like you said there, OSX, the Mask of Agony being the first item, and then we see 2 more of the Tier 1 Magic Pen items. You do see the Splendor come through as well, so if there was a call that was a little bit too close, you could status there and then. But then you look at the Charlotte going for the Axe of Torment, which made sense for the Meteorite. Same with the Lady Sun in the early game. Attack speed boots, the Eternity Blade, and it looks like they were building into some more of a crit item at that last one there as well. But then you look over to the side of RNT, very similar kind of thing, but it was just lacking in the gold in many of the rows.
Yeah, it really pushed the Liang so hard to go back to base like frequently because the peel of Lady Sun compared to like the amplification of how the Ming goes, man, it's like an automatic like 3/4 HP gone, and that sums up how the team fighting presence of the Ming was so important even on the back line, and this really gave so much way for Shaolin and Up as well to stand and shine once more. But
Yeah, a lot of damage dealt on the side of Impunity as well from not only Charlotte, you have obviously Xiaolin and the Princess Frost, and then Up with actually the lowest. So Lady Sun with the lowest damage is not normally what you see, right? That's normally the late game hero. But at 8 minutes and 9 seconds, that has to be one of the quickest games within KC 2024. I don't think there's been one yet that's been under the 8-minute mark, maybe very close to. But hey, that's a quick match.
Yeah, a very quick match. I definitely top 2. I know Secret had an 8-minute game in themselves, but you know, Impunity here, they were just taking towers. They didn't need to take objectives. They didn't need to take anything else. I mean, yeah, they took the Tyrants, but with an 8-minute game, there's not a whole lot of time to kind of take those neutrals out.
Yeah, 8-minute game to have a increased gold lead by 1k. So that's 1k per minute, right? That's like, hey, let's count the minutes, let's stack up that gold, baby. But once again, we see that kind of not as intrusive wave from that last series, but Impunity nonetheless having a good wave of gold in this game.
Okay, 0-2 for the second series. Looks like teams of today really had a great start in the morning, so we're looking forward how the next one goes. Again, for the next series, 2 Philippine representatives are here to get another chance once more. They never had a great win from the last time, so they need to bounce back.
Yes, I mean, it's Influence Rage against Boom, isn't it? I think that's the last match of the day. And then before that, we do have a Blacklist and FUT Esports. Obviously, a lot riding on that match, right? Because FUT Esports haven't won a single series. It would mean a lot to them to win something for Turkey, but it's going to mean a lot more for Blacklist as they try and get into that second place.
Yeah, 2 Philippine representatives, like no pressure, yeah, but they need to bounce back. Like Boom, like I just want to go back on how the draft went. It was like a complete straight target on the farm lane heroes of their own farm lane. So I hope today they could have a better adjustment and open more of the books, right?
Yeah, and I like it how the fact you're like, hey, no pressure, but I'm starting to feel the pressure for these teams because, I mean, there's a lot of pressure going into these last 2 games, right?
Yeah. Hey, guys, we're excited as you are because this kind of teams right now, as we close like the group stage, we're looking forward to see who's going to be the top 2, right? On how they bounce back. We've seen some meta adjustments as well. So with this kind of situation the teams had, they need to actually be the better version of themselves, like go like Boom Esports 5.0 or Blacklist 6.0, whatever you call it, and some of the teams as well, as you said, for Turkey.
Yeah.
So everybody could need to have a better face today.
Yeah, I mean, this is it, right? I mean, this is only getting closer to the end of the group stages, which all these 16 teams are just looking for the next best star of the global Steam. But going after this, we're going to have 8 teams that are going to be even closer to owning that title very soon, right? So, again, up next is going to be Blacklist versus FUT Esports, the Filipino region through the Turkey region, a team that's been in since Season 1, and then we have Blacklist, who's quite much newer to the scene. So it's going to be is it going to be Age or Glory? We will see you soon after this break.
Pulang, udah cepetan.
Teknologi Fastcoolin dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman. Dengan Edgarment, tumpukan cucian kotor gaun, semua yang ada di dalam jadi lebih terjaga, lebih dingin, dan lebih segar dengan Powercool. Nikmati gambar yang lebih real dengan Kilet Pro dan Dolby Vision. Rasakan pengalaman suara yang mengitarimu dengan Dolby Atmos.
Sayang.
TCL, semua jadi mudah.
ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့အပိတ်တံမှာအခွင့်အရေးကိုအမြဲရှာဖွေနေပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်လက်ရှိဘဝကိုပြောင်းလဲနိုင်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးပေါ့ e-sport ရဲ့အတိတ်ဘယ်ကလူတိုင်းအတွက်မတူနိုင်ပါဘူးဒါကအပန်းဖြေစရာတစ်ခုဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်လို့ဘဝအတွက်ရှောက်လန်းရမယ့်ခီးတစ်ခုလည်းဖြစ်နိုင်ပါတယ် professional gamer ဖြစ်ဖို့ကကျွန်တော်ဘဝကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အခွင့်အရေးကြီးတစ်ခုပါပဲဒါကအားလုံးထက်အရေးကြီးပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘဝမှာအခက်အခဲတွေအများကြီးရင်ဆိုင်ရပေမဲ့လည်း HOK ကြောင့်ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုကျွန်တော်ရခဲ့ပါတယ်အရာရာကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ဆုံးဖြတ်ထားပါတယ် HOK မှာကျွန်တော်လိုဘာမှမဟုတ်တဲ့တစုံတစ်ယောက်ကလည်း game ကိုစိုးမိုးနိုင်ဖို့စွမ်းအားတွေရှိလာနိုင်ပါတယ်
It's Friday! It's your day! You do great chasing, huh? It's okay, Jack! Yeah! Hey, you're good at jungling, huh?
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
Choose how they win, which is definitely a strong point to come from.
Almighty going in, Bilal taking a lot. He gets blown up to kind of start things off. Raiku's still up there as well. Freak's just trying to just go for it. He goes for the Meteor kill, the Death at Sunset right on top of this one. Does some serious damage, but Hakan is actually going to be killed. Mana Fries are still up, and Benig.
Well, G6 spot
yeah,
three.
in the middle, but it's
G6 turns the fight around. Shen taken down as well. G6 in the middle of 4. Can they do it? Sun gets the kill as well. And suddenly, Team Secret, they found a form to get the kill. 2 deaths in the space of 30 seconds. And it's a crucial crowd control. TNX doing so much for Team Secret.
Only one casualty.
Anything with the Trevor Smash, he's going to take a lot of damage, and Impunity all on the run, but Xiang did find Lin Feng. Dodges over the wall with the extreme speed. He's continuing to fight. He's been knocked up again. He does have the shield one last time. Do they have the damage that they do? They slice it down.
我常常在想，如果我不执着于梦想，我的人生将会如何？这是我的热爱所在。可是，这份热爱似乎不被认可。也许，这只是梦。 就让热爱、勇气成为我追梦的燃料。要实现这梦想，就必须马上行动，做就对了。SOK 或许就是我实现梦想的地方。
I'm Winter from Vitality.
Hi, I'm Yao Yao from Vitality.
Winter, are you the main shot caller in the team?
No, actually it's our mid lane and our top lane is the main caller.
How does training dynamic work out in the team? Are you able to keep up with the boys?
Yeah, from the start it's a bit tiring because we have to play in full focus for maybe like 4 to 5 BO3s a day, but then now I'm coping well with it.
Coach Yao Yao, what are some unique values that Winter bring to the team better than a boy roam?
I think esports is an industry regardless of your gender. So the reason why I choose Winter to be our starter is because she is capable of it. She is patient and is willing to communicate with all the players. That is really good.
Do you think we are going to see more female players on highest professional esports stage in the future?
Yeah, I feel like it's an honor to be the first, and I feel like obviously there will be more in the future.
I think it's very exciting for us to see many more and more ladies would be interested in this game, and as long as they can see both of us get on stage and have the courage to have a try, I think it's worthwhile.
OK 下湖。OED 小。Saya mid。继续。mid。我先开大走廊。我后续打不了了，你们小心不要上头。我后续打不了。
Oh fuck. It's fine. 142.
哎，接下慢走。
Look. Nice. Look.
慢点。
Nice. That's Simic.
Look.
Yeah.
一波。
Nexus.
颠倒。
Crystal.
颠倒。
操！我操，这节奏太稳了呀！我操！节奏太稳了呀！
Escudão em dois. Byron. Tô no Byron. Virou flash. Sem flash o Byron. Sem flash o Byron. Byron, rato. Morto. Achei que ele ia morrer, mano.
Vem pra mim, Almine. Não consegue passar.
Gol.
Não grita, tá, guys?
Classe.
Não grita, tá, guys? Não grita.
Nice.
Não grita, tá?
guys.
Não grita, tá?
GG.
Boa, porra.
Nice, guys. Boa, rapaziada.
Linda, caralho. Vamos. Chega, viado. Vou pra caralho, viado. Boa, guys.
来，我这边。哎，推爆了，我战斗能力很强，不要推好不好？过来。
可以打，不要怕。我有推上来。
没有鸟了，来，我送他。哎，打爆，没有鸟了，可以打。
可以打。打爆，
我在。
我被打了。
我帮你拿钱。
109个，大魔飞人。
拿钱哦，拿钱。
不要急，真的。大魔飞人，等10分钟。帮我拆套，他们上我。
我送大了，可以打，来。
哎，打我。
来，我来，你们没事，我就送他。
大魔有闪。没有。
我护你，来。
没有闪。
护你，
跟我一样。OK。追对。
这个可以追，
溜。妈，没有闪。我的问题，
连波，不打急，秒了再说。OK。他不换，挤一下，没换吗？没换。我没什么状态。
安吉了，我操！来，顶住！动作。
准备，中打，中队。
我去过边。
对。来。后没闪。接。我在搞。蔡文基没大，挤啊，这边过来挤，不要给他切线。
一波了吗？
乖。
我还要干你吗？
打。预备。
来一波！哇，闪天点不出来了，这个
直接秒了，懂吗？
牛逼！
Pulang, udah cepetan. Teknologi Fastcoolin dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rain down. name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest night. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the
Alright guys, welcome back to 2024 Honor of Kings Championships Group Stage Day 5.
Itu dia tadi kita sudah menyaksikan untuk match kedua kita. Tapi kali ini prediksi aku agak salah ya.
Tadi kan kamu bilang 21.
21, aku bilang
ya kan?
kalau nggak salah tadi aku bilang 99%, aku yakin itu bakal jadi 21.
Ternyata hasil matchnya adalah 2-0-2-0. Pertanyaannya
2-0,
Sabila,
Yap.
apakah match ketiga kali ini akan selesai 2-1 sesuai prediksi kamu? Atau jangan-jangan 2-0?
Kalau untuk kali ini aku nggak mau prediksi lagi karena aku takut. Karena yang tadi aja aku bilang kan itu 99% ternyata salah. Makanya kita tuh nggak bakal bisa prediksi sampai kita bisa langsung masuk ke dalam in-game-nya Drew.
Betul sekali. Jadi pastikan buat teman-teman yang sedang menonton atau menyaksikan di rumah, kalian jangan sampai ketinggalan keseruan match yang ketiga kali ini. Karena setelah ini udah pasti kedua tim ini akan memberikan performa terbaik mereka untuk mempertahankan posisi dan juga mendapatkan another point lagi.
Yes, aku setuju banget. Kalau begitu kayaknya nih, karena teman-teman yang di rumah yang lagi nonton maupun yang ada di venue udah pada nggak sabar. So let's not waste any more time. We're gonna invite the team who's gonna play on our match for today. So please welcome Black Blaze International.
Alright, the next team who challenge them, please welcome Team Food Esports.
please do a handshake first before you go to your seat and prepare for this match.
Inilah dia pertandingan antara kedua tim yang udah pasti nggak kalah seru dibandingkan kedua game sebelumnya. Food Esports against Blacklist International.
Yap, kita udah penasaran banget bagaimana berjalannya match ketiga kita pada hari ini di 2024 HOK Championship Group Stage hari yang kelima. Karena aku udah penasaran banget apakah mungkin akan ada hero-hero yang seperti tadi. Khususnya kayak Liang kita baru banget ngeliat hari ini. Nah, untuk di match kita kali ini, di match ketiga kita, apakah kita akan melihat hero-hero baru kah?
Apakah hero-hero menarik yang jarang di-pick tiba-tiba muncul di sini? Kita akan sama-sama lihat sebentar lagi karena kita akan langsung masuk ke match yang ketiga antara Food Esports against Blacklist International. Dan pastinya kita akan ditemani oleh para caster-caster kita. Jadi langsung saja casters, this is your time to shine.
Welcome to game number 3. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and this time I'm joined by OSX along with Blam. Now it's been a pretty quick day so far, but it's been super exciting, and this series is no different as well. So OSX, any expectations for either of these teams?
I am just expecting the two PHFs right now to actually bounce back. It was never like a great game from these two, and so far it's like more of like the finding the groove kind of thing. But so far you've seen some silver lining. I hope they can actually have a recovery from everything that they have been through.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist have had like a bit of an up and down start within this tournament so far, but their last series was definitely more of a dominant performance from them. So let's see how they do against Foot Esports.
Okay, so we're looking for new experiences. You can have one too as well. You can take a look at Mengya, the newest hero that's coming out. Only costs 588 tokens along with 13,888 gold. Not the most expensive, but the most valuable because he is going to give you a lot of damage in your farm lane as well. So that's what I'm expecting from both teams. I think they want to draft very aggressively, having a lot of damage, and of course, aggressive invasions into the jungle as well.
Yeah, we're trying to kind of read on how the pattern is going to go from these two teams to actually address. It's early game momentum. Both of these have similarities, right? So we will know in the draft what will they prioritize them around, because you right now could have a way to join the HOK camp and to rate your favorite players in the championship and stand a chance to win exciting game rewards. Especially we have a reset that came through like a month ago, so you can actually get these rewards and go in your games, right?
Yep, that's right. So, Blam, any team you're leaning more towards?
Like I say, I'm British. I want to stay on the fence. I don't want any clear favorites, but here we are. Here's one of the teams that going up to head against Blacklist. It's Ryuga 0307, Snake, Lust, and Void. A team that's been showing complete and utter potential, but just not being able to get the seeds.
Okay, so we want them to realize their potential. But the challenges are not going to make it easy as well. And of course, we will be introducing their challenges in a short while, and that's going to be in the form of Blacklist International. Now, for esports, I think they have shown us that they do have the potential, but let's talk a little bit about Blacklist International.
Yeah, we have Chaz, Golden Kite, Just G, Aaron, and Chami1. Both of this has similarity, but one that stands out is the clash lane of both of these two. They are the playmakers. They're the ones like, I'm going to be the fail-safe player here, just in case things can go wrong.
Okay, so we have already seen a lot of bans onto Dharma today.
Yeah.
And Chami1, his Byron has been pretty scary, right? He likes to go from behind, just jam them and put them at a tight spot.
Yeah, it's so hard to, right? It's so hard not to evade that kind of situation because Chami1 has been so good in positioning and in being able to read the map quicker as things go wrong, right? And you've put it perfectly. He knows where to target the key points or the key players, and that gives so much space for Blacklist International.
Yeah, I think this is one of the main strengths of both teams, right? The target priority is always on point.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they are wanting to get the best draft in the PB, right? And we saw some stellar performances from Blacklist and Foot Esports throughout the KC 2024 thus far. But let's see what they are going to be looking at going forward. Are they going to go for a bit of the same old Sungan dance that they know and love? Or will we see some specials?
Yep, now both teams, I think they're looking for the same objective. They want to get this done quickly and decisively. But
both teams now with their tournament lives on the line, I think Foot Esports at this point won't be able to make it through to the knockout stages. So right now they have the power in their hand to make life extremely difficult for Blacklist International.
Yeah, so from this, you have said it perfectly. They need to make sure on how to play their cards right. This is like a do or die situation where if you want to be still in the next stage of this tournament, you need to personally outweigh your older self. Now, heading back to the first draft of this game, Blacklist and FUT. Prioritization on the Musashi as well as the Dharma. You mentioned about the Dharma, right? So I think Blacklist right now, they're not really keen on let Foot take it as well. So they are changing in their priorities too.
Yeah, but it's a huge risk, right? You don't want to allow such a controlling hero to be able to catch your backlines. And worst of all, it really doesn't matter who this Dharma catches, right? He catches more than 3, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, and they have been doing it. Chavi was a great player on this Dharma, and we've seen growth as well. So probably right now, they have been a fan of prioritizing the Dolia, but Foot Esports as well takes it out, as well as the U1. But with this kind of situation, Ogren is open for Blacklist to be taken, and it's doing wonders. How do you want to control the map, macro-wise?
Okay, I like the benefits of having an Ogren, but the Ogren performance for Blacklist hasn't been the most clean so far. Yeah. Anything you think would change today?
Yeah, I think one of the things that you actually just put right into the table is how do you want to approach the early game tempo? If you're an Ogren, you would really like to play the map as early as possible, complementing it with your own roamer. So with this kind of first 2 picks that FUT has, I think this is more likely a window for him to shine, because if he loses the chance of how he's being slowed down by this Maishiro in the mid lane, good thing they pick up the Zhang Fei for this kind of draft that they want to go to.
Okay, so they have very good sustain, very good shield, and decent burst. But that is also the same in terms of damage for the side of Foot, right? Foot, if you take a look at the Mai, take a look at the RLE, if they get the advantage in the early game, it is going to be taking a pretty long time for Blacklist International to kind of recover and be on par with the Foot Esports.
Yeah, 2 of the best meta picks there is right now is the Luong and as the Ogren. I hope they would have a cleaner approach on how to address the early game, but you have Zhang Fei. But answering back, Liu Bang has been a great option, right? Dictating how the map is being rotated, if you could utilize it too. Again, this is about execution, but on the first pick, the third pick of FUT, this really sums up that this Arlie is going to be guarded once it hits level 4.
Oh yeah, for sure. The Dominator Shield as well as the Battlefield Command and Stabbing Charge, the 3 main skills of Liu Bang, going to be really useful. We've seen some variations on how they're used. It's not just all for defense on saving teammates. It can be used as a surprise attack as to jump on the backlines as well. Now with that being said, Foot Esports, they ban out the Lady Zhen. Blacklist International, they return in kind the ban on the Dun. They are looking to ban out the tanky heroes.
Yeah, we kind of like negating the possible scenario of a late game nightmare. The Dun as well, FUT, one of the teams could actually use this hero too. So targeting onto Chami 1, the Clash lane. So I think we're right on the same page, guys. Like the playmakers of these 2 could come from the Clash lane, because this Liu Bang, yep, still, it needs to be in the Clash lane. Because Arlie alone with this kind of pairing, kind of like a...
It's a high risk, right?
Yeah.
I think at this point, they might take this risk, we don't know. But the fact that they banned out the Byron is a telltale sign that Foot Esports wants to work on the burst potential. Because imagine having Charlotte in the lineup for Blacklist.
Wow.
It's good, it allows you access to the backlines, but there's a risk as well because she's not the tankiest out of all the Clash lanes.
Yeah, you can actually rely on the Charlotte for damage, but if it would need like a proper scenario for the Zhang Fei to also come in. Like it would need to be like a busier situation in terms of rotation for Blacklist, because this will actually rely on how they want to go with this Ogre. Again, there's so much space that Blacklist could create, so it's all about like keeping the lane secure and not being ganked as early as possible.
Oh, for sure. And I really like this Mayin pick. It is quite detrimental to the lineup of Blacklist. And Blacklist, of course, they're going to ban out the Diadea. And I think that's a good idea because you don't want to allow the heals coming in, as well as the immobilization coming in. And here we go. It is going to be a Charlotte, and mid lane going to take a snap at the Princess Frost.
And they need to be careful as well. If you're up against a Mai Shinui with a great way of using micro, And this could be a great situation for a testament or a test for the Princess Frost to actually be in a great micro situation, because again, you're against with so many mobile heroes, and Hanshin on the last pick of FUT, will this be a great way to complement what they've started?
Yeah, movement and burst. This is a very scary concept that FUT has come up with. So Foot Esports, of course, trying to maintain the cornerstone and foundations for their draft, and I think it's a pretty good foundation to start off of.
Yeah, and we would really know for sure on how the adjustments will go. We see the two coaches shake hands, and this is a very crucial match for them. Who is going to rise up on top from everything that they've been through from day one? It's Blacklist International versus FUT. In the early game situation, who do you think is going to be has the higher chance of pulling an early game power spike?
I actually think it's going to be Foot Esports, because at this point, Black's lineup is good, but I'm not sure whether they can handle the movement and cooldown reductions on the side of Foot Esports.
Yeah, I think it's the mobility that they can do as early as possible, but we are looking for like a counter press as well in mid lane. If we look at the lineup as well for FUT, this would require time, yes, but it gives you automatic pickup as well in the backline of Blacklist. As you can see, on the top line, we see 2 versus 3 just meeting up and just saying hi, not coming to any possible scenario there is. But okay, farm lane.
Yes, farm lane right now, 0-3-0-7 does get taken down. It is a 3-1 for Blacklist.
Yep, it is going to be first blood, and that's a big important marker, because at this point, when you put the Arlie behind, especially against a Long, you can expect a huge burst of hits coming in from Golden Kite. It's going to be extremely hard to deal with. But this is also evened out by the fact that, you know what, Yushi is not as fast in the jungle in terms of speed, right? Right now, Loss is definitely having a lead.
Yeah, you need to build up with that. Like, tempo doesn't really happen like in the higher notes. It's like a do-re-mi, like it's not gonna happen just yet. But this is like the window of FUT can do. Put pressure, put into the faster EXP, because the Mai will be tested as well on how to get this pickoff right onto the lane. But as you can see, farm lane brawl continues.
Yes, to try and split apart the team fight there. We see Ryuga trying to get pushed towards Golden Kite, but nothing comes of it. There's a lot of damage, and it makes the fact that Ryuga has to recall, right? So everything hangs on that, because there's wins in the farm lane for the side of Blacklist, but there's wins in the jungle for the side of Foot Esports.
Yeah, just she and Golden Kite as well, building the gold difference against FUT. So far, no matter how the first blood is with Blacklist now, they want to maintain that tempo, because FUT as well can do that too. So they need to have a way to kind of like counter this mirror
Chammy on the top lane.
Red team has slain an enemy.
We didn't quite see it. A little bit of off-camp action. The Chammy one, #no Chammy, has been taken down.
Okay. So much things happening right now all across the map, and this is like the gift of this composition is utilize more what's ever happening from there. But from the moment that somebody's happening, someone has been taken up top, this is like force a reaction from Aaron as well. I think this kind of movement in the mid lane for Blacklist is really beneficial.
Okay, so one of the things that you'll start seeing is the fact that Foot Esports, I think they might be too messy for the side of Blacklist to handle, because they can really have any action around them at any time.
Yeah, and
oh, there it is, the knock-up onto Chammy. Is it going to be another Chammy takedown? Not quite.
Slowly but surely, but yeah, going back to the item check once more, we see 2 mid laners slowly building up or just bought out the Stone of Sorcery. You have the passive, the magic, the mage wave, so it's like a starter pack for the Mask of Agony, but actually...
Vital air raid, there comes the passive, the Conductor's Souls as well. That is going to be 2 kills over to Blacklist, and maybe even a T1.
Yeah, clinical finish for the side of Blacklist, and this is the start that they were looking for, right? Right now, they have just put a lid onto Foot Esports, but they do have some pressure coming in onto that Clash lane. If they can't get the kill onto Chammy 1, it's going to be a wasted effort.
Yeah, I was looking for a way to FUT to actually bounce back, or that, or just
Blue
get an objective for themselves as
destroyed
well.
a tower.
But the zoning of Chammy, what he's been doing, he has been taken used to near his vicinity to not even attempt to take down a turret or even this Overlord. So a lot of objectives slowly can be taken by Blacklist. No attempt from FUT just yet.
So, and it's happened so beautifully from the side of Blacklist. And so they will reap the reward. It's going to be the first time going into the hand of Blacklist International. Now, Foot Esports, they are pretty quick on paces as well. They match up and they take the Overlord for themselves. As it stands now, I think Foot Esports sticks close, but they're starting to trail behind a little bit.
Yeah, and the damage buff of Blacklist right now, they would really want to have the chance to push for more damage buff. So comparing the gold difference as well, both from Lost and Just Cheese still leading by a difference, but if you're an Ogre, if you want to maintain a distance against your opponent, this is the good way to go. You have a push, yes, but damage is well present for Blacklist that they can utilize against FUT.
Okay, so two big markers, right? Number one is that Aaron is level 7. Second marker is that Aaron has the Mask of Agony. So he's going to be able to deal quite a big deal of damage against Ryuga.
Yeah, and they're very systematic on how they want to
Blue
approach
team has
FUT.
destroyed
They
a
know they
tower.
don't commit to team fights, but how do you manage to take out turrets from top to bottom? Yet they would really want to leave this alone because another T2 turret slowly taken out by Blacklist. Still a win for them.
Yeah, they're just that
Blue
one step
team
faster
has destroyed
than the side
a
of
tower.
Foot Esports. I like the drop from Foot, but right now they're being held at gunpoint here.
Yeah, and that's scary. And if you want to see how the positioning of Lost and Ryuga is right now, they're trying to push it. Wait, they're just really giving this away. And okay, Blacklist is taken out as early as possible, below 6 minutes.
Okay, so stop the base race. The Battlefield Commanders come in. We see Ryuga at the back of the line there. The Infinite Bastards comes through for Golden Kite. Getting the kill is Juicy on the side of Blacklist. Currently up 4 kills to 1. Someone's going to drop Hanshin, or they're going to lose the high ground trophy for themselves. But there is still more fights going on. They're trying to stop the recall. They're trying to stop and prevent this backdoor play.
You have a Vanguard as well, so they can just push forward. Good thing that Just Cheese here as well, and there wasn't enough time. And imagine that Lost has completely taken down at T3, man. It's a bit of a quick way to end this game. Like,
yeah, it's a risky play, but it paid off, right? Because they did manage to defend this team on the bottom. And mind you, it is 6.5 minutes. We have the first part of the base on the side of Foot Esports already cracked open.
And the cracks, they need to kind of prevent that. Like we have seen some openings here that made by Blacklist. I mean, this is deadly, right? They would really need to proceed on how to address the map correctly against how Blacklist wants to maintain its push. You have the Lubab, yes, but it's mostly into the reinforcement rather, and they need to be sure on how to approach this because either that or we can go back to the and what just happened.
Yeah, so with the Leaping Savior, that was a huge value to kind of protect the team from the
destroyed a tower.
I think at this point, Foot Esports, they didn't have the best communication, so probably did have a call out to say, hey, I am taking it.
Oh, and Shin with the knockup onto the Ogre. I don't think that was probably the best call. We did see a second attempt from Void getting a knock up there with the whatevers of my Yin, but right now there's able to defend the T1 in the mid lane, but T2 in the farm lane may fall. Golden Kite gets it.
Yeah, we see them try on how to take the back line of right now, but it's so hard. It's so hard to penetrate, man. If you want to see some sort of damage here, yes, some Void will spot on or spot someone.
And Shin once more, he has the CC immunity, but it is going to be the Bridge of Prison that gets him locked down. He's able to dash out. He has very little health, but it may be Ryuga that is the casualty. No, it's Blacklist isn't able to meet the demand of the kill. But look, speaking of kills, we have Void very low, and it is going to be a trade there. 2-2 trade. But Blacklist, no, make that a 3-2 trade.
Killing spree.
And 0-3-7 is still chasing him down, and that is the continuous punish that FUT did.
This is not a fight you want to take, right? 0-3-0-7 against Horgren. I mean, he has a lot of damage, and Horgren's looking pretty low.
So they're matching each other in terms of pace.
Uh-oh. Lost, what are you doing? I mean, I think also for Juicy, like, hey, don't want to take that 2v1, but no! Chami, hashtag yes Chami, coming through in the mid lane.
They wanted to surpass their limits, but they have been limited. At this point, Blacklist just extending and edging it out a little more than Foot Esports.
Yeah, going back onto the street, like we have the FPS from Void being in the middle. He had more ways to actually slow down Blacklist. In this game, so much pace for 0-3-0-7 just continue to pursue, and Blacklist really needs to have a great stronghold this time around.
Speaking of stronghold, the T1 does fall into the mid lane as well.
It's a risk, and at this point, Foot Esports is playing into the strengths of Blacklist, right? With the about half health or they're pretty low on health, they're still entering the fight. I know in the situation they get the catch, the blue coming in from Snape as well, and maybe the staggering charge coming from Ryuga. But it's a huge risk because the 4%, that's easily achievable with the lineup that Blacklist has.
Yeah, and the kind of person that you need to actually make it rise, you know, because the only one who has got me and killed is the Lost or Hanshin. But they would really need to get a grip here on how to push the turret. So probably right now they really want to make this player just go around the map quicker.
Yeah, at this point, Lost is going to have his jungle invaded. He is going to be pushed away. And Chaz in the midst of building the Dawn Light, and that's a scary item to have because in the war of attrition, FUT loses every single time.
Yeah, and we need to address we're seeing also go quickly address
The Overlord and Tyrant have been
with the
enhanced.
hand Shen, we have the Yuga as well as Lost,
Blue
combining
team
forces
has
to push,
destroyed a
but the
tower.
Blacklist really knows, and they really confidently enter the base here of FUT.
Blue team
Beautiful
has
use of
destroyed
Winters
a
coming
tower.
right, just as a completely oppressive tool. Zone is out, Void. Void is still going to take the chase, but Lost coming in from the back here as well. A lot of damage onto Chami. We may see the Charlotte is able to escape, but for now we do see Snape getting the kill onto Chami. Is this going to be it for Foot? The infinite vastness comes back through. It is going to be Golden Kite and Juicy picking up all the kills. There's only Snape and Ryuga, the last lifeline left in this team fight. But right now, the Conductor result is still up for Juicy. He could have that big stack of sustain, but they're able to try and take down this minion here. Foot Esports doing their best. It is going to be enough to take down that whole push towards the crystal.
And that is just the wonders of the Mind Shredder. They completely clearing out the last possible way for Blacklist to take the base by that second.
That was the best case scenario actually from the Esports, right? But as it stands now, Blacklist, they are pretty much far ahead. 3,000, actually that isn't as big of a lead as I thought they would have. But Dawn Light completed, right? Control X in the hands of Chaz as well. He's gonna provide so much shield, leaving Savior with the shield from Dawn Light as well. It's not looking good in terms of team fight for the side of Foot Esports. And one more thing, if you notice what Aaron has been consistently doing, is landing those frigid.
Yeah, to add to that, and also, he was the first one supposedly to go, right? How FUT lost was positioning in that bush. Nobody spotted him out, and good thing that Aaron has the Splendor, and that kind of play that he did against FUT really set up the initiation, the comeback initiation factor of Blacklist in specific team fights as that.
Yeah, and this doesn't allow Void to kind of get the perfect combination for his efforts, and that's a difficult situation to fight. So, Foot Esports, they have their work cut out for them, but it's not over yet, right? 0307 does have the Crimson buff. He is at level 14, almost at max stats.
They're really pushing it. Look at the control. Look at the control, right? It's like a parade from Blacklist right now.
Snape on the back.
Yes, gonna watch out for Snape on the back here. He's gonna be careful. Chami was taking a 1v1 onto Ryuga, but the battle command does come through. It is gonna be onto Ryuga. We do see that Void gets taken down, and we see that Snape is looking pretty low. Down goes Ryuga as well. 0307 falls. It is gonna be Blacklist taking out a 4-1 trade for Aaron. Everything for Princess Frost is gonna be worth it here. The minions are at the crystal. Game 1 could be resolved right here. Another win for Blacklist.
Big victory for Blacklist International. This is the standard that we wanted them to have, and they have realized their potential. Many learning lessons in the past 5 days, and you definitely know Blacklist is ready to grow and ready to show.
Yeah, you need to have a better version of yourself, and this is like the 5th day that we're seeing from these teams progress all across their matches, and we're happy to see this Philippine representative actually bounce back on what they can do from teams who also want to bounce back from their losses.
Okay, so Foot Esports, let's put it in this manner. I think they were very positive about their draft, and it could have worked, but they needed to get that advantage in the jungle or in the farm lane. And slowly but surely, Blacklist really just tugged at their heart until they were falling down onto the ground.
Yeah, it's kind of a very dangerous scenario to be in, and because they really stabbed the situation on how that hero or the jungler of a FUT can actually circulate around the Ogre. Still a very powerful pick in the right hands, by the way. But Blacklist, they completely updated what they wanted to do, because again, we've seen how they weren't so clean in terms of the initiating factors, the team fights, but now how do you want to approach these things rather, it was a very precise macro approach on how to control where the Liu Bang could actually come from.
Yeah, I mean, the thing was like, that base race was either going to be super effective for Foot Esports getting those Imperator minions, or what happened in that game 1. But we are going to see the highlights in a very short second to see how Black is going to do.
very systematic breakdown onto the defenses an attempt at the win for the side of Foot Esports coming in from Blacklist here. This first movement was so big because it got rid of 0307, it helped amplify their farm, but at the same time also put a lid onto 0307. It was a tough one to kind of sneak out of.
This was the early portion of Blacklist that they created a major hole in the base of FUT. How do you manage to bounce back from that early on? You have taken your T3 turret right away as less than 6 minutes. This sums up how do you want to get busy across the map, and this is like the main problem for FUT to address. Yeah, they have teamfight capability, but the base, man, they need to continue that equalization of minutes as well.
Well, they tried, right? Lost actually wanted to equalize the play, wanted to get the T3 turret on the board as well, but because of the gap between itemization, the farm did not have the itemization to be able to do enough damage. They did get a Vanguard there, but it was too little too late, right? And at this point, every single goal matters. The difference of one goal could be an item or no item.
Yes, no items or no go. As we see here, the Flaming Park is connected onto Void there. That was really like the ending ball, and then the takedown of Wasp. And then it was just a matter of time for Ryuga to meet his maker, but Snake right now was the only thing standing between Blacklist and their victory, and they were able to take it.
Yep, it's so cool, right? Because the way, if you take a look at it, how Foot Esports, their draft would have come back, you would say, yeah, let's take a stab at this RD. But they actually did so much more than that. They controlled Snake from far, right? He was on the backline. They were expecting the Snake wrap around. And once they canceled his burst potential, the shields came in, the Dawnlight came in, the Radiance came to get the slows as well. So every single thing was just to make life as difficult as possible. And like I said, in the war of attrition, when your health is low, it's an instant win for the Ogryn as well.
Yeah, we see the team of Blacks as well celebrate from that win, and our MVP is none other than Just She. 10-0-6 on this Ogryn, and to go back how the team fighting went, man, I would still need to commend how the space was created by Chaz as well. But with this hero alone, Just She stepping up for this game, and it was so hard for FUT to handle. Vision was lacking as well.
Exactly. So once Juicy had that advantage, he was always in the front lines making life difficult, but that achieved two things. One, obviously, you know, he's having a very nice KDA, he's getting kills left and right, but it allowed Golden Kite the freedom to have the rolling rate into any place on the map that he wanted. And with the help and the synergy of the Zhang Fei as well, Chaz coming in with the Leaping Saviors, even the timings of his Unbridled Outburst did not matter that much.
And this is a very scary KDA, right? Coming from the Luong, right? It won 110. But one thing that's very devastating is the KDA of the Artiman, 1-5-2. If you really want to snowball quickly, you have the items correctly, but it still didn't translate to a win. Like the zone out by the Zhang Fei alone by Chaz, it was a difficult place to where to have your umbrella, and it put so much pressure on where the follow-up comes from. My Shinui, Yin, yeah, we've seen some plays as well, but it was too tough to handle because there's the front line right now. I'm looking at what Blazing Cape as well as the Rage. I think it wasn't enough to hold where the powers of Blacklist is.
Yep. At the same time, with the Parasol, it allows Blacklist to understand, hey, this is the exact location we need to be aiming at, and Aaron just took advantage of it every single time. Take a look at the damage, right? Not that much for Aaron, 31,000, but he provided the CC, the lockdown with the Frigid Prison, and they were just forced to fight. They were forcing Foot Esports to fight all the way. They tried to farm their way out of it. Lost, you can see, only battling 33% of the time, but he could not do much because he was so underfarmed.
94% Just She, and comparing one member here out of a FUT, look at that. Total gold, man, 24%. The comparison of this, man, Just She's just so happy, gaining every possible economy there is.
3,000 gold ahead. He was one entire item ahead of his counterpart. And this is the Blacklist Gold Graph. What a beautiful growth, right? Every single play just allowed them to reach another stage in terms of itemization, in terms of EXP. And the way they telegraphed the fight was so beautiful because it never looked like Foot had any chance to come back.
No, it didn't look like it, right? There was a lot of brawls, a lot of trades in the mid to late game, but it's just ultimately how they finish off the Blacklist.
Yeah, we've seen some really shining moments from the Luong right there. It was like an every point that we are in a minute of the game, it was like a 2-level XP, 1-level XP, and Luong was just way ahead of the farm lane. It was so hard to for the opposing team to address that kind of damage, but in a macro situation, how Blacklist would actually think to end this game quicker than they should, yeah, they have more tools. It was like full trust of the team to go forward in the base.
Yep, the stake was at their heart right from the get-go, right? The moment the first kill happened, it was, okay, we are holding you at gunpoint, now you can try to fight us back, but yeah, you are gonna have your hands like handcuffed, I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of like a risk, right? If you want to go front and Blacklist's damage, either you go down or yeah, you need to be sure you're following. We've seen Void do that. We've seen some plays, and I know how it is, how hard it is. Like I need to do something for the team, but Void alone can only do so much. The crowd controls it, but it was too far, and Blacklist was pulling the Mayin in the most problematic way possible to get that reinforcement right away.
Okay, so we are looking for solutions for the side of FUT Esports, but at the same time, I think you guys want a different kind of solution, right? And we do have the solution for you, and that's gonna come in the form of the new Realme 13 Plus phone. All you have to do to have a chance, right, is to follow us on our socials from today to the 31st of the end of this month, right? Just make sure you follow our Honor of Kings Global Esports channel and tag championship participating teams in the comments for a chance to win one of these babies here. And you know, 5G, 120 FPS.
Yep.
Best possible performance. I played a game at our booth downstairs.
Yeah, what did you win?
I mean, yeah, okay, so I won, but it was super smooth. Now, for esports, they want this same kind of experience, right? They want it to be smooth. They want to have a very convincing gameplay as well. What do they need to fix?
Maybe just, I mean, the draft wasn't bad, right? We had very good parts within the draft. We had the Mayin, we had the Mai Shiranui, which generally get paired together to try and lock down Princess Frost, which a few times it happened onto Aaron, right? So it may be just a little bit more of the execution. The Lu Bang didn't actually do as well as I think Ryuga wanted, because again, Zhang Fei is one of those sought for support heroes, and it's one of Ryuga's mains.
Yeah. So, are we talking about a ban on Zhang Fei, or do we not pick Liu Bang?
No,
because
man, it's not a worthy ban. Like for a Zhang Fei to be banned in a match, I mean,
I think it's worth a ban.
Yeah, it's worth it if you're really totally respecting the fact that the player is really good. But you would lose a possible power pick ban from that moment. Either you let it just go and not mine at all, or literally outdraft them from the first pick there is.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things you need to consider in and on the battlefield is definitely strategy, right? And at this point, it looks like Blacklist, they understand their opponents a little bit better, and they also want to be able to dish out that systematic approach that Blacklist has consistently shown us today.
Yeah, I mean, they've done very well, Blacklist have. I mean, better than the first few days. It might have just been like pre-show jitters, the fact they've never actually been onto the global stage before to get to this point. So again, they seem to be just mellowing into that standoff as they are able to take that. Game one, I have to say, very cleanly, right? I mean, it was a bit of a mistake for FUT to try and contest that base race. I mean, it was the only option they really had other than maybe going back, taking another death onto their team as well. So it was like, hey, we may as well try and go for gold if we can, but sometimes you have to set off silver.
Okay, so now they snap pick that Ogryn again. Blacklist, they get the blue side, so they get prio pick. On the flip side, FUT Esports, this time they get the Zhang Fei and as well as the Lung. What do you guys think about that?
This is a great combo. Like I've seen it yesterday how teams bounce back from this first two picks, but this requires a lot of pressure as well. If one thing that was missing like earlier from FUT was the front line, and it was very hard for them to actually have a counter for it. But if Blacklist is more confident to answer the Lady Sun as well as Mai Shiranui, this would really depend the defenses of the Zhang Fei alone. So it's all be a point to attest on how FUT could address this.
Okay, so we're looking at two major items that need to be achieved by the Blacklist lineup, right? So we need the Scepter Reverberation, or you can go for the Mask of Agony to deal with high HP heroes, which in this case Zhang Fei has as well. Gardenmore going to do exactly the same thing, and this is a pretty scary pick, I'll be honest. Okay, not the fact that I won with my Gardenmore just now, but Gardenmore here offers quite a lot of value because it's able to touch Juicy before this organ comes into the actual fight itself.
Man, I believe you, man. Like, yesterday, we've seen Gun and Mo do a lot of piercing damage through the front line, even against Lianpo, even the most toughest armor there is, mainly because of having the Dolia present. But with Dolia being absent here, it's relying purely mostly on the items that he needs to get as early as possible to tear through the front line of Blacklist. So it's a bit of a challenge as well. Depends on how the mid lane is going to answer this. What will they go for this time around if you're Blacklist?
I'm not too sure at this point because Foot Esports, they have taken quite a lot of supports away, right? Liu Bang banned, Ming banned as well. And at this point, Lady Sun, you want someone that is able to babysit her. The fact that you have a Zhang Fei on the opponent side, on the side of Foot Esports, means that they will probably dive you on the backlines during the fights. And Lady Sun, I think, needs a proper service of protection coming from Blacklist.
How about a Motsu here? Okay, it's not bad. They focus on the Liu Bang and the Ming as well. Motsu could be the option in first space for the Lady Sun. Still could be the Lianpo, but if you want to go like full on support and damage for like a long range situation, you could actually slow down the Luong in the hands of Chaz. They could pull off this Motsu too.
Okay, I will lay down the pros and cons for you. I think there is good disruptions, good stunts, good controls coming from Mortar, but Mortar as well does struggle playing against this kind of mode, especially when it's in the hands of Snake, because it is a sitting duck out there.
Okay, Lianpo. Better option, but this would really force out the defenses of this guy alone. I mean, in some games that we've seen from day 4 and day 3, Lianpo against Gun and Mo, yeah, this would really force them to build defenses, anti-mage defenses quickly, because you need, if you're a Lianpo and everybody's relying on you for the perfect setup, you would need to have to sustain that, right? Good thing there's a Mayin. This is like a requirement on how to layer everything to get the perfect setup for the backline of FUT.
Okay, I'm gonna try and dive into the mind of TG here. So my expectation of what he wants to achieve with this draft is that the fact that Chami going to be using this Mayin along with the combination of Aaron to try and catch out as many of the Foot Esports players as possible, right? It's not going to be Juicy going in with the Organ. I think that's too risky because you have a lineup that loves to fight you face to face. And even before you start the fight, with the help of Snake, Foot Esports can change the plane of that fight because you'll be coming in with maybe what, 3/4 health, half health. Not a good fight to take.
Yeah, this is the peel. This is the prowess of with what we can see of FUT's lineup. It's all about how they want to go around busy as early as possible. Let's see how Blacklist would really address this. This is the match point of Blacklist against FUT. Let's see if this will going to be a sweep or will the lineup of FUT pave through the defenses of Blacklist?
That's a powerful question to answer there. And at this point, you must not be mistaken. This is not an outdraft. Both teams have specific win conditions that once hit will smash and obliterate the opponents.
Speaking of smash, there is the Tremor Smash there. Not the Tremor Smash, but the damage.
Yeah, it's one of the important moments that will change the fight later, right? And right now, Aaron does achieve one of the big markers. I think actually no, blocked off by Snake. The boards will be secured, and looks like it's going to be a slightly going to Blacklist for now.
Yeah, I want to bring up what you said earlier. There's no outdraft as of the moment just yet early game, but face guard value-wise between Aaron and MyShredderWing and Snake's Gun and Mo, they have field potential, okay? They can require a certain amount of time to build up tempo for damage for poke as well. So it depends on how Blacklist want to see that deal, because if we look at the two sides of this composition right now, it could be a tight situation to evolve in team fights.
Yeah, but I like Foot Esports pacing this time. A little bit faster, because this time Void on the Sunset with Set Seal should be able to get some kills.
Flash.
Nice.
Whoa, he's stuck in the pool, but he's not. He's able to get a way out. That should have been a call for that. Hey, go round. But instead, they thought, you know what? Let's not risk it.
Yeah, good thing it was a flash being used as well.
And look at that, because they have managed to clear up that early. Foot Esports now, they can afford to try and go for the first rotation, and that's going to be lost on the top lane.
And this is the question though, like, will they commit to early game power spikes this time around? I can only see either Chaz or Justin utilizing more of their toolkit, but it's good to know that they're just being cautious on every step that they can have against FUT. Because the strong point that they have right now is I'm just looking at Snake. and Void hitting level 4. So map-wise, we kind of like expect the Sunset to be more aggressively busy to where to put those set sails in.
Yeah, very good idea from the side of Blacklist, right? So they have kind of put a lid onto a Void because he can't really start that early rotation. He has to be busy clearing the waves. At the same time, they're opening up the map for Juju to really just get a faster pacing of farms, and he's going to be able to outfarm Lost once again.
Yeah, they need to be busy. They need to counter where the map could actually go, either from these to Black or FUT. You would really know, but so far this is like a very like a game of chess, as we call it, and this is like a way of seeing how Goofy wants to approach his first blood. Look at that peel. We were talking about it.
The couple blades just missing out. Aaron from a very like minute distance.
So the map important, but nobody has a proper full control just yet. Advantage to the side of Blacklist is very, very slight. So at this point, FUT Esports, I think they want to make sure that they don't make any mistakes, because we know Blacklist, and if you give them some room, they will do everything.
Yeah, level 5 as well for the Sun. So we haven't seen a rotation change against the FUT. They would really want to capitalize right now on the vision, because how Blacklist rotates is like they really want to protect this Flash lane, because they're not letting go of potential. Look at that peel. Chaz on almost 33. Good thing the passive is still here to hold him off. But this is like a game situation that they want to be in.
Actually, I'm pretty curious, because Chaz is actually one level lower than Vega, so something must be well done for the setup for them to have this.
Oh, the path said Lost is going to have to dash out of there, so no community yet. They're trying to get some advantage before trying to take the objective. You see that Joffrey and the Long are looking to pressure this objective for Blacklist.
It's a Todd, but I don't think Vega is going to be able to secure this Tyrant.
Wishes have to come true, but no, it's not going to quite happen and come into fruition for FUT Esports. But we saw a very promising set sail from Sunset, but it didn't quite get there where he needed to be.
Love it. Chami won this literally prevented the boat from docking in that test in the Tyrant. We haven't seen the game just yet, but it was like I was looking at the map, and they could have completely prevented. Like Chami said, no more penetrating. This is my front line now.
Okay, now, there is a huge power spike coming in for the side of FUT Esports though. Snape just got that Scepter Reverberation, so he's gonna have quite the burst along the boots of the Arcane. Additional pierce.
Because capitalized first by the Maestro-Nui. And it's a good way to see, like, we need to be in mobile situations when Blacklist could actually reach that one. So it's kind of like a pacing situation, but so far you're not losing more of the advantage. Magic one.
Okay, so pretty even so far. I don't think there's a very huge advantage.
Watch out, Chaz getting a few of those skills actually replenished now onto the side of FUT Esports, but the thing is not coming out of it. A lot of these teams playing very casual.
Okay, but they are making a commitment on the top lane. Does this work out? Because at this point, Void is being pushed up, but bot lane.
Oh, there we go. Not lost there, but they are going to take that T1 up into the Clash lane, so they don't get the kill that they wanted. They didn't get the prize pick, which was the Lian Poke, but hey, Blacklist made something out of nothing.
Well, they're really pacifying Void right now.
Okay, again, they're trying to make something out of nothing here. The Unbridled Outrage does come through. Only hitting Chaz, but no follow-up from that. Brucey may be in trouble here with Lost and Snake, but here comes Chami and Aaron into the mid lane. Maybe try and force this T1 in the mid lane open up a little bit sooner than game one. But right now, a lot of hesitation on the Gorge.
Yeah, I believe how Blacklist is seeing this game is more likely like a pacified situation to not let Void out of the Flash lane. They have been doing it. They have similarities on how they want to approach the map from game number 1, but this really slows down on when to put Void to get that set sails in. Just right on point, how to use that proper combo for Sun Tzu. So this Blacklist kind of rotation, I feel like now in the farm lane, there's some point of time for the ladies to pop off, and they're using it as eco and as bait for FUT.
Yeah, for Blacklist International,
has destroyed a tower.
Right? So if either Snake is going to get caught or 0307 gets caught, that's when Blacklist will come in. Meanwhile, for the side of Foot, they won't go in unless they know that Snape is going to be able to land those spears. Here we go.
Oh yes, lots of maybe try and claim first blood here. Oh, he just forced the flash for Liempo to get out of there. Now Juicy comes in with the Path of Passing Death Precipice as well to slow down Ryuga, but still no time to get into that backline.
It's a push and pull, right? If you take a look at what Foot Esports has done, they have positioned the members to be able to cut off that backline access from Champion 1. Even though it's Snape who's doing it, it is still a risk because Garen Mo, even in close range, she is quite dangerous to fight against.
It's a good way to see that.
Oh, set sail. It all goes onto the Augur. They want Juicy to go down, and do you not blame them? After that Game 1 performance, 10-0 deaths. Now we're seeing a battle on two fronts whilst we see Chami 1 trying to get that T2 into the clash lane. A lot of blows being traded, but nothing as of yet.
Blue team
Like
has
they will
destroyed
get
a
the
tower. Blue team
They'll get the T2 and they'll get the kill onto Snape as well, but will they claim the Golden Kite? Yes, they do. Lost securing another kill to Foot Esports. It is now 2-2 for the boys.
Yeah, a bit of a late call as well for Blacklist. I think they left the Golden Kite in a very tight situation, but FUT really knew that there was no way to even force that. You were seeing Blacklist all over the base.
destroyed a tower.
Point on the top lane, and it kind of didn't translate to anything.
Actually did. This is a big win for Black, right? So Blacklist at this point, they have taken T2, they have a little bit more map control. At the same time, they have
Tyrant
rescue
has
control
been
away
defeated.
for this Tyrant attempt. Yes, stolen from the side of from the side of Blacklist by Ryuga, but as the situation resets, you will start to realize that Blacklist, they're in a much better position because the map control seems to be slightly better for them.
Okay, but they just need to avoid like giving Golden Kite an open position that could be taken by FUT. Like if they want to keep ruin the damage for this farm lane, you see also the capability of team fighting prowess. But okay, still a win though, still a win. But FUT needs to address it slowly. The lead is building up with Blacklist. Be careful how to defend it. But we're not seeing any more set sails yet. More like proactively, right? We're kind of like seeing a more passively approach on who's gonna cross that line.
Yeah, they're just trying to pull them across the map, right? So at this point, Foot Esports will do well for themselves to get that split push, which is exactly what Lost is doing. But once again, same situation like game number 1.
They're going for the base race, but they don't have the unbridled outrage. But who does? It's Foot Esports taking 3 kills from Blacklist. As we see Han Shin going for the base race right now. They're on the retreat. There's nobody stopping him, and he has the minions. They've got to be careful.
Yeah, this is a split push by FUT. Looks like they're in trouble and now being forced to retreat back once more. And finally, in game number 2, they successfully take this T3 turn out of Blacklist.
Destroyed a tower.
Okay, so for this first time in the same exact situation, Foot Esports now take the lead.
32k, slowly building up. FUT has advantage on the Tyrant alone, so they have damage, and they're leaving the Overlord to be taken by Blacklist. So they need to be more careful, and if you are Blacklist right now, you would really want to secure this objective. You would really need this enhanced Overlord for their team.
You need to be extremely careful, right? That's the reason why Foot Esports took the Tyrant in the first place, because they want to be able to defend any attempt on this Overlord. Bear in mind, this is a Shadow Overlord. So Foot Esports, they completely flipped the script this time. For the first time in the game, they are in the lead, 3,000 gold ahead, and our boy Lost here is pretty much close to being 6 slotted already.
6 slotted would be a fascinating point, right? Going into the
1-on-1 on the
11-minute
bot.
mark. We do have a 1v1 Chami against Lost, but it's going to be a lost cause.
Yeah, he's just trying to pull them across the map, right? So we're expecting a lot of small skirmishes breaking out.
Yep, speaking of breaking up, that is the boat breaking up for Sunset, and the leap in from the Zhang Bei. But right now, 0-3, 0-7 looking pretty low, but he still has the infinite vastness. He could be using this as bait right now for Golden Kite.
Yeah, good thing Justy survived that, and I think FUT felt the damage coming in from Golden Kite as well, and they respected the fact that they need to not commit to that situation, because they could have been wiped out from that moment.
Okay, now you see the benefits of having a super minion lane, right? So Foot Esports, they are able to really control that Overlord's pit. At the same time, Lost is able to free farm, get that 15, get that full itemization as well, while the rest of the team is going to chase in. Aaron, not going to be threatened at this point. They do have quite a bit of mobility on the side of Blacklist International, but right now it all falls onto Snape and Lost. Can they get those catches for the team?
Yeah, Chami1 needs to really see on where the map is going for FUT. Like the Overlord on half HP, really pushing them to the test.
The passing comes through the Conductor of Souls as well. It is not going to be a crucial kill back for Blacklist right now. It's a Perugia taking a lot of that damage, and we're going to see that Golden Kite was open way up thanks to that set sail. Chami1 gets a kill onto Snape, so a lot of damage goes down. 2-1 trade so far for FUT Esports. Can they pick up any more? They do drop the Shadow Vanguard as well.
We've been talking about this spiel from earlier from the draft, and it's been a problem now for Blacklist. We were like asking, why is the Sunset not really proactively rotating the map? Yeah, they were doing it in the different directions because they know as a Sunset, you know what's going to happen.
Yep, Satan Cell is the aim of the game when you are Sunset. The Infinite Fastness comes through as well to save out 0307, but he's going to use it as a re-engaged material because they are lower than they were at the beginning of that team fight. Right now, they take down the T2 in the mid lane. Currently, it's going into FUT's favor.
Okay, communications definitely much clearer for the side of FUT Esports for the first time, right, since game 1. And the pacing, they have managed to recover that aggressive form of pace against Blacklist International. Now, just one lane, right? One lane of Super Minions, and look at the damage that FUT has done to the side of Blacklist International.
Item check too, just right in time. I have the Phoenix present as well for in a Blazing Cape, so this would really mean a great sustain for the late stages of an Augur now for Just G. The gold lead is not too far just yet for Blacklist to really fall back in a situation, but the main growing problem here is how Lost is continuing this lane pressure. While the super minions on the bottom lane, it's really becoming a stubborn problem for Blacklist, leaving an open problem as well from the minions and as well as open objectives against FUT.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have a bit of a dance around the Tyrant here. The Shadow Tyrant, that is, the set sail just come through. The boat does miss as well. It gets very low, but it is going to be lost. Claiming the Shadow Tyrant, and right now, Aaron's going to get claimed by Void, and that's not going to be just it. Chami gets a kill onto 0307, so still, he's doing his mission. He's be able to pick up them back lines like Snape, like 0307, but nothing else is coming out of it. It's really looking like FUT Esports is going to run this one down and get this to a best of 3.
Yeah, this is like the half HP peel from Chaz. It was so hard to pull off that frontline hold, and Blacklist was like had initiating a retreat back to base because it's so hard to be at front with the damage that the FUT has. The peel is just so high, and they haven't contested like a theft from now on from the objectives being open for FUT.
Okay, so look at this. We have a full level 15, max level 15 Lost. He's 6 slotted already before the fight, and at this point, Snape is also one step closer towards hitting that max stats. Now, 0307, he did die, but FUT knows how to plan their fights around this. Look, he has his 5 items already, looking for the last one, probably looking at a Sage's Sanctuary to really make life difficult for Blacklist International.
Master Sword as well available for the Luon. That's a Torment. More recipes for success here. Meanwhile, set sail is open. 2 could actually chase down, but Chaz, good evade there. Sidestep as well. Meanwhile, Blacks will be in trouble here. Looks like Just G just spotted, but so far, yeah, they need to really hold this problem. A solution is really needed as FUT continues to paint the map red.
That's a big set sail, because they now know where the side of Blacklist International will be opposed them for.
Yeah, for now, we're trading blows here into the part of the middle lane. But that's the thing that Blacklist's got to be careful of, is that minion wave down into the farm lane. It's really putting a lot of pressure onto them. There is the Ride the Waves, there is the Flaming Palms as well coming from 0307. Lost trying to go in to take out Aaron. I don't think the Mai Shiranui pick's been this good on Blacklist.
Yeah, Mai is really positioning himself right in the very most possible way in FUT, but so far this is a very risky move.
We're getting another fight around another new neutral objective, but he's going to go over to Blacklist again. No, it goes over to FUT Esports. We see Chami in the backlines here as well. Aaron also. They don't want to get cornered. They don't want to get caught out, but right now, it's a 2-0 trade for FUT Esports. They're on the run, and that minion wave needs to get cut off.
Do you see how beautiful that movement from FUT Esports was? They actually knew every single angle they were coming in from, and Lost now sets the stage for them to potentially end this game.
Yeah, figure this better set stage here is Lost putting a little bit more pressure onto the Mayin as well as Ogryn here, trying to just zone out the side of FUT Esports. But is it going to be enough for them to stop this attack on all fronts? They have the Vanguards in the clash in the mid lane. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a destined game 2 for FUT Esports unless we can see Blacklist come back right at the last point.
Yeah, this is the question. How can they hold it? Will they go for a chase? Oh, they're going for it.
They're going for it. The Tremor Smash just go through. It's a little bit too early with the connection. But speaking of connection, it is the boat coming through right on time and on schedule into the back line onto Golden Kite. He is going to get taken down once more. There's just too much harassment on the side of FUT Esports. But that is going to be a 2-1 trade. We saw that Chami was able to go to the back line, take out Ryuga, take out 0307. But Void comes back into it as well. Snape from a very safe distance doing so much damage. Lost and Void are taking all the hits. Sage of Sanctuary gets taken off FUT. Lost, but it is going to be a loss for Blacklist here as they take game 2 is FUT Esports.
What a game from FUT Esports, a good recovery. Blacklist International, they tried time and time again to come back into the series, into this game specifically, but every single time Snape was there, Ryuga was there, and Lost was everywhere.
This is a complete read for Blacklist International. They have completely covered all entries possible. And that kind of scenario, Lian Po, Chaz was really struggling to get that right opening for a Tremor Smash. But this is a problem. You would have the flash crowd control combo, yes, for Lian Po, but one thing they were missing, though that was missing rather, is the peel potential. And when they had a way to contest that Overlord away, I've seen a Splendor pickup item for the Gun and Mo, and it was so hard to target members of FUT to burst even down 1, and with that, Void really, Chami 1 was really struggling to put the right puzzle pieces together on take that ambush play to FUT.
Okay, so into the world of the beautiful mind on FUT Esports coach, right? So I hope I don't butcher his name, Octay. He was doing a very good job because the way that this draft was going to work for the side of FUT Esports was massive confusion, right? They had to overcommit from the side of Blacklist International. In fact, they had to burn skills to be able to touch the members of FUT Esports. And that's when the value of the Sun Ce, the late counter-attack set sail, along with Lost just jumping in and out, ruthless assault. It made so much sense about what the coach was trying to get the players to do.
Yeah, an amazing comeback as well, but from the moments that we've seen that the Zhang Fei as well, landing the right Albert, it was like you're trying to cross a castle without any ways to jump over it, right? It's just too much of a problem, and damage was not just really showing for Blacklist. I want to go back on how FUT managed to take this away from Blacklist International.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
Going back on the highlights here, this was like the early game momentum that Blacklist really want to set up against FUT. Lost, on the other hand, really spot Chaz in the most crucial positions on the map, and they have read them too soon, and it was so hard for them, and they have been dictating the pace here. When they got the best possible option to create a continuous hole in the map of Blacklist, yeah, they slowly want to take out everybody sooner, as early as 10 minutes.
That was really interesting, because if you take a look at Champion GC, right, the two of them actually had the level and goal advantage against the likes of FUT Esports in their counterparts. But I think the problem started when they couldn't shut down Snape. And when Snape gets his items, there's no way you can fight one-on-one against a Gun and Mo, especially when she has a Reforged Blade as well. Very good understanding of when to use his Ruthless Assault coming out from Lost as well. Using the anti-CC immunity to really secure the major objectives and then turn the fights.
Yeah, not just the items too. Like the fact that the Ryuga landed a perfect landing up top with the outburst, Hanshin lost was completely pushing down bottom, and when they took a 3, it was like the major loss of Blacklist to retreat back. So from that moment, they kind of ride a tide, considering they have a boat. It was a great way to voyage through the base of Blacklist there. I mean, and then completely, everybody was trying to recuperate on what could be the possible scenario to win this kind of team fight.
Yep, and they always had Chami under control, right? Sometimes they left Aaron alone, but as a Maestro Nui, Aaron, you do have the burst, but you are pretty squishy yourself as well. And Foot Esports fully exposed that fact.
This is like the scenario on what they wanted to do. Like, if you want to keep your pace going in HOKC, take it to game number 3. And FUT completely read through Blacklist's mind. And the MVP for this one is none other than Lost. Yep, from game number 1, he lost to counter push down bottom, but now I completely won the push.
Okay, so Lost is pretty tall as well, and he's standing tall both in-game and in real life as well. 307, you could never catch him. You were chasing smoke, catching shadows as well. No deaths, 27% of the total hero damage dealt from the team, and he did tank quite a lot, close to 30% here.
Yes, quite a lot as well. I mean, we've seen this Hanshin come through quite a lot within HOKC 2024, right? So it's working. So some of the teams, they don't pick it because they don't like the... It's very like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, fickle. It's a fickle kind of pick. If you don't get the items that you need going into that late game, like the Sage of Sanctuary, all those tanky items, it's really hard to pull off.
Yeah, so let's take a look at his itemization, right? Destiny is the final item. Got the Blood Rage as well as the Dragon's Blood as well. With the Giant's Grip and Overlord's Plate Mail, Blazing Cape, full tank. What do you think about this?
It's like a mirror now from game number 1. I want to repeat this once again. This was the KDA of the farm lane of FUT. It's like a 0-5-1 as well. Golden Kite was the one who's trying to escape most of the tight situations. It's just that Foot knew who to pressure, and when they saw that at like minute 5 to 8, it was like continuous hold down, put a chain on Lady Sun, and it was so hard for Lianbo to address movements around the map.
Okay, I have to give a shout out to Snape as well. The moment Aganimo gets a Void Staff, your game is over. Right?
Yeah.
And take a look at the damage that they did. Lost 115,000, Snape 120,000. The two of them just killing off any chance in this game for Blacklist International.
And looking at the team fighting rate comparing to Chami 1 and Chaz, it was so like a kind of like a playmaking situation that Chami 1 needs to make the right play, needs to catch the perfect person, because Chaz, on the other hand, with the items that the Gon and Mo had and Snape got, it was so hard for him to be in the front line. That explains the 50%. And the only one who could make an outplay is Chami 1 from the back, which was his playstyle all across the games here. But it was really a struggle for the Lianbo here.
Yeah, it was a big, good start for the side of Blacklist International. But for esports, they hit the strides, they found the pacing, and they understood that, hey, late game is totally our game. And they put Blacklist back into their domain here.
Yeah, and this was like a reverse kind of a thing, and it all happened at 9 minutes. That kind of tactic that FUT did is so similar from BSC that last night, but at Hanshin. But comparing from how they split Blacklist half, it was like they were overstaying their time up top. And Hanshin was like, yeah, keep them, hold them in. And when they knew that Blacklist is not doing anything, that's where the outburst like exploded. And that 3 crucial pickups from that moment was the turnaround of everything.
Yep, that was so cool to be able to be put in the exact same scenario in game 1, but having a totally different outcome. Like, this shows you the difference in certain decisions that you make, right? In fact, I wanna be... It's gonna be weird because I think for esports, they made the exact same decision, but this outcome was totally different.
Yeah, like they had maybe what would you call this? Like they kind of talk like, I am not satisfied from how the game number 1. How about we rewind that moment at the best, same exact scenario?
Yep.
And from then, I think this is like a great reset and a much needed win as well. But this shook up Blacklist International hard.
Oh yeah, for sure, because this was an execution difference, right? Both drafts were really strong. You could see the merits of both drafts, but the execution this time, Foot Esports, it's kind of unfortunate that they are at this stage right now because they have the potential to be such a good team, but they need to be more consistent.
Yeah, I mean, but this is, I don't want to glaze for esports anymore as it's going on right now, but this is the point they always get to, right? They take a round, they lose a round, and then this is the penultimate part where it's kind of like, do they follow the same suit? Do they lose 1-2? Or are they actually going to finally take a series, which unfortunately at this point doesn't matter for them?
This is like a great reset from these two teams because we're now taking the point of no return, as I call it. Is now we're into the best of one. They would really need to have an adjustment. But what is up with the Zhangfei games, man? I have been counting. To push it to a game number 3, either you take it with you, and that's where you land the perfect outburst to take a longer team fight. It works so much good wonders, specifically now for FUT.
Yeah, so are we expecting a Zhangfei ban? Because I think it does make sense, right? Zhangfei, with the Leaping Savior, and depending on the itemization, it does change the way you're able to take fights.
You're really asking me this again, yeah?
Yeah.
Man.
Same scenario.
If they really did ban the Zhangfei, I'm gonna answer this one more time. That's a great respect, man, of the hero to not exist to any more fights here in HOKC. Like, really? Zhangfei ban right onto the board on the series of the tournaments right on, man? No. Don't ban it. Just don't. It's too much of a risk to let everything loose on the other side of the team.
Yeah, I don't think it'll get banned unless we see Blacklist go over to the side of red team, right? Because if they go to the red side, they can then pick what they're like a prio pick, and they also go for the Zhangfei, which could be detrimental right now. Because I mean, that is the difference between Game 1 and Game 2, right? Both of these teams, with their victories, had the Zhangfei. Yes, they did try and go for the base race the second time around, but I think what's needing to happen is not a base race, it needs to be a solid game of Honor of Kings.
Yeah, they need to take a break, man. Did they just smell matarbak? Man, I'm really going hungry right now. We have tasted it out the first day here in Jakarta, and it really tasted good. The savory one, the egg one. I'm smelling it. I don't know if it's the right food in our talent room, but yeah, I would really want that snack.
Okay, talking about it, it's going to be the story of the prey and the predator, right? So who's going to be the actual food in this particular match? This is the last last game of the series, and right now we start off with the battle of the minds, right? TG going against Octane. Any inkling as to who you're leaning towards?
Yeah, you're putting
who's the smarter mind here?
You're putting me on a tight spot, lah, huh?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. The way to do it, I'm gonna lean towards like a don't ban the Zhangfei, but on the side of like picking on the priority, I think Blam has a point as well. Yup! Oh my goodness, we came to a point that somebody banned out the Zhangfei. Woo! Okay, day 5. Wonders of day 5. Okay, I stand corrected. They are really respecting this here right now.
I mean, it's a potential for counter pick, right? This is the point that Blam was bringing up. So yes, when you go onto the red side, the second prio, you do have the option to get that counter pick. So I think a smart ban was done by FUT Esports here, the fact that they take out the Zhangfei and the Musashi. Now, there is a very high chance that we might be considering an Oghren coming out here as a prio pick, because most of the times when a Musashi is taken out, you definitely want to lean into an Oghren.
I think that I can answer to a no-ban situation. Like, Oghren is just open for everybody. Like, everybody can just take it, everybody can just use it, depending on how the prioritization goes. But the Dolia is open, by the way.
That was my next point. Dolia is open. Did I decide to go for the Oghren first, or give it over to Blacklist once more, or to go for the Dolia?
Diadea is open as well.
The Dolia didn't do so much in the games with Blacklist and GL. It wasn't like a very good wraparound in the late game. This time they go for the long. They're putting the Oghren open in the Dolia for Blacklist.
Okay, interesting.
Are they pushing it?
I think this could be a checkmate move, right? They're looking like, we've seen teams end their draft with the mage, the mid laner instead. And then it's a huge difference maker, because now they have the full counter towards that lineup that their opponents have chosen. I think Lung is a good pick to start with, but who do you pair him up now that you don't have this Zhangfei, right? Who do you have to kind of either protect or set the fight for a Lung? Because Lung's hands aren't really that long per se.
Well, we really had to point that out. Yeah, it's a great way to start, right? Because this two combinations that Dharma and Yuan, to answer your question back there on who's the smartest one to prioritize the first pick, in the highlights of the day, Yuan and Dharma has been a great initiation starter. You have the stun, you have the follow-up, and Blacklist, that was the main problem here. FUT was really confident. Blacklist didn't take the bait, and they take the Ogden and Dolly with them. So resetting the...
It's a checkmate, dude.
Yeah,
Like, if you take a look at it right now, they have the option to take a look at two major heroes in the mid.
Yeah.
With the Dolia refresh Celestial Melody, you could go for the double Reforged Blades on Ganemo, or you could go for the double finishing stroke with Shangguang as well. And it's huge burst onto members like Dharma, members like the Lady Sun. They don't survive these initiations at all.
Bro, you're putting so much problems in my head, which is really good. For Blacklist right now to answer. They have the Gun and Mo, yeah, of course! The question is, do they ban it? I'm gonna go in your head right now. Do they ban it? Because the lane is much more important for the Lady Sun to survive as this guy hits level 4. And this will be a quick question.
Short answer, no. I don't think it's worth the ban, right? Because you do have Dharma. I think they place a lot of emphasis and trust into Chami that he will be able to catch the backlines as well. So taking Ganemo, sure, you have a huge burst potential, but it's a risk because she is really squishy. A nice combination coming out from Lady Sun is a 2-hit combo. She dies instantly.
Oh my god, this is just a problem right now. Like draft-wise, we're looking at the best case and worst case scenario because onto the bans, respecting
Wow.
the handshake.
That is something I did not expect.
For 2 games, they saw like FUT try like, no, they're not giving up. And this has become a threat to Blacklist right now.
Yeah, it's funny because end of the day, they understand that for FUT Esports, the Organ can still be a flex pick, and it does wonders against the Dharma as well. So at this point, they could mess their brains up. You know, maybe they could go for a Levi. I would love to see a Levi right now.
Yeah, we've been waiting for like new picks right here in HOKC. So far, we're seeing in the most closest scenario of a hero pool from the teams similar in matches that we've seen from day one. I believe this is the time to open up some new page of the book or probably stick with comfort. That's 2 things, but this is just really a challenge. But if you want to take this into the next level, go ahead. But so far, Blacks in their mid lane, hero, they're not overthinking it.
Yeah, okay, so they want to play the game according to their style, right? They want FUT Esports to play their game. Let's see if FUT Esports is going to match this pace, or will they say, no, we are going to play our own version of the game. You try and pick up the pace with us.
Oh. We're really chasing this draft mind games right now from between FUT and Black. This is a very crucial moment, right? Because they need to win this series in order to make it to the cut. Because if they lose this moment, yeah, they really need to have this kind of comfort, this strong meta pick as well to make it over FUT. And they're really taking their time on their last 2 picks here. Pairing up with the Dolia. Oh, okay. The Shangguang and the Dolia as well. So no Gun and Mo for this one.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea either way, right? Shangguang will be able to kind of win out the lane. The moment you hit 4, it's an instant counter towards the Lady Zhen. And any rotations, when you have a better wave clear in the side of FUT, you will be able to make that first rotation that is a threat to Golden Kite on this Lady Sun. And it also removes the chance of this Lianbo coming in as a problem because anti-CC doesn't matter, I'm just dealing damage to you.
Yeah, I want to go back to my experience comparing to this lineup. Like, I don't know how Blacklist would really pull off this Lianbo, and how do you guarantee a catch from a Dolia or a Shangguang? Everybody, yeah, I love how they just smile and just clench the fist on who's going to be the best team here. I'm really looking forward on how this Lianbo is going to be effective. Again, how do you catch the Shangguang? How do you catch someone slippery? And with this kind of lineup that FUT has, I hope Blacklist, with this comfort and the same choices for game number 2, I hope this is a pull-off game for Philippines to make it through the challenge of the game.
I like the way the Black is doing this, but it looks like they might be in a little bit of trouble, right? So, you know what? In a battle of on the battlefield, let's not think too much. Let's just go back to bare, raw instincts and just fight it out barehanded, right? So right now, Blacklist is trying to push and be aggressive, trying to make life difficult. Stop the rotations from coming in, send someone home, which is already being done now because Sname has to go back. He's going to be slow on the rotations, slow on the wave clear as well.
I think they're relying mostly on the crowd control kits that they have. I don't want to count out the Dharma just yet because it was like a one-game situation where it was a 50-50 hit or miss with the Tremor Smash in game number 2. But summing up with the Dharma being present with the U1, I think this would complement. I hope this kind of answer that they have in game number 3 could really mean a catch here because they're really forcing Foot to rotate as early as possible and not get disrupted from this moment. Meanwhile, up top here.
Over top, Chami and Void go 1v1, but I don't think there's enough damage on either of these parties to take a kill.
Wow. Yeah, until it's 4, I don't think it's going to be anything serious at this point. Probably a pillow fight, right? A pretty painful pillow fight at this point. Both of them are less than half their health. But the main farm I'm looking at actually is in Ryuga.
Okay.
Right? So, hang on.
Oh yes, they may get catch out here onto Chaz. He's taking a little bit too much damage, but was able to get into distance with the Golden Knights. Okay, Void getting a 3v1 trade up into the Clash lane. It's going to be Blacklist getting the first blood on the board.
I think that was a great call for Blacklist to do. Like, they know that they don't need to commit to that team fight that FUT was initiating from the farm lane, but mainly on the top lane scenario, one member was missing, and it was a great call to use 2 members from Blacklist down bottom to be the distraction of everything.
Yep, so cross-map play is really important. And, you know, Blacklist has just shown you a sliver of what is possible with the combination, right? The Dharma, Lady Chen along with 3-1. If you get the crowd control right, you can wipe out the entire team on the side of Foot Esports. Probably not going to be able to kill 0307 because he will have access into his Dragon form, right? So Infinite Bastard is going to be an escape tool, but what can one Dragon do against 5 different members of Blacklist? That's the real question.
Here. Actually, with that kind of question slowly building in my head right now, either the answer to damage, if they're building it up. Golden Kite in charge as well. He's not letting go of Golden Kite as soon as possible. Meanwhile, we have a pillow fight once more for 2 dudes who has a lot of life regen. Meanwhile, down bottom, it's just a complete slow read from these 2 guys.
They might have made the wrong decision here because now they have to defend the mid and farming is being threatened at this point. 30 seconds to go. They don't want to lose anyone at this point. They have already accumulated a 1,000 goal lead for the side of Blacklist International, and any mistake now by Foot Esports could be a definite one.
Yeah, that's where you actually feel Snape here in the farm
Void!
lane. Oh no.
Oh, what's going on? Void's gonna fall down again. Chami 2 getting 2 kills.
Wow, Chami 1 just went into the void.
Yeah. Right now, it's looking a bit painful for the side of Foot Esports. This was not what they expected to happen. And once again, neutral objectives going in favor of Blacklist. But maybe there's a chance that Lost can come in and steal this. He does have the powerful passing fail.
Yeah, they would need really the damage as well. If you're Lady Sun, yeah, have a great setup of 2, half HP. Look at that. Who's gonna get this?
Okay, Snape goes in, and we're gonna get the finishing stroke go off, and it is not gonna land onto anyone yet, but the crucial kill fam comes through for Blacklist. Chami going in onto Snape. Crucial crowd control ×3. If ×1's not good enough, ×2, it's ×3. That really set up the pace of that team fight.
Yeah, Tremor Smash right on point, and that shook FUT to retreat back. And the long can't do so much. 03307 did nothing but actually bounce back because they don't have the damage to answer yet.
Yep, I like this timing by Chance. It shows the amount of composure he has, as well as game sense, right? He waited for that full ultimate to be dropped down by the Shangguan, so Snape was doing a bit of work. But at this point, he was waiting for all of them to expend their skills so they didn't have escape mechanisms.
With the threat of the peel, right? I want to go back to the draft as well. How Snape is very deadly, it's because of the finishing stroke and the Dolia. Good thing like Black was so patient enough to wait for the right moment. As we go back on that replay, it was the moment of the Tremor Smash to shine, because if you did go first, it's like an open playground for FUT to go up against you.
Yep, so mechanical skills, I think Blacklist is showing off how good they are, right? But there's one marker I'm very interested to see, Chaz. Maybe fighting a little bit more
Yeah,
off.
taking a bit of damage. He's not going to get fallen down there. He's able to get escaped just thanks to Aaron rotating around as well. I mean, we do see the T1 up into the Clash lane fall. Chaz is now back into the mid lane. Maybe we're trying to see some formulation either around the Overlord or that T1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, at this point, Loss, I'm waiting for him to get his Eye of Phoenix. And at the same time, I'm expecting Aaron to rush that Venomous Staff as fast as he can, right? And once he has that Venomous Staff, I think Foot might lose this game.
Ooh, Golden Kite takes down Snape. Snape not looking as flavorful on this Shangguan pick. The Gammo was definitely a lot better there. We do see Chabi going into the back, but he's not able to connect those true hits onto the Void. But T2 in the mid lane falling down at the 6-minute mark. A little bit of a base race going on once again. What is it with these two teams?
Yeah, it's just a marathon, right? FUT here really is going to be in tight defense, but look, we're looking at 0-3-0-7 actually pushing as well.
Okay, we do see Snape come back in, but that is going to be the high ground turret takedown once more for the side of Blacklist. So they do win the base race, meaning they get that priority in the mid lane.
Girl, same thing as game number 1. At 6 minutes, Blacklist takes tier 3.
Yeah, and for the first time, right, I think Blacklist, they want to make this statement true, is that greed is good. They want to be greedy, and every single time, but it's not them being greedy, they want Foot to be greedy, right? Foot Esports, they have overly committed time and time again. Snape jumping in, that's the correct thing to do, but nobody wants to force out that Tremor Smash from Chaz before they even go in, and I feel like that's a big opportunity that they're wasting, right? If you get rid of Chaz's ulti, there is a high chance you can turn the fight around.
And he has been learning. Chaz holding on to the Tremor Smash and the Flash combo for Li and Po really could change the moments of tides of how FUT could bounce back in the team fight. And yeah, they're not committing to any more of those mistakes, and they're really ready to keep on pushing in the base of FUT.
All right, so you need to take a look at Chance, because what he's going to do is to open space for the Lady Chen to drop that Destructive Deluge. That's a lot of mind share taken away. At the same time, Chammy 1 will have the freedom to pick and choose the correct moment he comes in with the True Mantra as well.
Oh, he got Void here.
Look at here, we do see that the force field suppression does come through for Void very early in that team fight, but he does have Dolly to give him another one. But there goes the T2 down into the bot lane thanks to Golden Kite. The Flaming Palms do come through but don't connect onto Blacklist. Right now, it's looking like another assault onto the high ground turret into the bomb lane.
Another T3 turret down bottom can be taken by Blacklist with the Chammy 1 protecting the backlines too.
Oh, gotta be careful. Chaz is on the run. The Magma Slam is gonna be there to force them away, but oh, Ryuka gets taken down once more. That is 2-0 trade over to the side of Blacklist. They're opening up now. We see that Juicy Lost goes down also, and Aaron is only 0-3-0-7 that is alive. They've just handed them the Game 3 victory. Blacklist, welcome to the knockouts!
Congratulations to Blacklist International. That was a spicy game, my goodness. And this is where the combinations, the mechanical skills, and the layering has been so important. And Blacklist, what a showcase of the skills they have, both mechanical and synergistic-wise.
One more time, Chammy 1 from the back with the Dharma Truth Mantra.
All
Man,
right.
come on, he has been doing it so clean.
Exactly, and I think for esports, respects to them, they really made Blacklist International sweat, right? It wasn't the easiest of games, and now they have taken another lesson, a painful one, a pretty painful one, because it's a 2-1 scoreline, right? But nonetheless, right, we will go to the host and learn even more from maybe one of the Blacklist International players. Let's go.
Okay, thank you so much, casters. And that's all for our third match for today.
Exactly. So once again, congratulations to Blacklist
Blacklist
International! So we're gonna have Chaz to join us here to have some interview. Chaz,
Okay.
please give him a round of applause, guys.
Woo!
Yay.
Hi.
Hello guys. Hello.
Okay, hi. Oh, okay, hi. How are you?
I'm feeling good.
You
Feeling good.
Ah, of course, because you win this match, right? Okay.
Okay, Chaz, so we know that you've been struggled a bit in game number 2. So can you tell us what happened in game number 2 and how you guys able to gain your confidence in game number 3?
I think in game number 2, my hero in their composition is so hard because I can't CC chain them because their hero is so mobility and I think we gain our confidence in game 3 because I think we just
No worries, take your time, take your time, take your time.
I think we're just confident in game 3.
Oke. Jadi itu ya teman-teman ya. Mungkin kalau misalnya di game yang kedua memang ada kesalahan sedikit di hero-heronya gitu kan. Dan kelihatan banget perbedaannya kalau misalnya kita ngeliat di game yang ketiga. Bener kata Chas tadi gitu kan. Di game yang ketiga mereka lebih confidence lagi, lebih percaya diri lagi untuk di game yang ketiga. Oke. Which one that bother you the most at the game 2? What hero?
Hanshin.
Hanshin. Okay, the MVP from FUT Esports.
Yeah, Hanshin. Okay, so maybe this is gonna be our last question as well. So, do you have anything you want to say to your fans who watching back at your country?
Thank you sa mga fans na nanonood sa Philippines at pati na rin dito sa Indonesia. At maraming salamat sa suporta.
Okay, thank you so
That's
much,
it.
Chas. And
Chas,
once
thank
again,
you so much.
congratulations, Blacklist International.
Yay, Chas, you may join your team again. There you go.
Itu dia. Tadi kita udah menyaksikan luar biasa sekali match ketiga kita di mana cukup sengit banget 2-1 ya. Akhirnya hari ini kita melihat 2-1.
Akhirnya.
Tenang Drew, kita masih ada last match.
Wow.
Setelah ini pertandingan yang tidak kalah seru, aku yakin banget karena akan ada Boom Esports melawan Influence Rage.
Betul sekali. Jadi pastikan kalian pantengin terus karena kita akan join ke match yang keempat sebentar lagi. Namun kita akan balikin lagi to the caster. Caster, please take the stage.
Third time's the charm, and we're looking at the third game of the day as well. The coincidences don't stop there, and this is the pride and joy of Philippines region. Blacklist International doing so well for themselves. It took them a bit of work to get here, but I think they have secured their slot into the knockouts, so congratulations to them. Now, boys, I think this has been a game that has showcased not just the strength of the players, but also the mind of TG.
Yeah, it was in the interview. It was a bit of a shake-up from game number 2, and they really admitted that the Hanjin. It was up with the Lee Sin and the Hanjin these days in the games. Like they have been controlling the game as well, and it was a bit of a test on how Blacklist could address the map generally, and it was like a problem, a growing problem for them to address as well.
Yeah, I really like the way that they kind of fixed the problems they were given, right? And they had to do it in the space of around, 5-10 minutes after the games were ended. So that's a very short amount of time to recover. Now, what do you think is the best, who do you think is the best player for this last game in the third series?
I mean, Chami, man, he did the Dharma, there was a lot of setups, right? But then even like into the mid lane as well, the Lady Jump was really well. But it's hard to call for, man. I mean, Blacklist Lang Malakas, right?
Oh, okay. Wow, we have so many languages coming in. Of course, this is the World Championships. We were looking for all the big plays. But let's take a look at the highlights. Yuhan, please help us out.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
I just heard Blank speak Filipino. This translates to Blacklist is the strongest team, translated into Tagalog. Blacklist lang malakas. Now going back on the highlights here, it's Blacklist International. Season opportunity. Leon Poe doing all the best work in team fights, being more counter-aggressive in setups as well against Snape.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but Aaron has used the passive of Ocean of Tears multiple times in this match. It wasn't really caught that much by us because there was a lot of action going on. But the combinations they pulled off with the help of Chaz, with the help of Chami as well, really set the fights up. And you can see, right, when you have the level advantage, Juicy is just a menace because he's able to properly aim the monster tempo because they have to move back. They cannot stand in the face of this V1.
Yeah, it was an AoE problem, crowd control. You have the deplete of the HP as well. And this kind of sustain that Blacklist did against a lineup of FUT really turned out so great. The Lady Sun had enough items as well as the space. And with the Leon Poe being picked as well in game number 3, finally a much needed win for Blacklist to push through from all of their defeats as well.
All right, so are they ready for the knockout stages? It is the knockout stages where we whittle out strong teams and we have the strongest teams that are coming into knockout stages. Golden Kite, strong performance today, 404 on that KDA, dealing a total of 29% of the team's hero damage.
Yeah, like it's on a better position as well in game number 3. In game 2, not so much, but this really sums up that you really need to have a greater advantage of AoE as we continuously repeat it. AoE, frontline, Lady Sun, similar as Arlie, but she could just literally survive movements micro-wise. But if you have the right tools to push it further in the front line and gain so much items for you to dish out damage, it's a complete start of a snowball for Lady Sun Golden Kite to push it to the farthest stages of the map.
Yes, and here we are looking at the itemization, and it was very well into this game, right? I feel like this was a much cleaner blacklist than it was in game 2, and a lot shorter in the game duration as well, at 8 minutes and 48 seconds.
I mean, it was really quick, right? They took like towers at 6-minute marks. This is maybe the marker for a blacklist international team. So Indonesians, we know they take the neutral objectives at 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Filipino teams, they take your tower at 6 minutes.
At 6 minutes. It was like creating the most destructive point of a pillar on how do you protect your foundation throughout the game. And when they saw that from game number 1 against FUT, it was a continuous approach, not to continuously overthink rather. And we go back to the team fight matrix here. It really pushed Void and everybody from FUT to really get into the team fight. It was really like a 0-3-7 really pushed, and it was like
he couldn't farm, right?
Yeah.
He was in the farm lane, but there was no farm to be had, right? At this point, 100% team fight rate. He was always forced into very uncomfortable situations. This was due to Chammy. This was due to, actually, you know what? Everyone on the lineup, because Chaz was consistently in the faces of all 5 members of FUT Esports, achieving a couple of things. Number 1, giving him vision, but number 2, helping to set the fight and knowing what skills are available, because he was getting poked out a little bit.
Yeah, and it's a continuous problem as well for FUT. So Snape, on the other hand, mostly forced to use the finishing stroke as the first move.
Yeah.
It was like Lian Po was completely smiling. I was questioning, how will this Lian Po be a great catch for the Shangguan? And Chaz was like saying, yeah, OSX, wait, just wait. It completely, in a passive approach, a counter approach rather, it worked.
Yeah, with the finishing stroke, they wanted to finish the fight, but with every ending comes a new beginning, and this is the beginning of Blacklist International as they step into the knockout stages. So high expectations for our team and boys from the Philippines region here. Now they are looking to be joined by their counterparts, Boom Esports, as well. So congratulations, we do have some champions in the making, but the journey is far from over. We still have the 4th series, the last series of the day, and it is going to be a banger as well. Any expectations for that last series?
The last series of the day. I mean, Influence Rage needs to do something right. I think that even if they do win this match, I'm not too sure what happens in that group, but I feel like it means more to Boom than it does to Influence Rage, but Influence Rage being such a prideful team, I don't think they're going to go out without swinging.
Yeah, I'm expecting like a Boom to bring another book on the hero pool here. Kind of opens something out, because if you have targeted ban on a specific player and it really tested Azar to like what last option choices, it was like, oh wow, like it's a bit of a test on that game, and I hope heading to the last series of the day we would expect more. Me, Kin, and Blam has been thinking like, how do they pull off a different kind of hero here? We haven't seen that much yet, mainly because of the group stage. But if Azar would really want to use the advantage of being banned out, a Focus 4 ban out on him, maybe they need to adjust on who's going to be the playmaker in that series.
Okay, so in this series, we have seen the replay of a particular situation so many times. So what if we see the 4 farm lane bans and Influence Rage takes up the Mengya again? Is it going to be, you know, PTSD for Azar because he's like, oh, I've been in this situation before?
Oh, well, that's really a tight situation for Boom Esports to address. Like, I think probably on the break, you better be sure on which page to use, because if they target ban you again, it will be very difficult. And we see how it revolves in team fights.
Yeah, okay, so we have seen the utility Hou-Yi. Maybe we'll see it again for Azar, but it's time to take a break. When we're back, we will get the answers we want. We'll see you soon.
OTW rumah ya.
Pulang, udah cepetan. Teknologi Fastcoolin dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman. Dengan Edgarment, tumpukan cucian kotor gone, semua dan semua yang ada di dalam jadi lebih terjaga, lebih dingin, dan lebih segar dengan Powercool. Nikmati gambar yang lebih real dengan Kilet Pro dan Dolby Vision. Rasakan pengalaman suara yang mengitarimu dengan Dolby Atmos.
Sayang.
TCL, semua jadi mudah.
ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့အပိတ်တံမှာအခွင့်အရေးကိုအမြဲရှာဖွေနေပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်လက်ရှိဘဝကိုပြောင်းလဲနိုင်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးပေါ့ e-sport ရဲ့အတိတ်ဘက်ကလူတိုင်းအတွက်မတူနိုင်ပါဘူးဒါကအပန်းဖြေစရာတစ်ခုဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်လို့ဘဝအတွက်ရှောက်လန်းရမယ့်ခီးတစ်ခုလည်းဖြစ်နိုင်ပါတယ် professional gamer ဖြစ်ဖို့ကကျွန်တော်ဘဝကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အခွင့်အရေးကြီးတစ်ခုပါပဲဒါကအားလုံးထက်အရေးကြီးပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘဝမှာအခက်အခဲတွေအများကြီးရင်ဆိုင်ရပေမဲ့လည်း HOK ကြောင့်ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုကျွန်တော်ရခဲ့ပါတယ်အရာရာကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ဆုံးဖြတ်ထားပါတယ် HOK မှာကျွန်တော်လိုဘာမှမဟုတ်တဲ့တစုံတစ်ယောက်ကလည်း game ကိုစိုးမိုးနိုင်ဖို့စွမ်းအားတွေရှိလာနိုင်ပါတယ်
It's Friday! It's your day! You do good at chasing, huh? Joker attack! Yeah! Hey, you're good at jungling, huh?
everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
Choose how they win, which is definitely a strong point to
Almighty going in. Bilal taking a lot. He gets blown up to kind of start things off. Raiku's still up there as well. Freak's just trying to just go for it. He goes for the meteor kill, the death at sunset right on top of this one. Does some serious damage, but Hakan is actually going to be killed. Mono Fries are still up, and Benig.
well. G6 spot
free. In the middle, but it's G6 turns the fight around. Shred taken down as well. G6 in the middle of 4. Can they do it? Sun gets the kill as well. And suddenly, Team Secret, they found a form to get the kill. 2 deaths in the space of 30 seconds. And it's a crucial crowd control. TNX doing so much for Team Secret.
Only one casualty.
Anything with the Tremor Smash, he's going to take a lot of damage. And Impunity all on the run, but Xiang did find Lin Feng. Dodges over the wall with the extreme speed. He's continuing to fight. He's been knocked up again. He does have the shield one last time. Do they have the damage that they do? They slice it down.
我常常在想，如果我不执着于梦想，我的人生将会如何？这是我的热爱所在，可是这份热爱似乎不被认可。也许这只是梦。就让热爱、勇气成为我追梦的燃料。要实现这梦想，就必须马上行动，做就对了。HOK 或许就是我实现梦想的地方。
I'm Winter from Vitality.
Hi, I'm Yao Yao from Vitality.
Winter, are you the main shot caller in the team?
No, actually it's our mid lane and our top lane is the main caller.
How does training dynamic work out in the team? Are you able to keep up with the boys?
Yeah, from the start it's a bit tiring because we have to play in full focus for maybe like 4 to 5 BO3s a day, but then now I'm coping well with it.
Coach Yao Yao, what are some unique values that Winter bring to the team better than a boy roam?
I think esports is an industry regardless of your gender. So the reason why I choose Winter to be our starter is because she is capable of it. She is patient and is willing to communicate with all the players. That is really good.
Do you think we are going to see more female players on highest professional esports stage in the future?
Yeah, I feel like it's an honor to be the first, and I feel like obviously there will be more in the future.
I think it's very exciting for us to see many more and more ladies would be interested in this game, and as long as they can see both of us get on stage and have the courage to have a try, I think it's worthwhile.
OED 小。
Sayan mid, Sayan mid, Sayan mid, Sayan mid, Sayan mid。
继续。
mid。
我先开大走了。
21 HP。
我后续打不了了，门小心不要上头。
Look。
我后续打不了。
Oh fuck. It's fine. 142.
哎，接下慢走。
Look. Nice. Look.
慢点。
Nice. That's Simic.
Look.
Yeah.
一波。
Nexus.
Dena.
Crystal.
点塔。
操！我操，这节奏太稳了呀！我操！
Pedão.
Vai. Flash. Sem flash o Byron.
Rato. Morto. Achei que ele ia morrer, mano. Vem pra mim, Almine. Não consegue passar.
Gol.
Não grita, tá, guys?
Classe.
Não grita, tá, guys? Não grita.
Nice.
Não grita, tá?
Guys.
Não grita, tá?
GG.
Boa, porra.
Nice,
guys.
Boa, rapaziada.
Linda, caralho. Vamos. Chega, viado. Vou pra caralho, viado. Boa, guys. 我来。哎，来我这边。
哎，推爆了，我战斗能力很强，不要推好不好？过来。
可以打，不要怕。我有推上嘞。
没有鸟了，来，我送他。哎，打爆，没有鸟了，可以打。
可以打。打猫没有。
我在。
我被斩了。
我帮你拿起来。
109，大魔飞人。
拿起来，拿起来。
大魔飞人，标题真的。大魔飞人。等10分钟。帮我拆套，他们
我送大了，可以打，来。
哎，打魔。
来，我来，你们没事，我就送他。
打魔有闪。没有。
我护你，来。
没有闪。
护你，没有闪。
跟我一样。OK。追踪，对。
这个可以追，刚
留。妈，没有闪。我的问题，
连播，不着急，秒了再说。OK。他不换。挤一下。没换吗？没换。我没什么状态。
安吉拉，我操！来，顶住！动作！
准备，中打！中队！
我去过边。
拉拍！
护没闪。
接！我在搞。蔡文基没大，挤啊这边过来，挤这边，不要给他清线。一波了吗？乖。
他还要干你吗？
打。预备。
来一波。哇，3天点不出来了，这个直接秒了，懂吗？
牛逼！
Pulang, udah cepetan. Teknologi Fastcoolin dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain. I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest night. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become.
Hello everyone, back again in 2024 Honor of Kings Championship Group Stage Day 5.
Exactly, and now we are heading to our last match or the fourth match.
Yep, kita benar-benar happy banget ya. Di match terakhir kita ini kita akan melihat adanya kedua tim yang memang kita bahkan tadi pada saat break aja kita udah ngelihat mereka tuh udah benar-benar siap banget untuk bermain di match terakhir kita sekaligus menjadi match penutup kita pada hari ini, Drew.
Bener banget, karena kedua tim pastinya sudah melakukan persiapan terbaik mereka. Apalagi ini menjadi pertandingan penutup pada hari ini.
Iya,
kan?
aku setuju banget. Karena kalau misalnya kita ngelihat mungkin ya dari Boom sendiri, dari Boom Esports sendiri kemarin tuh sebenarnya baru main.
Oke.
Sekarang main lagi. Nah karena kemarin mungkin menurut Boom Esports pastinya belum maksimal ya. Hari ini mereka akan lebih maksimal lagi sih kayaknya.
Semoga ya kita akan sama-sama melihat, tapi gue yakin juga Influence Rage nggak akan mau kalah.
Oh,
Jadi pastinya akan seru banget, apakah 2-0 atau 2-1 kita akan segera mengetahuinya sebentar lagi.
Iya, tapi kalau misalnya menurut aku pribadi kayaknya di match terakhir harusnya sama gak sih sama match tadi 2-1?
2-1 lagi ya?
Iya.
2-1 lagi ya?
Yap.
Iyalah biar seru. Oke, kalau gitu Sabila silakan kita akan segera memanggilkan, inilah dia tim yang akan segera bertanding.
Yes, kalau begitu sepertinya langsung saja kita mulai. Inilah match terakhir kita sekaligus menjadi match penutup pada hari ini. Please give applause for Boom Esports.
And the challengers, Team Influence Rage.
Okay team, please do a handshake first before you go to your seat and prepare for this match.
Inilah dia kedua tim yang sudah akan siap banget untuk menghadapi pertandingan keempat pada sore hari ini. Tim Boom Esports versus Influence Rage.
Yap, dimana kita sudah gak sabar banget untuk melihat bagaimana keseruan dari match terakhir kita antara kedua tim yang sudah bersiap-siap di tempatnya masing-masing. Apakah kita akan melihat adanya 2-0 dari salah satu tim atau bahkan kita akan melihat adanya 2-1 untuk malam hari ini.
Benar banget Sabila, karena setiap poin yang didapatkan sangat berarti untuk kedua tim. Nah, jadi sebentar lagi kita akan langsung menyaksikan, ini dia our fourth match. Dan tentunya akan ditemani oleh para caster-caster kita. So casters, take it away.
Welcome back to the last series of the day. This is still HOKC day number 5. So we're looking forward on these two teams on how to bounce back. I'm OSX, I'm with Holler here, and with Ken. And we're looking forward on how Boom Esports would address the problem on their last series from that kind of situation. Everybody's completely banned the hell out of the farm lane.
Yeah, this is something that they need to fix, right? Because right now, this is the closest they will get to the knockout stages, and they want to perform well.
Yeah, everything's just so crucial, man. Like in a do or die situation, I think this is where you put your best foot forward, right?
Of course. It's all about today, right? Just showing up, making sure that you do get that 2-0. Because, I mean, for Boom Esports, all they need to do is get the win. Influence Rage, they have a very, very minute chance of getting it, but they do need some help. They do need to start off today with a 2-0, though.
Will the help come from Mangya? The new hero is now available on 588 and 1388, depends on the gold, or you have discounts. But this hero alone, it was the problem of Boom Esports. And it pierced through every possible bit of defense.
Of course, not all onto Mangya. You know, it's a team game.
Kind of like a team game. It was a great start, like for the Mangya, right?
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, but guys, right now this hero, only few can actually use this properly. It has some good and bad games, but we need to check what is going to be the lineup for our series of the day.
It looks like it's going to start with Influence Rage, the squad out of Brazil. Villau, Patroni, Raikou, Cozy, and Sony. This is a team that's very passionate. Unfortunately, that passion hasn't really turned into too many wins, and they're looking down, looking up at everyone else. But I think that they're going to really want to prove themselves in today's game.
Yeah, and comparing to this kind of lineup you're about to see, this is the opponent, the team to beat as well.
Yep, the team that wants to make it through, it's going to be impressive. Azar, Ajizix, Dragon, as well as Miggy. The 5 strongman from Boom Esports representing the Philippines region as well. Their counterparts have already made it into the knockout stages. They definitely want to be part of that party as well.
Yeah, Blacklist International completely secured their slot in the playoffs. So this is the last representative as well for Philippines to push forward. We have been starting in the intro over there. Like for this series, they need to address who is going to be the playmaker. I know, sometimes I think about this as an advantage. They have a 4-man focus ban on Azar last time that they had an advantage of, right? What if this time will they use it as bait to just focus on Azar as well? Or maybe see the possible playmakers in a difference on Boom Esports? What do you think?
I mean, if Influence Rage were watching the games, and they were definitely going up against Team Secret and what Team Secret was trying to do, in trying to ban out the 4, you're basically attacking Azar as a player, right? By limiting what he can choose. I think it's a good idea. They were clearly shaken up. They were not able to respond to that, and Azar kind of played heroes that he wasn't really top tier in.
Yeah, the last pick Hui, it could have been worked, right? But it was like there were some options of the table, and I believe Kin and me and everybody in the desk has been really like wishing like, come on, pick something up, pick something new. Will we see this time around? You want to see it now, man?
You know what? I would like to see Influence Rage give it a try as well, right? Because end of the day, I think what makes Secret having that victory for them based on those draft patterns is the fact that they understood about Azar, but also about the rest of the team coming up from Boom, right? So they knew the answers they wanted to give to the potential problems that Boom Esports was going to present to them.
And also it was a test, right? Like, how will Boom Esports adjust if the 1-win condition was completely held back to its will in minute 1? It happened. We saw them crumble. I know there were some points that they were trying to do something with the map as well, but it was like for Boom Esports, I see this team as a 5-man activated team to work really well.
Yeah, and I mean, they're a very good team, right? I think that they were the #1 squad out of the Philippines for a reason. Blacklist International showed up today. Will Boom Esports on this one? This is going to be a huge one, but I think the other story to all of this is the fact that in Group C, there are the 2 Brazilian squads. Potentially, both of those Brazilian teams might not even make it to the knockout stage.
Yeah.
Scary.
That's a very scary notion, right? And definitely, so Influence Rage will be fighting for their lives today. Not only just to beat Boom Esports, but also to take 1 over Alpha 7 because they were handed an L the other time.
All right. Oh my god. This series that we always cast it, boys, is always like a do-or-die situation. Like this team of the day really needs to perform well because we will know what will be the adjustment for this series will be. We've seen some games. Finally, a debate that has ended in the last series, a Zhang Fei ban. Will they consider this time around? Will Zhang Fei be the priority this time around between INF or Boom Esports?
Yep, I think we take it one step at a time, right? So I'm curious about the farm lane first. Let's take a look at Azar. Is it going to be taking a page out of Team Secret's book on, hey, let's restrict Azar's movements, choices, and see what Boom Esports does?
So I'm wondering, because, even if Influence Rage were to ban it out, right, in the first 2, you're only allowed 2 bans in that first phase.
Yeah.
Would Boom Esports look to prioritize something in that first phase? Because they didn't in the past, because they were looking for the best farm laner, but Team Secret was just like, oh, we'll shut down even more farm laners, right? So I think they're going to try to make them uncomfortable, and look at what we've gotten, a Marco Polo ban from Influence Rage. They too have done their homework here.
It has been a thing, like the Marco Polo, when they know Boom Esports and they have prepared so much for this day to happen. It's all about respect for this Marco Polo hero for Azar. So this is a question, like we're trying to brew the answer here. Will they go for the straight ban once more? Because for Boom Esports, they've taken out the Long, they've taken out the U1. In some ways, in some series that we've seen, it's a great way to start team fights as well as sustain.
You know, I'm actually kind of curious about what this does for Azar, because once he's forced to learn so many different farm lanes, what do you think is going to happen? He's going to come out much stronger, and suddenly you have, it's not a Marco Polo problem, it's a Azar problem.
I think the experience is the best teacher, man. In all losses that we encounter in our games, in our life, losses just makes us stronger. It gives us more learnings, and I believe Azar right now, looking at our screens, has understood the situation, and yeah, he wants to go in hard. This is the Arlie.
Yeah, I mean, this is the right way to do it. You don't want to go into the second phase with Influence Rage potentially banning out other farm laners, and you need someone that can compete with the Lady soon. She has a great win rate in the group stages thus far. It's been very powerful. Influence Rage did pick up the combination with Ming, they decided to go a little bit different. They went back to the Dolia, which is again very meta.
Yeah.
But they picked up the Kaiser that kind of rounds it out with the Celestial Melody Invincible Warrior. That's going to be kind of interesting.
This setup though, like INF, they didn't ban the Ogren, right? Ogren hasn't been picked just yet, and with this Dune pick, it's still a flex. With this kind of setup, like, okay, let's just pick the Kaiser. Now, they're kind of baiting Boom to just answer with the Ogren pick.
They might have some other, some idea, some other strategy, something in mind to kind of deal with it. They think they're kind of comfortable. Is the Kaiser being in the first phase when that potentially could be flexed into? I'm not entirely sure, but I think that they're like, hey, we know Boom Esports. We do believe that Agistics will be playing the Dune. So I think that they're gonna have to. You have to make some sort of assumptions as you go into the game, and I think they're doing a good job with that.
Yeah.
But looking like they're gonna influence Rage is gonna ban out the modes here to kind of limit what crowd control could potentially happen for Boom Esports.
The focus here is mainly on the Roamer as well as the Diadia. So the Elaine, they kind of forgot about it. INF complete, we got the one important picture to protect the back line of the Lady Sun. And the Elaine finally shows up once more. And this adds more space. It adds vulnerability, and it opens up defenses of INF in terms of team fights to protect this farm lane hero.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be tougher to do, especially when, Boom Esports just picked up the Elaine. He's, Mickey's going to find ways to get onto the Lady soon. So you have to have some sort of answer to that. Now, Influence Rage, it looks like they've gone with the Byron and the Princess Frost. I think you have your answers. You have more ways to kind of control it. You have the Byron who's going to be out front. Potentially, if Elaine does want to go, Byron's going to be waiting. Princess Frost also has the winner is here so that you can kind of create these zones that, hey, if you're going to dive into, then at least it's going to be damaging for you.
This is like a very open-ended backline that would really force the Byron to build defense as well. Like, oh man, this is like a very full-on trust lineup, as I always call it. This is the Dolia. Either they pair with somebody for the clash and with a suit attack fighter, but a Byron can do so much, yes, for the damage, but against the Zhang Fei last pick, this is perfect for Boom Esports. Space answering a lot of frontline invade from that kind of composition really would set up the pace for counterattacks as well.
Yeah, and I feel like there's going to be a lot of pressure on Impressive. I mean, trust me, he's great. He's going to set it up. He's great on the Zhang Fei. Should not have any issues, but ensuring that all the team fight go his way and the team's way is by basically him getting off those perfect unbridled outbursts.
We will know for sure on the adjustment of Boom Esports now. Both of these teams on the brink of elimination, and this is once more a do-or-die match. It's game number 1. Let's see who's the better draft here. Early game-wise, we will know for sure on who will have a better tempo.
Yeah, it's all about pressure. Starting off strong, ensuring that the enemy team if they're down 0-1 and they're like, hey, our tournament lives are at stake, they're going to feel it, right? So it's one of those things where you kind of want to come out swinging, you want to be aggressive, and just kind of set the tone for this match.
Yeah, the tone is much more important because Lady Sun here, we're seeing half HP damage to that Beal. It really forced out Villa 01 to be in the farm lane quicker because the way of starting things in the mid lane, yeah, it grants you gold, but somehow between Azar and Impressive, they really know how to make these windows happen for them.
Yeah, and, they're a great duo, and Bilal will kind of just push them away, just kind of harry them more than anything else. But Petroni will do some damage, and so you kind of need to respect that kind of going in. And again, Petroni doing a great job of just pushing out the lane, trying to get that XP lead, at least for now.
Yeah, I think the XP lead is the most important thing in both of these teams. Like, 2 farm lane heroes right now really requires great tempo starts. As we go and check on what's happening around the map here, Azar and Petroni would really need to have a great way to start this one, because as we see new hero Mengya available in 1019, you guys can also experience what the pro players are experiencing here in HOKC. Go ahead and dominate your games. Be sure to share some stars along the way, because don't make it hard for us.
Yeah, please don't. Please don't. I mean, I feel like, the Mengya is going to be coming out on the 19th. Every single Mengya on my team will just be disastrous. Every Mengya on the enemy team will be amazing, and I think I'm going to lose a lot in this point.
Okay, the wrap around. Raikou is running for his life, gets knocked up, frozen as well. I don't think they have enough damage at this point. So Boom, they have to make their way back, and at the same time, Cozy really coming in with the support as well.
I think they're just putting pressure across the map here. They just want to keep an eye on how their progress is going for the clashing of INF. Meanwhile, in the farm lane, we see those two push and peel right onto their farm lanes. But so far, on the better hand, the early game protection, I'm really putting my cards on Impressive here at House Protect this early. There's so much space, but below one.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I think both teams are really feeling the pressure. I've not seen such passive gameplay. They are pretty afraid to take the risk right now.
I think it's more likely to respect as well too, because again, as we point out, the story of these two teams is more on the approach on how to address this do or die situation. This is a slot on the big thing in HOKC. So that's why right now they're currently respecting each other. But as we see the goal difference here, they're chasing everything in the best possible form. But for Azar, a bit of a slight advantage as well, almost hitting 2,000 here. And this is an advantage for Arlie to spike up early.
Yeah, it's still very early in the game. I mean, 3 minutes in, but to kind of put it onto, to add on to Kindoku's, you know, his comment is that, I mean, both of these teams are playing a little bit safe. You know, nobody wants to take that risk. Sometimes you're like, hey, we can look to invade, but in this case, it's all about not taking, you know, high risk, low reward type plays at this point because you don't want to give up first blood.
Yeah, you don't want to give that open window for a hero who's like actually could be more happy to get those kills against you, because again, there's a Lady Sun and there's an Arlie combining with the best possible roamers there is, but it's going to be a test. As they go and build in items, we will see how the poking damage capability will work here between these two. But so far, yeah, we're reading as much action as you are, but both teams are here, are really taking their time to be precise as well.
Yeah, definitely being precise. Overload Tyrants both spawning at the 4-minute mark. Looks like Raikou, though, is going to be looking to the Tyrants, starting at about half-life.
They will push them away. At this point, it's all about defensive, but it's a steal coming out from INF. So Influence Rage, they get the first blood. No, they get first blood instead. So they make a trade. One death on the side in the hands of Cozy as well. In the meantime, they want to jump on the back lines. Aegis makes it safely, and they make it out with a matter of inches at this point. Azar gets taken out by Petroni as well, and suddenly it's going to be a turnaround. Influence Rage looking like the better team in the team fight, but it's Boom who walk out 2-1.
I'm loving the position of Petroni right now. He knows that they released the outburst right away, but when the moment he knew that there was so much space across that deadly map, he knew when to put those bullets in.
Yeah, and I mean, it was, they lost to Influence Rage, that was, but they did get the crucial theft and they got a kill onto Azar. So all in all, kind of very close, right? Petroni still very scary. Exactly what you were saying, OSX. And so you got to kind of respect it. You don't want to see Petroni just kind of free-faring on the outskirts of the fights. You got to be careful. You got to know where he is at all points.
Yeah, that was the one thing that you need to look out for, like the basic attacks coming from a farm lane or a marksman. Yeah, you would think that there's no continuous damage in the early game. Yeah, you're wrong. Because if you have a Dolly with you and as well as a Princess Frost, it's completely amplifying everything up, even in the early game that you don't have any items. But it sums up like a continuous group effort approach to take down members of Boom Esports. So you need to be careful with that if you want to be continuing this.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, look at these two teams. We knew that this was going to be a very evenly matched match going here, but Impressive is getting gone on here.
Yeah, he's gonna be safe under the tower for now, right? Takes a huge hit, but here comes the turnaround as well. Aegis, he's looking in front. Here comes a fresh Celestial Melody, double Invincible Warrior. But it's gonna be a poke. At this time, I think it's too big of a risk. Influence Range, they know they are dancing on knife's edge. They will not take it.
If they're just being careful. As of that kind of scenario that keeps on happening between Boom and INF, they're really kiting everybody out. There's no commitment just yet. You see the items, slowly Massive Agony present for Dragon, and this will actually hit in team fights.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to do some damage here. Raikou looking to invade, make it a little uncomfortable. Every single blue under attack.
Yeah, but the backline's death at Sunset. Petroni is trying to run from Miggy as well. Miggy's going to chase, but he's going to be caught now in the middle of 4. And it looks like it was a mistake because Mickey might fall. Oh, he is so low. He's running away with a sliver of health. Here comes the backup though for Boom. They are falling low. It is going to be a knockback. Sony looking for the damage in. It's going to be a trade. Azar takes the kill as well. And Boom, this is a good sign for them. They double the lead. 5 kills. That's not really a double, but 5 kills to 2. For the advantage of Boom.
That was a very risky move from Petroni, man. We were commending how the space was in, but that kind of commitment right into the turret, clearly Boom wins that one.
Yeah, way too much. a little too aggressive for my taste. I mean, Miggy getting a little low here, kind of worrying me. But a really good fight by Boom Esports, just because Influence Rage, just getting a little too involved, trying to make things happen, trying to go for that kill, and sometimes you're going to get punished. You were definitely over, you know, you probably should not have been committing that much.
Yeah, almost a 600 gold lead advantage by Azar as well. Going back to the replay, you look at the position of Petroni here. Yeah, he has half HP, you have the AoE, but one thing that he was missing, he got frozen though. But the way they wanted to sandwich Petroni and just use that Zhangfei as bait, they really won the minigame there down bottom.
Yeah, but Petroni, okay, he was in a bad spot. He probably knew he wasn't gonna live, and that's why he went for impressive. But it was one of those moments where they probably should have backed off a little bit quicker. I think the call was a little late of, hey, do we fight, do we go, what do we do? And they got caught in this no man's land, and unfortunately, they did pay the price.
Yep, Miggy going God mode here, 1 against 4. He's trying to chase into Petroni as well. Here comes the Death of Sunset. Petroni will die under the tower as well. Miggy gets the kill. Credited for that. Raikou now in the middle of 3, as Miggy says, you don't even need me. Raikou uses the Invincible Warrior to try and run away again. Here comes the stun. The beast is unleashed. Even under the tower, they're not safe. Azar may be contemplating. He jumps in as well. Will not finish the job at this point, but the damage has been done. Boom Esports take a small but firm lead.
Miggy, right on the right moment, saying that twice. Going back to the draft, we're now seeing the wonders of this lane alone, and this was the forgotten moment that INF really realized who really pushed the bats onto the farm lane or even to the roam. One thing that was missing in taking this Lady Sun into safe distance is the lane, and Miggy knew what could be the scenario if that was really pushed to the limit.
Oh, look at the rotations coming in from Boom here. Sony once again caught alone under the T2. It looks like a free reign for the side of Boom Esports as the T2 will be taken successfully.
Yeah, completely zoned away. I mean, Boom Esports right now just like doing a good job of pushing them away, forcing them out. Miggy, I mean, sometimes he gets a little over-aggressive, but almost every single Death at Sunset has been really good this game.
It is a perfect way to prompt everybody out of INF. What's the protection here, man? Like, for one people, you guys said it correctly. He's going God mode. He can take even 4 and just go sink in the soil, go back up. The moment you know it, everybody here from Boom Esports is saying hi to you with all these items in.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 6,000 gold net worth, and he's got a lead. He's got a 1K net worth lead over Sony. If we're talking Clash Laner. So he's doing very well. Now, my only issue right now is that he's kind of pushing it, and he's kind of going a little bit solo. You got to be a little bit careful. You got to play as a team.
Yeah, and 3 items already showing for Azar, having the blue and red buff as well. Yeah, this will deal damage.
Yeah, they're going in. Azar's looking for a target. Death of Sunset onto 4. Here comes the Beast Form as well. Unbridled Outburst. Impressive. Gets the kill onto Petroni. They are running out of damage, and Influence Rage will be torn apart. Boom looking for more. They will be rewarded as well. 2 deaths, 3 deaths. It is all going wrong for the side of Influence Rage as Boom Esports are just so good.
They literally caged them in their own defense. Impressive. Landing the perfect outburst. 3 were completely taken, and that's how the reach of Boom Esports works. You layer everything out, that's how Azar comes in. We were talking about how the damage is showing. Yeah, he has the 3 items of TDs as an early, and now they're completely shining with damage.
Doing a ton of damage. But I mean, the setup has been amazing. Miggy going in, finding Petroni, providing that vision. And if we're going to check this replay, look what happens. They're going in, the Death at Sunset, boom, slams into 4. Impressive on the backside with the Unbridled Outburst, pushing them under tower. That is nowhere to hide. Cozy gets picked off, Petroni as well, and they kind of line him up. Bilal actually survives with the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, this is now the problem, a growing problem for INF. With the all lanes pushed and all lanes as well, they will really leave the base here really vulnerable. The last 3 tier turrets here, 3 turrets for INF to defend. There's no way that they would really contest an objective right now.
Yeah, no way to contest. I mean, look, Boom Esports has every single one of their towers out. They are as front forward as possible. They have that fortification. It's going to be very difficult for Influence Rage to sort of make it, you know, make their even way to the Overlord here, especially since Impressive is providing all that vision, and he's that forward scout. So again, Boom Esports take a good neutral objective, and they have this AK lead.
Yeah, they can summon now the Shadow Vanguard. This is the lead, 12 minutes in, 10-2. Looking at this item as well, this is a lead that they want to keep on giving in this game. Like for this kind of scenario, somebody needs to be up front here. This is the challenge of the lineup of INF. Dolia can't really defend that much, but look at that. They're zoning everybody out.
Yep, it's a bit scary because Azar is just one item shy of being a 6-slotted. This T3 on the mid going to be threatened at this point. It is going to be taken successfully. Boom looking for an opening. Here comes the Unbridled Outburst. They do get the stuns. Not going to overcommit at this point. Dragon is falling a little bit low, but Influence Rage, they have lost too much. 2 lanes gone, and they're looking for more. The Beast will be caught in the middle of 5. But boom, they're just too strong. They're going to just walk them back into the base. Quarantine order in your face because T3, the last lane, standing, but maybe not for long.
Yeah, Vanguard as well ready. Oh, Dead Sunset.
Yep, it is going to be going in. He catches one. Will get that invincible state, but it's not going to work out because boom, they've gotten what they came for. They take everything from the base on the side of Influence Rage. It is going to be a retreat for a moment because they're looking for more. Azar goes in one-on-one. The teammate does not get the help in. It's a double kill. And Azar, you can ban whatever you want, but Boom will just take everything.
And game number 1 goes to Boom Esports. A very dominating control across the map and completely seals the game of this one.
I mean, controlling from the first minute, right? Really good game by Boom Esports. Really wanted it. This is the aggressive team that we expected from the Philippines. They were the #1 team for a reason. This is a team that really showed up, and now with their backs on the wall in a must-win situation, Boom Esports hit it in game 1. Very well played.
This is how they set the tempo with all recipes and even tools available on this game. They really take an advantage of everything that Elaine, we've called it so many times, Miggy being on the right places, poking everybody out. As you said, on God mode, like how do you address that kind of problem? And all of your resources can be drawn out by just one person.
I mean, his initiations were so good. He was able to find the right moments, and he didn't play scared, right? He knew what he was going in, but the fact that Influence Rage were grouped up, he had like multiple 4-man Death Sunsets, right? That is more on the enemy team more than his good play, because of the fact that Influence Rage were all grouped together.
I think there's a very thin line, right? Which is where do you define confidence and arrogance? And at this point, I think Miggy really identified the correct line, blurring the lines actually, because he was going in confident, but he was not too arrogant because he knew his team was going to back him up. And the timing by the support of the team by Boom really shows that this is the correct result for game number 1.
Yeah, we can't go back on what happened in that game because in some moments we've seen INF would actually shine, but let's go back on what happened. Let's go back to the highlights of that game.
Kita mau bahas game kedua, kita bakal lihat dulu highlight dari Yuhan tentunya tentang game 1.
Yeah, Yuhan, help us out.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
All right, if we're looking at Boom Esports, this is the nice setup. This is the one crucial theft by Raikou, but Cozy and Sony, I believe, die in this one. Oh no, yeah, Sony on this one. I think he dies. Nonetheless, there were 2 kills that they did get on this one, and this kind of snowballed from here on in. Like, Boom Esports is just taking it away, and Influence Rage, they're fighting 3 versus 5. Yes, they get the pick off on Azar, but this is kind of a risky situation. Azar had an amazing game.
Yeah,
He did die that one.
Yeah, this was the second kill, like, that they wanted to take against Petroni. He has been in great position, but this was the main reason that they wanted to use against them.
Yeah, and I mean, as the farm laner, not to say that I'm even close to where Petroni is in terms of skill level, but as the farm laner, the priority should be you need to stay alive. The second thing is then get some kills. And it looked like he was actually prioritizing kills over his own safety. Sometimes he got out of position, but this Death at Sunset, so good, all 4, and then impressive to shut in the gate down, not even letting them go home. Really well played by Boom.
Yeah, I mean, this is impeccable performance, right? At the same time, it provides a lot of room. Dragon was never under pressure, right? He was free to aim all of his skills at the right people at the right time as well.
Yeah, and I think this is a great compliment for the Zhangfei as well. Like, yeah, you can land in the perfect outburst. Again, it requires so much angles, great angles to make that outburst work. but how this layering that Boom Esports is doing with their own lineup, it worked wonders for the Zhangfei to use the outburst correctly. And thanks to the Death at Sunset, yeah, you could really see a great way of sealing that kind of borderline team fights.
Yeah, and it seemed like Miggy, I mean, he's just so good with this Elaine, understanding the limits of the hero, going in and just like the maximum threshold that you can get to, and of course, we'll get the MVP
Yeah,
because of that.
we already knew from before, right? Which is why we kept talking about Miggy. Like,
Deserve.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right, it's going to be easy for that one. 405, 21% of the damage, but man, he was in your face initiating. Like, the control that he had was just so good.
I love it when we see kind of like this kind of combination for Zhangfei. We know that it's not easy to land or initiate with the outburst once more for those of you using Zhangfei. Nonetheless, you have a great complement to make it work. Again, Ganonmorph as well can be do good, but that's damage. But if you want to put them in a very tight spot, like a sandpit of a trap, this is the hero can do. But in the hands of Miggy, they work so well.
Yeah, so now the questions, many more questions for the side of Influence Rage, right? What do they do now? Is it a ban? Is it an execution problem? Itemization-wise, how do they do for Boom?
Yeah, they kind of forget, like, what could be the ultimate kryptonite of Lady Sun. In some cases we see in the games of HOKC, it's more, when you pick the Lady Sun, we knew that the ban coming from the Elaine was the biggest clue.
Yeah, and okay, I kind of go back to the draft on this one because you had the Lady Sun and you picked it first, but then you picked the Dahlia in the second part of that first phase. I feel like the Ming is just a better combination. Lady Sun, I mean, yeah, she can have perfect positioning and you can do that, but just in case you might get gone on. And that's kind of where the Ming really would shine. You have that heal and you have that tether to kind of just keep yourself onto the next level. I think that that's going to be probably a better meta pick. But if we're going to talk a little bit about the stats here, I mean, 94,000 from Dragon, just softening them up, tenderizing them for Miggy to just kind of knock them down or get those 4-man Death at Sunsets.
Yeah, we were trying to understand the draft for INF. Like, the British Froster, we're clearly seeing a 0% in team fight rate because she's just so vulnerable against one member alone, the Elaine. We will keep on repeating this because this was just a perfect answer to every perfect landing for every umbrella that Arlie has to make it work with the ladies. Look at this. Like you're like sliding in the park.
Yeah, it's a straight up gold diff in favor of Boom Esports, right? And I think Kindofu, you mentioned it earlier that any sort of graph that goes like this, it's called the Nova Esports graph.
I forgot what I said.
It was a while ago, but I mean, it's straight up in favor of Boom Esports. Completely controlled it, took out even the Shadow Tyrant Overlord and the Shadow Overlord. So, I mean, it's only 13 minutes in, but that KDA is the biggest teller. I mean, 15-2 and 37. I mean, you're just lining it up, patting that KDA.
Yep, do not be mistaken because this dip only happened after the 4.5-minute mark. They were holding on for the side of Influence Rage. I think it was just a better synergy coming out from Boom Esports. They were more communicative with what they wanted to do, right? I'm pretty sure Miggy was, shouting at the team like, hey, I got 4 people in my Death at Sunset. I need backup.
Yeah, and we kind of bumped into one of the members of Boom Esports last night, right? He was getting a box of chicken, and then he said like, we're not gonna do that again. We need to bounce back. We need to be more serious. And thanks to the chicken in the practice, looks like it worked wonders for them today.
All right, I feel like I need that chicken for dinner tonight. Maybe that sounds very appealing, but go ahead. Nonetheless, I think that, Boom Esports really came up to show up.
Yeah.
Like, that was a huge win for them. I think that that's going to be a lot of confidence. But, I'm wondering if we just kind of have everybody follow our channels for a chance to win the Realme 13 Plus. From today to Halloween, you're going to have the honor. All you need to do is follow the Honor of Kings Global Esports channel and, of course, tag championship participating teams in the comments for a chance to win a Realme 13 Plus. A very nice phone. They've been letting us play around with it and going in that. But first, let's go to an interview.
They are a strong team, and I think their best play is their ADC, so we must pay attention on him.
Their gameplay is so messy, like they want to fight again and again. I think we're playing more disciplined than them. That's how we beat them.
I think their ADC is good, but their ADC is better than they. I think we will destroy you guys, and that's it.
Good luck, Influence Rage. Either way, you're gonna go home and can't make it to the knockout stage.
Okay, so that was a spicy comment coming in from both teams actually. So Boom Esports says you won't even make it out into the knockout stage. That's quite painful.
I love what just Miggy just said there. Like, they fight messy, and we saw it. They completely exposed the weakness of INF, and they took advantage of it quickly because they know at some points later in the game, in game number 1, we've seen the Lady Sun, bro, the farm lane, the most protected hero that should be was a bit of a challenge as well.
J6 just gave us an insight into how they're gonna play in game number 2. Right, so he disappeared off stage and suddenly appeared, took a seat down. So he's probably gonna do that as well. So let's take a look at how a G6, what kind of pick he wants to have. I think a Jing will fit this kind of behavior.
Yeah, we will know for sure. Like, the confidence, the momentum is now on their hands, and they just need to get a hold of it and just continue what they have done. And with this, Influence Rage, there's so much that needs to be fixed coming from the draft as well. You mentioned it, right, Hollow? Like, you guys have so many priorities, but kind of forget the most important part. Like, how do you keep this lineup safe? How do you keep the Dolia from making you guys worthy for team fighting attacks? But so far, it was like a passive kind of thing. The Winter is here, didn't do anything much. Being obvious on the team fighting rate, it was a bit of a challenge and need to fix this really soon.
I think that there's a lot of heroes that Influence Rage picks that are great in isolation, but as a team together, the composition was kind of questionable, right? I didn't think they had a really good theme or like understanding of what we need to do. Like, the strategy was kind of up in the air, at least for me. Going into this one, though, I mean, like Miggy said it best, right? Influence Rage are kind of messy. The actual times that they want to fight are questionable. They need to figure this out. They need to be clear, and they need to have a clear conversion rate when they do end up going for those games.
Yeah, we're looking at the glimpse of the two coaches as well, who actually guide these teams to make everything smooth in their draft as well. So with that adjustment, we might see it. But yeah, we will have counter draft, yes, coming from INF, but one thing also is questionable going back was the execution.
Okay, so I want to throw a wrench into the plans here about the top process. So if you're from Influence Rage, right, do we still focus on Azar? Do we cancel out Miggy? Like, what are we thinking here?
Well, that is a great question. Like, they have focused their bans in game number 1 mainly on the roamer and the farm lane. Yeah, again, they kind of forget the lane, but so far, Boom Esports had a greater chance to get it back and again on the field. Yuan and Lady Jean. Despite the Lady Sun present again in Dolly, I'm not sure where this will be, man. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but I mean, Influence Rage changed it up. They decided to ban the Arlie instead of the Marco Polo, maybe baiting out Boom Esports to pick that up for Azar. That would be interesting. I don't think Marco Polo is first phase pick worthy right now. You definitely have other heroes that you want to prioritize, and it looks like they've got most of what they want with the Elaine, the Yuan, and of course the Lady Jean, all meta picks. Boom Esports right now, those top 3 looking good. Influence Rage on the other hand, I'm not sold on this trio. The Lady Soon, Kaiser, Dolia, I feel like there's not enough good Celestial Melody heroes to kind of take advantage of that.
They need to complement with a great front line as well, even if you're a Clash lane. And we're going to another series that Zhang Fei is slowly being banned out, man. We've talked about this, and it's becoming a problem for everybody.
Well, I hate to put this into the conversation again, but you know what? A Gun and Mo looks good for the side of Influence Rage.
You just had to be the Gun and Mo guy. Yeah, but it works, okay? Influence Rage right now, poke.
No. Actually, it makes a lot of sense, especially for Influence Rage here, because what you're doing is you're zoning them away, and you're literally kiting people. You're creating this area where it's difficult for Boom Esports to kind of approach you. I think that last time, yes, you had the Kaiser, Lady Sun, Dolia, but you didn't really have a buffer to kind of keep the Lady Sun patroning alive. So it does make sense.
This has been the nicest you've been to me since day number 1.
It's weird, right? Yeah, I was trying, and I was like, wait, this is Kindofu. I need to be against him no matter what. What's going on?
Yeah, should we be harsh or something?
Yeah, I should be.
Yeah. Again, guys, the answer to the most hardest crowd control tanky heroes right now, yeah, you need Peel. But how about this Hano? Will it work fair? Because if you're gonna go in the mid lane, yeah, it would really work wonders as well.
Yeah, okay. So the Hano is the same playstyle where you're keeping them afar. I think that's, it's been a previously very meta pick, but I think that has kind of dropped off. I believe the Gun and Mo has kind of surpassed him in terms of like win rate and all that. but the Hano's still very strong here.
Yeah, it's one condition which I probably think this is not the reason they're picking Hano for, but with the Fate Rewind, you can kind of reverse the damage of your fallen towers as well. So that's one benefit of having a Hano.
Well, look, if no towers are ever damaged, and that's kind of what Boomy Swords did, you don't need that. But
they just did it.
All right.
I like this. Okay, now I very much prefer Influence Rage's Giraffe.
Okay. So Ganemo in the mid, Hano jungle.
Ganemo in the rope. Nah, I'm just joking. Yes.
Okay, fine. Last pick. They got the Marco Polo though.
Yeah,
Boomy Sports got it.
They're willing to give it a try, and I'm so curious about this.
And the Motsu as well. So for me, I haven't seen much of a synergy perfectly in INF right now. This will be a test once more in game number 2. We said it correctly. Even Miggy said in an interview, they play messy. There's a lot of hesitations, and they need to fix that. With this kind of lineup, relying on each and everybody with the reset of Dolia, they need to make it work one by one.
Yeah, and they need to get Hano as much farm as possible, right? I think it's going to be a lot of pressure for Sony to ensure that he's able to kind of do some damage. Because once those, once you have those items, those scepters do so much, and they keep everybody away. Plus, with Ganenmo's couple blades on top of the scepters, you could literally just blow people up with a single shot.
Yeah, that is the peel. That is the peel capability of INF right now. And we are looking at 2 smites, by the way, for Sunny and Raikou here, and this would really secure him objectives too. So because, look at that, 3/4 HP peel right away onto Impressive. So far, they're trying to build a great advantage of zoning out and basic attacks as well, and Petroni wants to do it against Azar as early as possible.
Yeah, starting it off a little bit stronger. Raikou, it's going to take a little bit of damage. Needs to be a little bit careful. Doesn't want to fight 1 versus 2, so he's going to back off here. But again, Sony in the top lane, I think it's more of like a matchup thing. It's like, a lane is melee. If you can kind of keep him away and just harass him with these scepters, make it very uncomfortable so that you kind of limit what Miggy can do. Take away his farm so that he's not as strong as he was in game 1.
Yeah, this is the problem if you're a lane, right? If the Hino continues to get the items that they need, he can completely deny the regen of Miggy as well and how to duel with team fights, and that could be a great deal as well. Okay, INF, I'm getting the story here. Look at that, this is the 1v1s up top.
Yeah, 1v1 on top, but I think Sony's not really in too much danger. He's got Fate Rewind if he wants to go.
Yeah,
but
the backup. It's not enough burst, but they do get him the second time. Everything for him, but here comes the backup. Raikou as well coming in. Will force the unending sorrow. Meanwhile, the bot lane also had the attempt from the side of Influence Rage. That too did not work out.
Okay, we're looking at the exchange here. We're seeing an Akaidi process, and this is what you get now. It's for teams just being cautious, but we're seeing the reaction here. There was action up top, and this is just forcing Cozy to be and babysitting this farm lane as well. Look at the poke. Oh my goodness, half HP.
Range them away.
Look at the zone.
So far out, Azar can't even get within, but Impressive, thinking about it, is Dragon is going to make his way there, but Cozy did spot him out, and he's going to be like, hey guys, bring it back.
Yeah, Ganenmo. He might be going to be busy from moments on, but if we could pair the gold difference, loving this graph by the way, and AG6, and with the Yuan and Azar here, look at that.
Oh, it's not going to be a nice one. The heals do come through, but Bilal falls victim to Azar, and this is why Azar is so scary on that Marco Polo. Petroni, he wants to play with fire, gets stunned up as well. But here comes the backup. Cozy, can he do it? It is going to be God the Grave, but he's falling below. One more shot would do it. Impressive sidesteps those couple plays. They will make it out. So boom, they take a lead, but it's a small one.
Yeah, I love how Impressive really landed that passive correctly just to push back. Cozy being close to Azar. And again, going back to your thought there, we've seen Azar has been good in this Marco Polo, and we want to see him shine as well. But with that kind of call coming in from mid lane, aiding the farm lane as well, this would really set up a counterplay from everybody. But people know, as the items go by, we'll know who's going to hurt.
All right, Azar and Marco Polo are 1-1. Right? Like, they are so, like, he's so good on this hero. I mean, just being able to get that pick off and then turning it into, more farm. He's got a huge advantage already against Petroni. He's really showed up, right? And Influence Rage are like, this comes back to the respect band. They went after Zarly. He's just like, I'm going to go to my tried and true with his Marco Polo and just blow people up. So, again, very well played by Azar.
Okay, Focus now continues to follow the farm lane. 1v1 to the farm lane hero still.
Yeah, that's the fight hasn't even started, and Logistics is already less than half his health. There might be a steal, but Azar, he gets a one-on-one against the Petroni. This might be a bad fight for the side of Influence Rage as boom, Dragon will help secure, but Raikou, he wants to look for more. Invincible Warrior against 3. Nobody's able to stop him, but they will surround him, and this should be the end of Raikou. Everything in the box for him, and somehow he survives. Boom, they are getting turned upon. At this point, Miggy is looking for more, but Influence Rage, Sunny as well, Bilal will make it out safely. Miggy needs to chase this. Raikou is falling, and nobody's able to get the kill. They escape, but it's still Boom with the lead slightly. 3 kills to 2.
No kill! No kill! Boom Esports literally was diverted. They didn't know who to target. And with that kind of sustain that Sony did, through 2 people alone, man. Boom Esports, they were like all over the place on who to get at. Their HP was so low.
He's so low. And I mean, Raikou was all up in front. He was in the face. I mean, he the Invincible Warrior. He was just chasing down after them, just making it very uncomfortable. Boom Esports right now, I mean, when you're being threatened like this giant Terminator who just walks in on you, you're going to be scared. You got to figure things out. You got to let him go, or you got to, you know, find out the priority. And it seemed like the team wasn't on the same page because they were attacking all different heroes.
Is this the look at middle Terminator you're talking about? Because that is one is scary.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, because if you look at the the hand operations right now on these 2 guys here. Oh, okay. It looks like INF is seeing the better picture of this lineup here.
Yeah, but bot lane, that's the one. Azar, this is why you don't give him the Marco Polo. Gets another kill. Nice stun as well by Impressive. And Influence Range slowly being torn down by the side of Boom Esports. Logistics looking for that Mon for tempo. Does not get the stun and will sidestep all of the couple blades as well. And Influence Rage, I'm not sure. Is this the best draft possible?
Okay, we can start with the gold comparison. Bleed slowly building the RG6 and Azar as well. They know they got kills, yes, but just don't negate the fact that the gold is slowly building up as well.
Yeah, Raiku's gonna dive in as well. Logistics will commit the ultimate as well. The knockback coming onto Raikou. But Raikou, while he's tanky, he's against 4. The miss on that thing inside the box, not gonna work out for them. Impressive, unfortunately, will not be able to secure a good start to the fight. In the backlines though, Azar, he might be curious to start another fight, but at this point, Petroni will be backing the team up. 4 different members on Influence Rage looking to make the pressure for Boom. The stuns come in, Impressive, falling a bit low.
Yeah, the sustain. I'm seeing this draft once more, right, for INF. It's all about the outlast, the outplay as well.
Yeah.
They know the damage here in early game. They know they can actually tank everything. And with that, this really pushes Boom Esports to build those aggressive items early, but now it's not the moment to strike just yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Heino, Kaiser, Celestial Melody, like Fate Rewind, and like Invincible Warrior, like the double whammy, right? And then you just let the Ganon, Mo, Cozy, Petroni on the Lady Soon just blow people up. So that's the strategy, that's the MO. Now, how does Boom Esports figure out a way to get onto that? I think it's gonna obviously come down to Azar. He's definitely very squishy, he's definitely a glass cannon. You gotta be super careful with how he's done it. But Azar has done a good job of limiting Petroni from having a really good game. He has a level advantage, definitely has more gold. So again, Azar needs to figure out how to find Petroni and Cozy on the back line so that the tanks in front don't do as much damage.
Yeah, that's very important. And we're seeing wraparounds as well for INF, and that has been their own possible source of frontline aggression, and they need to be aware when to place it, because right now Boom Esports, in my kind of observation, they're waiting for the right moment to strike. That's the most basic thing you guys can understand. Because with this kind of lineup, they don't need to commit to any possible scenario there is that INF is dictating.
Yeah, they need to be a little bit careful here, though, and just Six and Dragon kind of zoning them away. But look, if a team fight is happening and they happen to be grouped, obviously you have your Miggy, and it looks like right now Influence Rage are kind of spreading themselves out. We haven't seen too many good Death at Sunsets or even Cannon Blast, and Impressive has been fishing for them, but he hasn't really found that money one where literally he hits it with like 2 or 3 members and like the rest of the team are just able to clean him up. So Influence Rage understanding the limits and the power and the strengths, of Boom Esports.
Yeah, I think money is the most important thing for the Marco Polo right now. We've seen the switch. He's now on the top lane. There's still one sword to be taken by INF.
Oh no, Raikou
on this.
Yep, he's alone in the backlines. The backup does come from Influence Influence Rage, but I don't think they want to take this fight because right now it's a better position for Boom Esports. And as such, here comes the Death at Sunset. Cozy in danger, uses a flash as well. Miggy will dash out, and it's going to be a stalemate once again, but the T1 in the mid is going to be threatened at this point. Azar working hard on it, will commit. Takes a couple of shots, but they do it. So Boom, they have that vision control in the mid.
Speaking of control as well, Sony is really want to take this buff away from Boom Esports, but the good thing there's 3 members here. That's the passive proccing in. And looking at this, just
oh, Azar, he commits the Fever Barrage, but right now Sony just negates everything. And Raikou, he's going in. It is going to be the ulti. Unending Sorrow, Sony's falling a bit low. Here we go. Oh, inside! That one hit the mark for sure. And this time it looks like Boom, they want more. It is the backline, Death at Sunset, but he's falling low. Miggy might give his life for the cause. Impressive. Trying to find his son. Will not do so as Raikou. He's still alive, walks away. But I think it's a big win for the side of Influence Rage.
That's what we're talking about, man. The timing for Boom Esports. You just see that. They just come online quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that was great here. Okay, but I just kind of want to, you know, go back to that interview because Mickey was talking about how Influence Rage are a little messy, and then he kind of does that where he goes out of position, tries to 1v4 it, tries to do it, and that one was a little messy on at least in my opinion. Mickey needed to play a little bit safer on that. They already got the advantage. Why go in for that?
And they kind of forgot the ocean of tears coming from the Lady Jeanne. Why stick together, bro? It's not the perfect time to stick together with the damage they have.
Yeah, right.
Look at this.
Going in. It is going to be eyes on Sunny here because he's the one that's going to change the fight on the backline. Miggy jumps in. Death at Sunset. Looking for Patroni. He's got no man's land. Going to be stunned up. Going to be knocked behind. He gets taken out. Sony comes in trying to protect the backlines as well. But nothing is working for the side of Influence Rage. Boom! They are so strong at this point. Azure Golem free for the taking. Nobody has died on the side of Boom Esports. They are just that much better than the Brazilian Kings.
That initiation once more by Miggy. Death at Sunset. If you think like Boom Esports can control the front line, yeah, forget about that. We're in a deeper level of understanding on how to attack the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Miggy is the Terminator, Patroni is Sarah Connor at this point. Because there's so much action, there's so many other dead or other bodies in the way, but he goes right for Patroni and he tries to get it, but it looks like it's J6. We'll pick up the Tyrant here, and it looks like the Invincible Warrior.
Yeah, it's a good idea though. They do get him down right now. Azar in danger. They might have to sell Impressive. At this point, they will not walk too far forward. Raikou very cautious about the way they approach this fight because Cozy is falling low as well. Miggy on the wraparound. Can he get the big entrance? He will. Death at Sunset. Eyes on Cozy. Blocked by the wall, and Miggy is the one that's going to change this whole fight. The hero for Boom Esports as Azar jumps in. Does he even have his ultimate? He does have it. Fever Barrage is available for the taking. Goes in, but gets stunned up. It is a blow for blow as Influence Rage. This time it's Azar in danger, but the freeze! They actually make it out. Sony will not hit the mark. Impressive, willing to give his life, but at this point, the position is a bit spicy, so Influence Rage will not overcommit.
Yeah, the sustain still lives, and Boom Esports needs to respect that. Oh my goodness! He falls!
Miggy, my friend, what are you doing? Okay, that was a bad engagement, but I want to talk about that bottom part where Boom Esports, Azar, he cleansed it off, got to safety. He was so close to dying. He is playing this hero to the absolute limit, ensuring that he's doing the damage, he's able to get that. Yes, he's been stunned up, but he's been controlled, and that's kind of, you know, this high-risk, high-reward play that you have from Marco. But, you know, Influence Rage picking up the Overlord there and maybe turning this game around.
Okay, and now Boom Esports, for you guys who's watching out, they're turning things around with their setup as well. But one thing that we're still seeing here is the gold lead is not too far from INF. He like took the thorns out of the Overlord for 3 shots to make Cozy. They need to respect that.
All right, guys, do not be mistaken. It is now Influence Rage in the lead. Okay, while they are even on gold, I think now with the Shadow Overlord, it is definitely map control in favor of Influence Rage, and the damage is coming in.
Yeah,
Void Staff is already in the hands of Cozy.
Perfect picture, man. Perfect as well for INF. And if, as you can see, Heyna on the middle, later stage of the game, this is their window, as you said. This is their domain slowly being open. Petroni doing well with the push as well. And Boom needs to adjust this properly. Who's going to be the front line? Who's going to be the catch here? Because this is very challenging. They haven't damaged just yet. But with that, they need to split INF in half as well.
J6 forced the ultimate early at this point. Impressive. Trying to run away, gets caught out. Will be forced to use the flash on the backline to Miggy. He's trying to make it work. But Trony once again caught in no man's land. Miggy is the one that makes it big in this fight. Raikou gets stunned up, but there's not enough damage coming out from Azar as well. On the backline's Cozy, unable to hit any of the couple blades. And at this point, could this be the mistake that cost them this fight? It will not be. But boom, they lose that T3 on the bottom lane.
My goodness. Petroni only one to fall, but in the bigger picture of things, INF really closing the map right now of Booming Sports.
Yeah, I mean, Logistics did go down, but he lost the mid T2 and the bottom T3. A little unfortunate for them. I mean, that was really well played by Influence Rage. Yes, it seemed a little like chaotic, but Cozy, again, if he hits his couple blades, Sony hits a couple more scepters, they could have taken out a lot more. Booming Sports, definitely on the defensive. Yeah, that kill score looks like it's in their favor, but it's all about that net worth, the objectives, and it looks like Influence Rage are definitely in the lead.
Yeah, and they really hold on to dear life as 30 minutes pass by because they know what could be their winning condition. Lady Sun, yeah, late game. You have the Heino, yeah, late game as well. And to stay now is really looking good for Raikou. So no matter what punch comes in from Boom Esports, they really can't take it. That's why they want to take this tired as well for an extra damage buff.
Yeah, take the buff, take it what you got. The top lane is pushing though. Raikou will take this one, take credit for it. But again, look, I know that Boom Esports are on the losing side, but you still have Azar. The guy has not died yet. He's getting his picks. He's 4-0-2. He is your lifeline. He is your carry. You got to work around him. Mickey, you can't be doing things that are just solo 1 versus 4, but it looks like there's a little bit of action here.
Here's the real problem. It is actually Impressive getting chased down by Raikou as well. Once Impressive is dead, it's going to be a bad team fight for the side of Influence Rage. At this point, Raikou manages to use an Invincible Warrior. Again, the refresh comes in. Azar, he's not too low at this point, but Raikou, he is setting the stage. Cozy, can he hit those couple blades? He does land one on the Logistics as well. They're falling low. Can they get more damage? But Trony this time safe, and with the reforged blades, they will get the damage. But here comes Sony. He is pushing them all the way. Tier 3 on the top, taken. Boom have been pushed back.
That triangle of death really pushed them to a tight corner, adding that turret taken out of Boom Esports. INF, count me in. It's getting scarier by the minute. Who's gonna deflect all of these damage, relying on 2 people who has win game condition and damage?
Yeah, I mean,
oh, G6! He gets caught out, forced to use the ultimate as well. Cozy unable to hit the mark at this point, but he finally does. And when he does, it slaps. It's gonna be the first step. G6 taken away. Raikou tanking everything. In the backline, Sony trying to get that leap of faith into the backlines as well. And it's not looking too good. Suddenly, there's a lot of damage coming in. Azar, he's starting to fight, but Miggy's falling low. Cozy is still alive. Gets stunned up. Impressive cannot die. He is that one line of defense. He needs to give them the stuns, but right now, Impressive left with half his health. There is a lot of damage coming in from Influence Rage. They don't care. Sony does have the ultimate. He does not. He's able to tank and lifesteal it up anyway. And at this point, Miggy does sidestep all of the blades. And Bilal, he's trying to provide the heals as well. But Petroni comes from the backlines, and they have found the opening. They've jumped through the window and take this game away from Boom.
A better adjustment for INF. We were questioning how this would be an advantage against the front line and the win condition of a farm lane from Boom Esports. Forget about it. Forget about the front line defense. We're here to outlast everything. They took the punches, a whole lot of punches, and they waited for the right moment to fight back.
I mean, Influence Rage, it comes back to the draft. The Heino, the Ganonmo, the zoning capability with the scepters and the couple blades, they had no answers for that. And it was just a really, really well played by Influence Rage. They had this strategy in mind. They knew that they needed to use it, especially in this game too.
Yeah, and this is where it comes exactly where all of a sudden the mid lane pick as the last pick always messes the opponent up.
Yeah, and one thing I observe as well during team fights, right? Like, Boom Esports, give it everything they got, damage, and Sutton as well. From everything that they've done, it's only taken just one. Only one. In every team fight that I count in that scenario, nothing like 2 or 3 deaths, no. they were completely at the right space, placing the right timing lanes as well for the Hino to just debate. Man, I've seen some ways that Miggy was trying to do a wraparound from behind, but it was too late, and they used it as a Bermuda triangle right into the base of Boom Esports to take every defense as there is.
Yeah, I mean, their spacing was so good, right? Influence Rage did a really good job, but let's check out the highlights and see exactly what sort of positioning Influence Rage had in this game too.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
Alright, this is going to be the Influence Rage highlight reel, but Azar tried to do as much as possible. I mean, the guy only died once and then at the very end, and that's kind of where they crumbled. But, you know, Raikou all the way up in front, having that Invincible Warrior. Uses Celestial Melody to do it yet again, but he was just like constantly up front. Raikou did a great job of pushing everybody back. Everybody was so squishy that Raikou was actually able to do a decent amount of damage.
They literally pushed the Marco Polo to be taken in the draft because they know they had a better page to counter the best possible pick of Azar there is. Going back on his highlights, back at 11 minutes, they were looking for avenues for wipeout. Miggy was trying his best, yes, but for the moments that Petroni knew when to place the right timings for basic attacks, it was too far for Boom Esports to wrap around everything. It was so hard. Look at that, 3 hits from the Overlord, from Cozy alone.
Yeah, like Miggy had to pick up on Petroni. That was really nice, and I'm sure Petroni's a little bit bitter by that because of the fact that he was kind of being targeted quite a bit. But it's for the greater good. Raikou was right on his tail with that Invincible Warrior. The guy was an absolute monster up front, ensuring that, hey, you respect the man. Look at this guy. He just constantly just running at you. Yeah, you might death and sunset me, and Miggy has some decent ones, but unfortunately, they weren't able to follow that up with enough damage, and it looks like Influence Rage just
it's so hard, man. I felt the struggle as well. Damage, physical, magic wasn't just enough, and it really pushed Boom Esports once more in game number 3. And we're still with Kin! I just realized something, wow!
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, who's the MVP by the way? It's Raikou for INF.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 3-1 and 4, 26% of the total hero damage by the team. But he took 33% of it as well, so he was an absolute monster. Again, this was first phase picked. Maybe you look to ban out this Kaiser because the team is very well aware of how to play around it.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was kind of questioning the Kaiser pick because I was not sure about the function and the use and whether he was going to be able to tank it up. And the fact that they left it open for the Marco, it was a bit worrying at the start. But here's the truth about the matter is, Boom just didn't have enough damage.
Yeah, that's the perfect way to put it. And I think this pick, right, the Kaiser pick alone, I know you were questioning it, will it work? I think from the most cases that I see today that teams pick the Kaiser, it's a psychological saying no, and yeah, go pick the Ogren if you can, but we have the Kaiser. You noticed Ogren wasn't even part of the option here. It was always like a, yeah, leave him alone kind of hero thing, but if the Azar is just like, hey, I'm standing here, go ahead, try to pick it, and they really baited out Boom Esports to answer the most possible options for their draft to be taken out.
I mean, they went with it first phase, like the Dahlia Lady Sun Kaiser in the first phase. But then the Ganenmo and Hino are two similar peas in a pod. Like, they kind of want to do the same thing. The amount of damage that they do and they just push people away from, like, afar, it's just so strong. And that just kind of caught off guard by Boom Esports here. But if we're talking about damage, look at this. Azar. The dude was a monster. He was 5-1 and 2. He had 167,000 damage, 30% of his team. He tried to do everything in his hands to kind of give his team a chance.
Yeah, but it's nothing, right? If you take a look at the damage taken by Raikou as well, Miggy and the G6, if you add the total up, it's still less than the damage he took. So Raikou essentially rendered the fight useless for Boom because they were fighting 3 versus 5. He could eat up 2 members worth of damage and still fight.
It's just they have so much recovery, like from A to Z. Look at this. We've seen some yellows and then some teals, and this was the moment of INF. Yeah, you're now entering in our house.
Yeah.
Don't make yourself comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. And it was really back and forth. That was a closer game. We knew that, I think Kindofu, you said in like, hey, if Boom Esports doesn't win in the first 15 minutes, they're gonna have a hard time. Well, it went to about 17 minutes and they ended up losing the game. So that extra 2 minutes was just enough for, Influence Rage to kind of really get into that late game and just carry it to the end.
Yeah, and for a better understanding of things, plain and simple, you were lacking the damage. That lineup of Boom Esports has a window. You need to make it work. You need to stretch it. But if you continue to stretch it, everybody in the late game dudes are saying, "We're just here."
Yeah,
and
it was a bit scary because only after the draft was completed, then you could really tell, oh, perhaps they have messed up against Influence Rage, because if you take a look at the tankiness that they have on the side of Influence Rage, you already have difficulty dealing with Raikou, but now you have Sony on this Hano who's able to soak up so much damage as well. And pair that up with the amount of damage that this Ganemo is able to do. Let's be honest, Cozy wasn't the most accurate on this Ganemo, but even with so many missed shots, they won the fight completely against Boom Esports.
I think he was hitting more couple blades than you did in our ranked game the other day. Just saying.
Yeah, with Cozy, right? The mid laner. With all of the things that Cozy done in that game, all of the members of Boom Esports was like gun and whoa.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think that Boom Esports got caught off guard a bit on that one. I think that they're going to be a little bit better prepared. They've kind of shown the magic trick, so to speak, Influence Rage of kind of, I'm not going to say cheesed it out, but that was definitely a pocket strat that they had waiting for this moment to make sure that, hey, if our tournament lives are on stake, we're going to bring it out and we're going to have to put our best foot forward.
And I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it. I know you were asking like, go pick something new, pick something great. Yeah, you're forgetting the most common things.
Yeah, but only works once, right? Now that this information is in the books of Boom Esports, I don't think they will allow the same kind of strategy to really follow through. It'll be surprising if it happens again.
Let's see. I know Boom Esports right now has a little window to reset, and we would know for sure what would be the priority here. At some cases, yeah, they would really bait out. We were questioning at the beginning of the series, like we were focused on the 5-man ban onto the 4-man ban onto Azar. Counting out 5, where did it come from? I mean, with everything this hero or this player alone can do, they really respected the hell out of it. But what Coach Cian here would really have an advantage if they would do something different in game number 3. Again, not to overcomplicate things. We've seen teams use the same draft once again. Execution-wise, I think it's not the problem for Boom Esports. It's just a draft, man. It's just so hard. Like, you need to have a double-edged damage there to answer late-game scenarios as well.
Yeah, you can't go into a situation where you have a timer on your own team. If you have it on the enemy team, it makes sense. Obviously, you're going to have a good time. But putting it on yourselves is way too much pressure. So many things can go wrong, like it did in Game 2 with Boom Esports not really able to deal with the Hino and the Ganemo.
Okay. And from the interview that we've seen earlier, okay. Good. They didn't mention any numbers, right, on how the series will go, right? It's all just how they want to go up against each other. But
it was just... you know what? Hey, Influence Rage plays very messy, and
that's it.
Yeah, they feel like they won't make it into the knockout stages. But here's the response that Influence Rage really gave to them, right? Maybe we truly are messy, but we'll force you to fight messy with us, and we're gonna beat you with experience.
Okay, I will be on the same page as you are. If it's messy and it works for you, go ahead and do it. Because if a methodical team with an approach as clean as a white linen, and you guys are just so messy all across the map, yeah, they will mess things up in your head.
Exactly. So you don't know, there is no fixed answer, right? And that's the beauty for Influence Rage, which also shows off a very huge and high level of creativity. And I think at this point, you're gonna need more than just knowledge to kind of win games from here on out, right? You need a stroke of luck, you need a lot of creativity, maybe looking at things from multiple perspectives, which is what Influence Rage has just done.
Yeah, and I mean, Cian needs to kind of pick that out. I mean, not to put blame on him. I think that he put his team in a bit of an awkward position where they weren't really able to deal with that. I think going into this Game 3, they need to just iron things out, settle down, understand what the options that Influence Rage might throw at them so they're not in that same situation.
Wow, they really pushed out the priority of this lady soon. And, well, this worked wonders for them. Go ahead with the priority of taking it. But I think they still have eyes on the same bands, Arlie and the Mai.
Yeah,
okay, Maybe it's Boom. I don't know. Are they looking to try the same thing? It's looking mighty similar to the first few picks that Influence Rage had in game number 2.
This is Dolly and the Lady Show.
Yeah, but on the Boom side, right? Influence Rage picked up the ladies soon themselves. So, you're trying to, because the Dolio was integral of that last strategy, right? The double Fate Rewinds, the double Invincible Warriors, all of this stuff that's just super annoying to deal with. But Influence Rage go a different route, and they go with the Zhang Fei and the Princess Frost.
Oh, okay. Similar to game number 1, they kind of forgot the Elaine. Well, it's a lady song, right? I don't want to be so sour about this, but yeah, they kind of forgot that part. It has been a great combo, like a counter for an Elaine, just go bounce in the back line, and this targets too. And Miggy on the Elaine in game number 1 answered 4 heroes right away. And Princess Frost and Lady Sun being in the back line, this Zhang Fei would really be there for who to put that outburst in.
Okay, so you saw what happened in game 2 with Miggy on the Elaine. He was kind of a little over-aggressive, out of position at times, put his team in somewhat awkward positions where he died, so you really couldn't take any fights 4 versus 5. Now, OSX, if you are Coach Xian, what are you telling Miggy in the break?
You want that in the Filipino language or
whatever? Yeah, whatever. Probably in English.
Kumain ka ng maayos. I mean, eat. That means eat well. Maybe, right? I think Miggy, on the other hand, in the Elite, he has been amazing in game number 1. He know where to pop off and poke every inch of hell possible in INF. Maybe at moments that he alone can actually take it in terms of damage, maybe he would know, I think he would really tell him not to overextend things. There were some moments like that, but so far Miggy has been the one doing the plays as well.
Yeah, but I want to just point out that Miggy didn't do anything wrong. He actually chased down Petroni pretty hard.
Yeah.
But I think the difference maker was that Influence Rage was counting on Miggy to actually make that play. Because if you take a look at it, Petroni was the bait. Every single time Miggy came in, that's when the fight changed. But while it changed, it didn't change the end result. Because at the end of the day, Boom still got wrecked.
Yeah, okay. And the reason why I bring this up, because I feel like Miggy is the type where he has some amazing play when he's able to be aggressive. He's creative. He hits those 4-man death at sunsets, especially in game 1. But game 2, Influence Rage had kind of, they reacted. They countered on it, and they changed it up so that they kind of dealt with it. They were never really grouped up, and they played it so that, Miggy might not have had the greatest of games in that last game. So I'm wondering, it's where do we balance in terms of this aggressiveness that he might bring?
Well, with that, speaking of aggressiveness that Boom Esports had, Liu Bang and Dun is now present. We all know how the Liu Bang right now is just so good with map control. Mid to late game situations, if INF could capitalize on how they want to control this here on the Clash lane, they will really dictate where Boom could actually go.
I like this. The strategy seems to be similar from Influence Rage. Let's play to the late game. We're tanky. We're going to turn fights. But Boom, they said, you know what? You want to have the late game insurance? So do we. The glass cannon comes out. Mengya is going to be on the gorge.
Yeah, like Coach Xian, you just literally look at Azar. It's time.
Yeah, it's time to show it. I mean, there's so much at stake right now, right? Boom Esports in a must-win situation. Control your destiny. Get yourself into the knockout stage. This is, of course, game 3 going into this one. And Boom Esports need this to move on.
They really would need this. Two teams right now really chasing for the win. Man, a lot of pressure, but they need to be in a calm and collected state to make this lineup work. Again, the Mengya, a new hero for Azar as well. They really stretch out the guy to use another set of his books. But so far, early invade for INF as well.
It didn't seem like, Boom Esports wanted to throw out the Mengya in
for INF as well.
It didn't seem like, Boom Esports wanted to throw out the Mengya in the previous games or anything. Again, just kind of showing up when they need to here. I think that this is a great opportunity to kind of showcase this hero as well as Azar highlighting on it, because this could be serious damage.
Yeah, it could be a big mistake though. Just in the middle of 3, he's trying his best to lifesteal, but there's no more sheer state, and Raikou takes the first blood. A perfect start for Influence Rage.
Yeah, they kind of overstayed his position there as Boom Esports. I know you were trying to invade, yes, but somehow that window goes to the win of INF.
Yeah, and then G6, again, just trying to latch onto somebody. Nobody wanted to get near him. And yeah, unfortunately, when you go aggressive, sometimes that kind of stuff happens. Not a great start for Boom Esports.
They need to find a way to get things back on their feet as well. So Cosmic Song, Fury Surprise discount. Yeah, go ahead and take it for the new one, Stellar Song skin. It's still available now as you watch the HOKC. Yep, be sure to secure it because U1 is our official observer.
Gonna be a 2-on-1. Sony will expend the flash. He buys a little bit of time for the team. At the same time, once again, Azar is under tremendous pressure from the side of Influence Rage.
Look at the pressure down bottom though. 4-man?
Yep, Sony might be the first blood. He is going to give his life for the cause. Dragon. At the same time, they say, it's okay. We will try to get the kill for you in exchange. And they do it. Raikou takes the kill. But Azar is the one that survives. And this is not what they wanted. Boom Esports recover in style.
Yeah, they need to keep that pace as well. That kind of 4-man pressure, INF is really seeing something here against Boom Esports. Find the possible ways to pressure them as early as possible.
Yeah, Azar just being able to survive, doing all that damage from afar, getting the pick off of Petroni, that is great for him, ensuring that he just kind of built up that lead, right? You want to just kind of have that slight edge. Now it's going to further compound into more damage. And, you know, Azar, you got to be careful where this guy is. He's going to just melt through you.
Speaking of melt, right? We will know for sure. The gold is how growing with Azar as well. Early game.
Oh, Petroni gets baited, and that's going to be a secondary kill. Azar finishes the job here, and boom, suddenly they're ahead.
Yeah, that's the space that you want for your Mungya, for Azar specifically, and he's really enjoying that, amplifying more of his passive and HP regen. Thought about the Fountain of Youth with bullets. Imagine that. Scary, right?
Yeah, very scary. Okay, but look, Petroni here down a level, actually just hit level 5, but this net worth lead is just shifting in favor of Azar. He's been able to get that pick off, which has been great. His positioning has been on point. This is the guy you want to be riding out. Even in the games that they lose, Azar usually has a good game.
Okay, forcing out the rotation as well from INF from 3 to mid, and so far this would be a very delicate position. Okay, good thing there's an unruly bait to hold everybody in and just go back to safety. But as we see this, right, and there's the objective is about to show in a few seconds from now, and this is a big question: do they go for the defense, for the push, or the damage? Oh no, somebody else gonna get caught up.
I don't think they will be able to get the kill here, even with the Battlefield Command committed. Interesting here. It is going to be Mr. Azar left alone to his own devices on the farm lane. In the meantime, Azure Golem is going to be threatened as well. G6, he has eyes on it, waiting for the jump in on the back lines. It is going to be Migi. He jumps in onto Petroni. Same situation as game number 2, but this time he will back off. But it's Azar. He is going to be escorted to the front lines, and the Villau is going to be taken out. Boom, looking for more.
They have the stronghold, but Boom says, yeah, we have the damage and a full army of them. Right now, they're eyeing for this push, not minding 2 objectives as 4 minutes. You want to take on everybody in INF who's missing on the map.
Okay, so turn around, a nice freeze there. Frigid Prison locks him in place. Impressive, taken out. But G6, he's happy to extend. Oblige, I give you the one-on-one. What are you doing? You get shut down.
Yeah, this is like a complete invade and getting a kill at the same time. Meanwhile, they're really pushing INF to respond to this. The turret on tier 1, down bottom is still active, by the way. And guys, kind of take that turret down bottom first.
Yeah, you know, I mean, they need to go take that one down, and they back off now. But Azar has been doing so much damage on the backside. Bilal just not tanky enough to kind of deal with it. He's actually falling a little bit behind as well. His bottom lane has suffered from Influence Rage. Boom Esports have done a great job with their lineup, right? G6 and Dragon Azar, all of these guys doing tons of damage. Miggy up in front, just creating this like chaos, and then, you know, it's making it very difficult for them. But now the Tyrant fight.
Yeah, they know the fake out and they will not fall for it. So at this point, Raikou will secure it for the team. But do they really want to fight this on the side of Influence Rage? I think, yes, that is the correct call. They will pull out.
Okay, steal that, but
Dragon gets caught. Flash out to safety. It's actually a bait. G6 looking if this is the best opportunity for them to jump in. They say no, and at this point he wants to steal a couple of camps as well. Not going to work out. So Influence Rage, they maintain the status quo.
Let's point out what Cozy's done amazing with this, you know, Princess Frost, right? His Frigid Prisons have been on point, locking people down for the rest of the team, just kind of, you know, do all that damage. Plus the winner is here. His zones have been on point. point. It's been very scary, and it's been difficult for Boom Esports to get any sort of team fight going because they don't want to fight in that zone.
Yeah, the zone that we're talking about here, yeah, this is the death thing, the deadliest thing that Boom Esports can do. You have the Death at Sunset once more that could really mean a lot of a frontline, disassemble last week, Colin, but it's like it's a check for INF on who they want to go for here for Boom Esports. First Overlord taken by Boom. Now they have more ways to push it. Now looks like Petroni is looking for ways to trade something out.
Yeah, this is a good trade for the side of Boom. They lose the T1 on block, but they get the Overlord as well.
Look at Boom Esports right now contesting everything, even this Crimson Golem. It looks like Raikou did take that with the Smite though. But Boom Esports doing a great job, understanding that, hey, we have the lead, let's make it uncomfortable for Influence Rage as they invade their jungle.
From bullets to rockets. Can you see this Mania shine right now? Azar, really confident using this, is really showing everybody, yeah, my hero pool is not yet done. I know how to do this, guys. Let's just give me time to make this work. And slowly, they're closing in the map of INF, taken by T2 up top.
Yeah, Vanguards are now going to be pushing, so they have a little bit more push in that sense. Influence Rage is trying to scavenge what they can in terms of their own jungle, try to keep it away from Boom Esports, who have been very aggressive, even putting pressure on this top T3. Aegis still up in front with Raikou. They're dueling, but if anything, they're just kind of, feeling each other out, I would say.
Oh, I think that's a very crucial moment to wait. Like that sets up for hesitations as well for INF to commit. Look at that, another one frozen by Raikou. Oh, look at the zone alone by Boom Esports that we were talking about is just so deadly, and nobody's really ready to commit. Not even the Liu Bang right now. I know we've seen Liu Bang plays we've seen across the map that really gives out a lot of focus for pushing, but so far it's really hard to go out.
Yeah, it's been hard to go out because you just got to time it so perfectly. That Battlefield Command, that shield, he hasn't been able to hit too many that have really altered the team fight.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like he really wants to just kind of go into that one. I don't know if it's like they're not on the same page or he's a little late or whatever it is. But Boom Esports have kind of made him pay. They've pushed it along, and on the back of Azar, who's what, 3-0-0, has 6.7k net worth. He is the highest in the game, and he does not want his team to lose.
No. At this point in time, we're looking at almost 4k gold lead, and we need to be careful. Raikou right in the front line, though.
Yep, Aegis, they feel that this is the Boom moment, but they might have made a mistake at this point. Influence Rage, they get the stun, the damage is coming in. Azar is falling low as well, but Sony falls first. Dragon starts the fight off great for Boom. It's gonna be a double kill. 3 members dead on the side of Influence Rage. This could be the end, and this could be the start of the journey for Boom into the knockout stages. Miggy tanks a bit too much, will fall to the towers, but T3s, top and bottom, top and mid as well, all threatened. They will be opening up the base. Crystal exposed. That's one wave marching down already. No defense. Raikou all alone against 4. Can he do it? Not gonna happen for now. But Petroni on the backup will start to roll in. Might get caught as well. Boom. This is the best chance yet. The next wave of creeps are coming in. Will they commit for this or will they back off?
Looks like they're respecting this as well. INF can still clear these waves as well.
Raikou just did just enough to give their team a slight chance. That was very close. Yes, the base was there, but the respawn timers are, it hasn't even been 10 minutes yet. But let's check out the replay in terms of how this went out. Cozy gets blasted on this one. There was 4 members down. Raikou was down to the last one, but it was just enough. Petroni pushed back, was able to heal, and his brothers respawned, so they were able to hold.
Yeah, we're seeing a 7k slowly gold lead for Boom Esports. And now they take on a Cap Sunny here alone.
Pincer him. Sunny will use his Battlefield Command to get out now. That is going to be on a long cooldown. So this is a big opportunity for the side of Boom Esports.
Sony getting out there like it's bad. No, I've been saving that one. No. Nonetheless, here we go. The Overlord is going to be picked off. Azar does so much damage. Look at this thing. It's just going down. It's getting burned so quickly that really, Influence Rage have nothing. This is, of course, the Shadow Overlord. This is going to make things a little bit more difficult as now the Shadow Vanguard is going to be pushing along.
I think Boom, they think that they have this. They can see the window, and here we go. He's going to be jumping in. Miggy on the backlines as well. The Fresh comes in, and he does get the kill. Petroni gets caught out. Miggy, this is good start to the fight. Where's the backup from the side of Boom Esports? Not going to happen just yet. But Lau, he already has the beast form, but it's not strong enough. The Rampage comes out from Azar. Miggy still going on the backlines as well. God mode once again. Miggy pulls the trigger, and boom, they capitalize once more.
One more turret left to be taken by Boom Esports. Miggy, impressive. Azar. So you guys think I can't do more? This is it. Hold my noodles. Boom Esports now pushing to the base of INF.
Silky's move, it is going to be Raikou. He's going to put this defense up, but it might not be enough. Too strong. Battlefield Command on the back lines. Patroni is caught in no man's land. Miggy jumps in again. They're trying, but nobody's able to stop them. Raikou gives his life, but it's not enough. There are 2 dragons in the pit. The crystal open, exposed. The damage is coming in. Boom, they make it out.
Denying a reverse sweep against INF. Proving everybody that we're not done yet. 2 Philippine representatives made it out alive in the group stage.
That was very impressive right there. That was a great game. Everybody playing exactly the way they should in terms of the heroes there. Like, they're really popping off, but like, let's give credit where credit is due. This is a team win. Everybody was so on point. It was a very impressive win.
Yeah, speaks for the player as well. Impressive, wearing that Pilipinas jersey right there, Coach Sian, and probably celebrating their win. Now let's throw it over the stage together with Boom Esports.
Okay, thank you so much, casters. And
Wow.
what do you think, Drew?
Wow, it's a very, very remarkable action.
Whoa.
Wow. And once again, congratulations to
Boom Esports! Wow. Okay, and now, as usual, we're gonna have a little chit chat with Miggy.
Miggy, come here.
Ooh.
Let's give one round of applause for Miggy.
Okay. Hi.
Miggy.
How do you feel?
Feeling good.
Feeling
good.
good. Okay.
Feeling good. Miggy.
Okay, Miggy. From 1 to 10.
Okay.
How difficult was this match?
I think 6.
6? Ooh, 6 what? Explain.
I think it's not too difficult if we didn't get chased by their comp. They are easy to beat defeat.
Oke, baik. Jadi pas tadi aku tanya nih ya teman-teman, dari 1 sampai 10, seberapa susah sih match-nya? Katanya 6. Jadi sebenarnya katanya nggak susah banget katanya. Karena tadi nggak susah banget sebenarnya gitu.
Okay. So Miggy, whom do you think are the most influential people in your team that supporting the whole team to be able to do the best performance today?
I think Dragon because he has the one who got the chill guy in our team, like giving us comfort when we're going too hype or we're going too
low. I see.
Oh, oke.
Jadi katanya yang paling menginfluence mereka dan paling nge-support mereka itu Dragon.
Oke.
Katanya orangnya paling chill.
Katanya paling chill, terus pada saat mereka lagi agak sedikit panik, lagi low gitu kan, dia yang bisa kasih support gitu
Dan dia
ya
bisa
Drew ya.
nenangin. Tenang.
Sabar, pasti bisa. Dan bener aja gitu kan, terbukti. Langsung diamankan match kita kali ini oleh Boom Esports. Okay, and the next question is, who is the stronger team in 2024 HOK Championship?
I think still BSE Malaysia.
Ooh.
Still BSE.
BSE.
Ya.
BSE 3 teams.
Masih
BSE,
Black
Black
Shoe
Shoe Esports.
Betul. Yang paling
3
kuat
tim.
menurut 3 tim loh mengakui itu. Okay, so maybe this is gonna be the last question for you as well, Miggy. So, do you guys happy with the result today?
Happy but not not too happy because
Not
we
happy but not
expected
too happy.
we can 2-0 them.
Okay. So there's still a space to improve ya.
Yeah.
Oke. Itu tadi Maggie bilang katanya mereka sebenarnya seneng tapi tidak terlalu seneng. Karena harapannya bisa 2-0.
Ya, tapi yang terjadi adalah 2-1, but it's okay, gak masalah. Karena yang penting kemenangan tetap ada untuk teman-teman Boom Esports. Sekali lagi, marilah kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Boom Esports.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
Thank
you
you
may
so
join your
much.
team again. Thank you.
Dan itu dia, tadi kita udah ada interview sama Maggie. Luar biasa banget ya, Miggy. Miggy. Kelihatan banget tadi ya, gameplaynya benar-benar keren banget dan menghibur banget pas untuk penutup match kita hari ini.
Betul banget. Jadi besok itu juga masih akan ada keseruan. Tapi sebelum itu kita akan balikin lagi ke caster-caster kita because our caster have something to say.
Okay, so casters, take it away.
That was a great interview together with Boom Esports, and they completely admitted that they're kind of like 70%, 30 happy, and they wanted to pull something like a clean 2-0. But so far, yeah, we've seen some teams showed up today, and yeah.
No,
you need to respect the fact that they're still strong.
Obviously, every team wants a 2-0, but I think that losing that second game, where you could potentially steal that strat from Influence Rage, that could be something interesting moving forward because they could want to work on that strategy. They've shown something by Influence Rage. Now you could just kind of move on with that.
Not steal, it's adopt. We want to use and learn at the same time, right? So, of course, with that, I think they're looking for clearer pictures, a stronger performance as well. Now, if you want to follow suit as well and have the best experience, you can follow us on our channels from today to the 31st, as long as you follow Honor of Kings Global Esports channels and tag championship participating teams in the comments for a chance. You will win this phone as well. But there's more information that we want to find out, and that's going to come from the games that we just watched. So let's head to the highlights. Miss Yuhan, please help us out.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
All right, so it kind of started where, Boom Esports had gone a little bit of an issue here. Agistics had gone a little aggressive, and we were like, he's giving up first blood, not able to do it. They tried to go a little bit aggressive in that. But, they did pay with their lives, but then it looked like, they had a nice little bounce back here, a nice little gank onto Sony. Sony didn't really get going, but this is the Azar show, right? Look at how much damage he was doing. He killed Petroni like 2 or 3 times in the lane, just picking everybody off. I mean, this Mengya is going to be a problem as we move further in this league.
A better adjustment as well for Azar. He has been the targeted player here to just increase the possible heroes for the farm lane there is for him, but it wasn't just the case here. I think they really prepared for such a short window with a great boost as well, and we've seen Boom Esports address the problem from game number 2. Damage, front line, yeah, they were lacking that extra buff as well, but for this, 1/3 has been taken, and this was the start of a snowball that team that they never had the chance to decline the possible comeback here by IMX.
Yeah, they had a hard time getting it going. I mean, Miggy, again, just like this Terminator chasing after Petroni. Wherever Petroni was, he was laser focused, being able to find him out and just like making sure that Petroni had a bad game. They did a really good job with that.
Yeah, he's the next Biggie Smalls, right? I love it when you call me Big Pop. He was handing on the back lines as well, just handing their butts over to them and putting them down on the floor. He was the catalyst that allowed Azar to just be golly in this game.
Yeah, and it was a very satisfactory moment for Boom Esports to really just enjoy the win and the moment, and it showed like they really wanted to do this as much cleaner as possible. But again, hey, who's our MVP for this one?
It's gotta be none other than Miggy, setting it up 3-1 and 4, 21% of the total hero damage that he did. I mean, he was just kind of all throughout. And if you just kill Petroni, that damage, so much damage is mitigated. I wonder what the stats are gonna show in terms of how much damage Petroni did in the end.
Yeah, this is Miggy finding the right choice and going back to the question earlier, what coach has been telling him. Yeah, I think just do what you do best, and you have given a lot of positions for Boom Esports on who or when and where to strike. Going back on the lineup once more for INF.
I mean, look at this. Agistics 5-1 and 3. You could have given him MVP. You could have given Elaine. I mean, Elaine did get it. Sorry, but the Azar 4-0 and 5 on the Mengya. Just everybody really stepping up. Backs on the wall. Tournament lives at stake. We gotta move on. We gotta control our destiny. We gotta win this one out. And Boom Esports, everybody was aligned, and they just came storming in with this 11-minute game.
This was a really great adjustment as well. And it pushed even the damage of Legion to really pop off early. You're seeing the 0-4-2 KDA, and we're seeing the situation again that they're putting all the damage in one basket, and that only shows that how Raikou was the most important factor in front line because nobody else can come close, even Villa 01.
Yeah, I mean, look at Azar had double the damage of Petroni because he had killed him like 4 times or whatever in this game. I mean, 41,000. Petroni was very limited because he was in the the respawn, the death area for so long, right? But Cozy and Raikou tried to do what they could, try to create a little bit of space. I'm still not 100% sold on the Liu Bang in the Clash lane. but you know, it had potential. There wasn't too many times where it was like this. It changed the team fight.
Yeah, you know what? For all the comments, you are a pretty frequent Liu Bang user. Do you have any comments about Sony's gameplay?
Yeah, I do. I don't think it was that great, to be honest. But I don't play him in the Clash laner. I play him as a roam, which is probably not optimal in and of itself. But I have a lot of fun with him. Probably didn't have it. I would not have had as much damage in this game as he did.
Yeah, you guys, both of you need to talk about how you want to win your games, yeah? Because Liu Bang, we've seen great advantages of this being in the Clash lane, but in that match alone, it was very hard to move around. It was very hard to respond. It was very hard to reinforce. And you see those moments, right, Kin? Like, why did he just completely just transport himself back there at the most not needed moment, you know?
I mean, regardless of all of the small instances throughout the game, there's one thing that's really clear. The Filipino region teams are really quick at learning. Sure, you can hand them 1L, they will come back and make this series in their favor 2-1.
Yeah,
right? Both teams have done it.
Yeah, I think that both of the teams, they have, I mean, we need to do the math on this and to count these up, but I think that they had some of the most game 3s throughout the league, right? There were just so many and they were able to just bounce back. Just really, that you have that fighting spirit.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing, right? Reset. It's not easy, like being in the shoes of the players right now with all the pressure, right? Being in that seat requires a lot of like focus and preparation as well. And it wasn't like the easiest journey too for the two representatives, as you mentioned. I think from the beginning of the storyline that we want to put up this series, it requires a lot of sacrifice, a lot of like adjustment. Because if you keep winning, as you said, it's not you don't need to it doesn't need to be a perfect game. But if you did lose some couple of times, you learn along the way.
Yep. Making mistakes is part of growth, and I think they've made quite a few, but they've learned really quickly. So today, as we end day number 5, we have a couple of teams that are guaranteed into the knockout stages. Of course, in the coming days, we will be finalizing who else is going to join our representatives here into the knockout stages where mistakes are more costly.
Yeah, and also revealed so much with the hero pool as well. I believe some teams are just trying to keep it like, just this. We can't reveal so much.
Yeah.
But in most worst case scenarios, man, Boom Esports in specific reason, yeah, they were really pushed to use that.
Yeah, you have to, right? And I think that it's again the moment you gotta just show up everything. Again, elimination game, you gotta show up with your best heroes forward.
Yeah, we expect more teams to perform so well, and we're excited to see all the teams bounce back from this. But only some has showed up at a very good situation. But guys, that has been us for day number 5. We will see you again tomorrow. But before everything else, let's throw it over to our stage for our host.
All right, thank you our caster. What a very incredible experience you guys bring to us. Terima kasih sekali lagi tentunya para caster-caster yang udah luar biasa nemenin 4 pertandingan panjang, saya bilang.
Itu dia, 4 pertandingan panjang. Walaupun kalau kita sedikit recap untuk hari ini ya, di match yang pertama dan di match yang kedua kita bisa bilang memang benar-benar lancar banget 2-0, Drew.
Betul.
Tapi berbeda dengan di match yang ketiga kita sampai dengan di match terakhir kita melihat adanya pertarungan yang cukup sengit banget seperti yang tadi kita sudah mendengar ya dari teman-teman caster kita 2-1.
2-1. Jadi pertandingan yang memang sangat panjang dan sangat menarik sekali untuk ditonton. Dan pastinya besok juga nggak kalah seru ya, karena tadi para caster juga udah sempat bahas dikit-dikit kan.
Benar banget. Untuk di besok hari kita akan ada 3 tim Indonesia.
Yeah.
But before that, let's see our current group standing.
Let's go.
Oke,
Wow, oke.
Kita akan mulai mungkin dari grup A dulu ya, Drew ya.
Boleh.
Dari grup A kita udah ngelihat Dominator Esports masih berada di atas, tapi besok dia akan melawan tim dari Mahadewa, dilanjut oleh Blacklist International, lalu ada Mahadewa, dan yang terakhir ada FUT Esports.
Exactly, so di grup B juga masih tetap berada di atas ada Nova Esports. Tapi ini cukup menarik karena di posisi kedua ternyata ada Kagendra. Dan di posisi ketiga dan 4 ada Falcon dan Vitality.
Oke, kita akan moving on ke grup C. Kita sudah ada tim Secret dilanjut dengan adanya Boom Esports di mana yang tadi baru bermain di match terakhir kita.
Yes.
Lalu ada Alpha 7 Esports dan yang terakhir ada Influence Rage.
Dan sebagai penutup ada di grup D tetap masih bertengger di paling atas tim terkuat yaitu Black Shoe Esports.
Yes.
Dan di posisi kedua ada Fearless, di posisi ketiga ada Impunity dan terakhir ada
Revenant
Esports.
Yes, itu dia pastinya untuk current group standing kita. Dan kita akan melihat kira-kira ada apa aja sih di hari esok. Siapa aja yang akan bermain, tim-tim Indonesianya mainnya kapan. Yuk mari kita lihat tomorrow schedule.
This is the tomorrow schedule. Jadi pastinya di match yang pertama kita akan memulai di pukul 3 sore. Yaitu Team Secret yang akan melawan Alpha 7.
Yap, selanjutnya kita akan melihat ini benar-benar match yang sengit banget menurut aku. Benar-benar match yang intens karena akan ada Fearless melawan Black Shoe Esports.
Dan disusul juga nggak kalah panasnya di match ketiga ada tim Nova yang akan berhadapan dengan tim Kagendra.
Wow, and last but not least, aku yakin ini yang paling ditunggu-tunggu sama teman-teman yang lagi nonton, yaitu ada dua tim Indonesia, Dominator versus Mahadewa. Di mana untuk Mahadewa sendiri, Drew, ini benar-benar menjadi penentuan dia banget nih.
Banget. Jadi mereka berdua tetap harus memberikan performa yang terbaik dan harus benar-benar keluarin semua yang mereka punya.
Yes, betul-betul. Karena ini bisa dibilang adalah kesempatan terakhir Mahadewa untuk di grup stage kita kali ini agar bisa melaju ke babak berikutnya.
Exactly. So, ternyata kita sudah berada di ujung acara ini Sabila, dan luar biasa sekali lagi kita mengucapkan terima kasih atas kehadiran seluruh fans yang hadir di venue dan juga mungkin kepada teman-teman yang sedang menonton di rumah. Terima kasih sudah mengikuti perjalanan ini.
Yes, betul sekali. Baiklah kalau begitu tidak terasa sudah kita berada di penghujung acara. Kalau begitu saya Sabila Aprilia.
Dan saya Darius Drew. Besok kita akan balik lagi di hari terakhir group stage. Jadi pastikan kalian menonton dan menikmati keseruan dari 2024 HOK Championship Group Stage.
Oke.
See you guys tomorrow.